Welcome everyone. We're getting on this side of the competition. I'm Hell Monkey Man, and we're going to be going on to the black stage. There's a green stage, there's a black stage, and of course, there's all stages of competition coming at you live here and loud at the awesome Novant Fieldhouse. Again, I'm Hell Monkey Man. This is Septilence, and we're having a great time getting this all kicked off. It's going to be Super Smash Brothers coming in live. Septilence, obviously, we got a lot of competition that's coming into this building in particular. There's going to be a lot of players that we get to see over the course of the weekend. How are you feeling about them?
I'm feeling
big brackets, right?
I mean, there's some big brackets. We've got, what is it, like 16 right now, or 8 players for Smash
Yes,
right now? I think
yes.
And we know one thing about high schoolers, they love to play characters that we never see anywhere else. So I'm very excited to see hopefully some unconventional, some exciting characters. And I believe we're going to get to find out who we're seeing first in just a minute here.
Yeah, I think that we're actually going to be throwing it on stage. We're going to go to Charlie, as I believe we've got Evolved Human versus Mistybot. But let's go ahead and give you the walkouts. Charlie, take it away. Welcome in, everyone. It's time to get ready for our first round of Super Smash Bros. Here on the black stage. That is VESL GH right now, as we have both sides of the stadium live and loud. And of course, I'm Hell Monkey Man again with Septilence, and we're getting into our first matchup. It's round number 1. It's MistyBot versus Evolved Human. So it's a robot versus humanity here, Septilence. It's a battle of man almost versus self, because they made that technology.
The tale is old as technology, not as old as time, but the tale is old as technology as it may be. And as I continue to find out how loud I need to be, which is maybe right about here, give or take, we're going to be looking at, like you said, a Mii Gunner versus a Dark Pit, at least to start things off with a little bit of versatility from both players. So looking at this matchup, I think we're really excited to see if Evolved Human can live up to the expectation of what we've seen and what they're supposed to be doing today. But as we go into, I believe, MistyBot undefeated up to this point, that's something you really need to look at as well, as how do you take a player that hasn't lost down?
Well, you got to remind them that they can bleed, that they can be,
Very
in fact,
true.
faults, that they don't just get to be a Mii Gunner and spam the entire field and, you know, maybe make it very just tough to work around.
Yep.
Whenever you actually get Pit, it feels like a very balanced character, and I say that more of a kind of a scrappy, cut down the distance sort of play. You can be able to throw some light arrows, but this is also a character in particular that is just in that medium range of effectivity. So I feel like if you can cut that distance to a Mii Gunner, they can be able to really take away some of their key plays. It feels almost like just like a Samus. That's like it's like a diet Samus.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I like what you're saying there. And I feel like Dark Pit could be somewhat versatile in disrupting a Mii Gunner playstyle, just due to the fact that they have that shield, the deflector, the down special from the pits that may be able to get rid of those projectiles. There's also the light arrows that you mentioned, which can clash with projectiles if you hit them in time. So there's a lot of ways to kind of disrupt a Mii Gunner, but disrupting the projectiles is not the only way you're going to find success.
No.
You have to get into the Mii Gunner. You have to get the damage. You have to get the stocks. You have to get the value necessary. There's this huge flow chart of what to do, and it all starts with getting rid of those projectiles, which is, of course, usually the name of the game for a Mii Gunner.
Yeah, and that's going to be fun as well. I think you said that the other side, you did a little bit of kind of not just soul searching, but also a bit of reconnaissance over there.
Yes.
Do we have great expectations if a pit goes down to maybe see that flip to the other character?
So we know there's versatility, the possibility of a Sonic as well, which could come to the table pretty early on here, depending on how Dark Pit does. But I do think Sonic will do worse inherently than this Dark Pit. So I'm really eager to see if this Dark Pit can open up the gate early on. Already 31% against them from undefeated player MistyBot here on the Mii Gunner Pokemon Stadium 2, our first stage of the day.
It does not surprise me that the face of the Mii Gunner looks just like a Fortnite character. So, you know, here we go, Fishman.
That's
coming
Fish
in.
Stick, baby.
Look, I'm not much of a Fortnite guy. I only came back whenever they started having no build mode.
Oh, it's so good.
It's really nice. Good. Yeah, but other than that, this is now at least a little bit even. You're seeing a lot of the pressure being built up. Misty obviously taking center stage, but we're seeing that deflection really come into play.
Yep. Yeah, the deflection has come into play twice already, and I have to say that MistyBot has done a really good job negating it, kind of baiting it out early, and then going in for a rush attack, a grab into an up throw, into an up smash like that. Can be really beneficial in taking a player down. We're tied up 98 to 96%. It looks like that back air from this Mii Gunner may be able to get that first stock offline, and MistyBot has taken an advantage, but it's going to be an option to see how far they can really take it, because if it can be turned around quickly, we can look at 2-2, but every damage dealt from here on out is critical in keeping this lead.
And really, it's about the deflection timing, because you saw so many of the times the shield came through. They're able to get a nice back A and then using that quick. We said arrow of light. It's an arrow of darkness, trying to be able to pierce the heart there of Misty, who's being just pushed off stage over and over and again. 150% looking for the recovery. They're not going to have enough on the jump, but they did some bonus damage to Evolve Human, but we're tied 2-2.
We're tied up 2-2 with a 55% differential right now, but with a 20% combo off rip from MistyBot. It's going to be a huge moment here in that opportunity to strike. Uses that shield once again. It's an unbelievably punishable move. If you miss the projectile, the end lag of the move puts you in a really difficult spot to stay alive, and I think MistyBot is aware of that fact, really taking advantage of it to rush in, go for those grab attacks, and deal some additional damage. Evolved Human up to 115 now, finds themselves with 50% differential on the side of MistyBot, so Evolved Human really has to pick up the pace of play if they want to keep things close.
And they have to cover back to the corner with those shields active, and that kind of really sticks you to the ground when you're just hoping to be able to put away one of those missile canisters that drops onto your feet. But we go to a 2-1 situation. Remember, this is single elimination in best of 5. So you're going to have to work your way to 3. Mistybot has been able to just consistently pressure out Evolved Human, and they've already got them now above their own damage percentage, looking to finish this out here on the second stock.
Now, the good news about Evolved Human... First of all, before we talk about the good news of Evolved Human, we should talk about the fact that was a nasty elimination there with that final down air to come through. Perfectly jumped off stage to find that elimination. But I do want to say the good news of Evolved Human losing is they're one of few players we've seen at the high school level that has more than one player available, more than one character to bring to the table to feel comfortable playing. We know that it's going to be that Sonic as well. Or maybe they don't swap at all, because that was somewhat close. There was really some good signs of life, but maybe that Sonic will do just a little bit better. Yeah, there I am. Wow.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you're coming through. I feel like the I need to add on to the missile spam.
Yeah.
It's not just Samus. It also feels like Snake.
Yeah.
It feels like It feels like those two had a kid, it went to a boarding school, came back, and now it's evolved on how to be able to use all of the projectiles and really get in the way. And I did like the timing that we got out of Evolved Human, able to recover back to the corners, using the big shield to be able to at least deflect one. But as soon as they got rid of one, like grenade or canister or otherwise, the next one's already flying at his face. And there was actually some key recoveries by Mistybot because they were being pressured away from stage. Center stage was owned most of the time by Misty, but it was Evolved Human who looked pretty good with it.
Yeah, so sticking with the Dark Pit here is not going to be a huge surprise necessarily, but it's still going to be a surprise regardless. I think Evolved Human, they've warmed up the Dark Pit. I saw them playing before we started today, so they want to play a character that they're comfortable with, a character they know how to play, and already they're finding a 50% combo off rip. The shield goes out, they bait out that side special, but unfortunately the rushdown from Mistybot makes it difficult to walk away proud of that moment. There's so much end lag on that shield, I've mentioned it twice already, that it can be really detrimental in the Dark Pit playstyle if Mistybot continues to abuse that end lag.
These short hop jumps that they're trying to just navigate around these quick blasts as well, that's really taken away from the key spots that you see Misty trying to aim for, to take away some of that neutral space to be able to navigate, especially around now a 3-stage here on Battlefield. But with Evolved Human, they're still off the edge. Misty balls, as they're trying to make their way back to center, they're throwing them from the right, then back to the left. They can't get even footing.
Puts out the shield, but unfortunately it is going to be caught underneath. The shield only guards your right and your left, not above nor below. A grab into a back throw, Darkness Arrow goes out, but Mistybot is going to be able to drop some good evasion. A lot of respect from Evolved Human there. I would have liked to see some offstage aggression. The pits can survive a really long offstage, and I think there could have been a big benefit in taking that stock out, maybe with a stage spike, but unfortunately, hindsight is 20/20 after all, and Evolved Human has to evolve their play style to try and walk away with this first stock, because right now it's a last hit scenario.
I love the quick step back behind. Both of these looking for just first stock. It goes to 174%, and now off the invulnerability, so they'll be able to get the quick up A. They do get at least a double arrow spin, but no, they can't finish and confirm that first stock. That would have been huge. 150%. Everything from here is such bonus time. You're talking about that offstage recovery, and because of that, they're just getting juggled now.
Oh, phenomenal forward air there from Evolved Human, but 161 full rage online. Now, with that rage available, your character just hits harder with every ability they use. So right now, Mistybot is going to be dealing additional damage onto Evolved Human with a lead that they're still going to be holding on to. 2 stocks on both sides, 82% for Evolved Human right now.
There has been some great grabs, some great just basically groundwork being accomplished by Evolved Human, but it has not turned into a lead at all. They, in fact, are always tracking from behind, having to dodge through, be able to throw at least a couple hands, and they're actually giving them the whole set, the whole arsenal of fists and knuckles. It's basically a knuckle sandwich delicatessen, and they're the one dishing them out, but it's 132%, and Misty again owning center stage. It's up to Evolved Human to pressure them back.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of tip my hat to Mistybot here, because Evolved Human is changing their play style. They are adapting, they are modifying what they're doing, but Mistybot is adapting to that adaptation. Very quickly, really making it difficult for Evolved Human to run away. When Evolved Human plays low, it's going to be Mistybot who's coming in really aggressive in that up close and personal. When they play fast, Mistybot starts to zone out, relies on those projectiles a little bit more. So Evolved Human really keeping it neck and neck, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough. This is a critical up smash, and instead going to lose their second stock because of it.
And it's such good edge guarding being done by Misty, as they know that, of course, you can get the pit to be able to come all the way up from that low blast zone, but then just leaving the bomb behind, and it's always a little bit of bonus damage. Yeah, you get straight up into a grenade, and you're like, wow, okay, well, I don't want to deal with the C4, the landmine, or anything other explosion that comes between, but Misty now regain, and not just regaining, but also extending this lead. They're 107%, and you only have up to 50. They're trying to confirm this final stock before Evolved Human maybe finally gets them down to their last one. Misty could get themselves into a 2-0 position in this series, Where at final stock, it's only 60%. That is actually the nearest that we've seen.
It's the closest we've seen so far. An Evolved Human dropped, I think, a 44% combo earlier on that second stock. So this could be neck and neck in the blink of an eye, but as MistyBot continues to rack up this damage early, up to 88%, landing 2 back airs onto this third and final stock, I think there's a lot of opportunity for Evolved Human to walk away with a victory here. 119 on the board. Oh, but unfortunately, MistyBot only down to 20%. I think this is just MistyBot's game to lose right now. Evolved Human might be walking away down 0-2 going into game 3.
Ooh.
Down air finds no purchase, gets footstooled, but the recovery does keep them up and running.
Oh, they're trying to just get back to that corner. They've actually pressured them down off of stage from that left side. They're looking for the deflection, but now they have to run away from it as the missile comes through. Quick spam onto that left side platform, and now they're just looking for the up-A. The grabs have been essential here, Septilence. Misty cannot get a piece of the necktie, but they eventually throw them in and out of the stage. Misty now on series points, and Evolved Human, well, they're in a bad situation. Elimination right around the corner.
You know, in a way, Evolved Human is on series point as well,
yes,
but not necessarily the place you want to be.
No,
right?
no way.
On the losing side of a game point, a series point. We're going to be walking into this scenario with MistyBot really feeling comfortable. I used the phrase game to lose toward the end there because MistyBot really, the adaptation was just on par.
Yeah.
They had the back airs in the right spot. They had the projectiles in the right spot, and it was a really, really strong performance off rip. I mean, if this is how the players playing undefeated for their first game of the day at a whopping, 10:30 in the morning. I mean, you've got to give them credit where credit is due. That these players are coming out large. They are warmed up. They're wide awake. And playing at 10:30 in the morning, not something they're usually doing. There's kind of an additional layer of difficulty when you've got to wake up so early to play a game you're conditioned to be playing at 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m. at night.
I mean, 10:30 on a Saturday. Are you saying the rising grind isn't here for these high schoolers?
Listen. I'm just saying when I was a high schooler, when I played collegiate, we would play differently depending on what time of day it is. When you're practicing and when you're playing every day at 8 p.m., when all of a sudden you have to wake up and it's 10 a.m. and you have to play like you've been playing for months at a time, it really is. There's kind of a mental game to it. And speaking of mental game, let's talk about it being changed up a little bit here by Evolved Human, who's finally going to bring that Sonic to the table.
You know, if you have your final life in front of you, it would be just remiss if you didn't bring out every weapon in your arsenal. So if the first two for Pit just couldn't get the job done, why not bring out the Sonic? A little bit of speed and a little bit of versatility to get in and out and escape. You just don't want to have to run into these projectiles. I feel like at least at a minimum on paper, Dark Pit allows you a little bit of that kind of medium fashion of escaping from this spam that can come from this Mii Gunner of a bit even stance, whereas Sonic is just so fast you have to be ready to run into them.
Yeah, and the problem with this, though, is going to be the fact that this Sonic is going to be relying a lot on close quarters combat, really wants to find a scenario, but these bombs from the Mii Gunner over and over, they get in the way of that Sonic speed. They disrupt Sonic from getting close. They use the domain expansion Infinity where you're hitting the space between the two of you instead of actually hitting your opponent. And right now, with Evolved Human up to 117%, I hate to say it, I don't see a current win condition in the million timelines right now. Evolved Human really needs to change the play style, maybe rely a lot more on that offstage gameplay.
We're going to have to go talk to Dr. Strange and see if there's any other outcome of the 14 trillion that were out there. Maybe, just maybe, but I don't think this first stock is at least going to render it, as they just cannot do anything. They run into at least one of the grenades, and so that's going to be first over to Misty. And they've got 2 more to go before they move into the quarterfinals side of the Super Smash Bros. Bracket. Remember, it's single elimination. Evolved Human is on life support, but it is 100%. And right now, the Sonic is surviving pretty well as they're trying to go for that up A.
Yeah, the Sonic really finding out how to get around the bombs a lot more consistently, but is it too little too late is kind of the scenario right now. This is a Herculean task. Not only do you have to come back down an entire stock, you have to defeat someone who's gone undefeated the entire main season. So there's a lot on the line here, but finally Evolved Human will find that first stock, ties things up with an 80% differential. That's where we definitely start to scratch our heads a little bit, because Evolved Human is pushing a rock up a hill that might get pulled all the way back to the bottom when he's done.
Oh man, it almost feels like this should have come out for you the second game.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, be able to kind of experiment a little bit in the middle of your series. When you're at the end of the series, you were actually starting to gain ground with Pit, and now it feels like maybe you're just a step behind, only at 7%, but 130, and Evolved Human already feeling like this could be towards their final lap. But now having to walk straight into it. This is the trap that Misty has done so well to do. You have to recover, and that's a long roll past that grenade, and that just goes right into their hands.
Yeah, that Me Gunner up smash, way stronger than you'd think a projectile-based character would have. I mean, it's killing it somewhat low percentages pretty consistently, so I gotta tip my hat to Mistybot there for utilizing a move that often feels like it could be underutilized. Evolved Human now on their third and final stock of the day, possibly of the tournament here. Really needs to turn things around, already down an entire stock, but with 86% on this second one forward smash missed, caught out by a jab attack, and a great punish from Mistybot makes it hard to readjust.
Man, a little bit of an extra BM at the very end, and the attitude comes in. That's what Super Smash is all about, and being able to just take your opponent, put him down. They're trying to get around at least for that big bounce spring, and this one could go all the way to the wire. What a recovery as they're able to get at least past them, but this is going to be maybe the final grab. They're going to throw him off to the death zone on the right side. They have to get all the way up, but they're just landing into the feet of Misty, but Misty just seems to be in control.
Yeah, Misty not going to miss. See, I mean, consistently finding these abilities each and every time, forcing Evolved Human into a really unique play style. And as the iframes from the up special come through, Evolved Human technically SDs directly into their own defeat there. And that will be a 3-0 victory for our friend Mistybot from Jack Britt. Another win for the Buccaneers, and now a solidified spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun run, because you talk about how all these players
down here. I'm taking.
It's okay. Yeah, he's just over there. He's just doing work. But you talk about these players that have gone on undefeated runs. Obviously, we've not seen anyone trip up Misty, but we've not seen anyone trip up Pika Mare.
This is true. We just won on the main stage.
Exactly. And so these players, I don't expect them to find themselves into deep series yet.
Right.
I feel like maybe next round you start to get that inclination. We could get 3-1s. But I also feel like we're not going to be seeing anything too deep until the real semis.
I don't disagree at all. I think we're going to be seeing something pretty similar going into our next round one matchup, which we're going to be seeing in just a couple of minutes. But while we set that up, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a short break here. We're going to get our next players ready, and we'll see you guys back here with some more Smash Ultimate, which is only our second matchup of the day. We've got a lot for you guys, so don't go anywhere. VESL will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to even more VESL competition. We've got the Super Smash Brothers Round 1 matchups continuously and ready to go. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence. And, of course, behind us, we're going to be seeing our student walkouts as we get to have another Round 1 matchup. So let's go ahead, get to the stage, and let's showcase to you the competitors that are coming up into this single elimination bracket. It's going to be a little gamer from STEM Early College.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And if we can go ahead and get Requiem from the side of Charlotte Virtual. So, we go into this matchup.
Yes.
I feel like I had said it a little bit before, but I'm going to keep up the metaphor that I put into this.
Yeah.
Is this the boxer versus the punching bag?
It's interesting because this is a sentient, very angry, canonically one of the strongest video game characters of all time, punching bag, right? So there's a lot of versatility to put into this. And part of me is always, I see a Little Mac player and I go, oh, you should lose. Little Mac is bad. But we casted Requiem qualifying for this event, and it was a 3-0 in favor of Requiem on the Little Mac. I was scrolling through my notes to find it, and Requiem won 3-0 over Neat Newt, who I did not write down who Neat Newt was playing. But clearly it was not as good as Requiem's Little Mac. So they're jumping into this matchup here as soon as possible. And Kirby versus Little Mac, to answer your question kind of initially, I think Kirby has an inherent advantage here. He's very floaty. He can really succeed off stage. But if he gets Little Mac off stage, that's his win condition. If Requiem can consistently play both feet on the ground, this should be very winnable.
Kirby has always been one of those long-living, long-lasting characters. Really is kind of very new player-friendly, I would say. You could be able to really kind of go up and just kind of observe the field for what it is.
Yeah.
Whereas Lil Mac needs to get scrappy. He needs to be able to build up that gauge and then be able to work for that KO. But very quickly, going into the clinch and throwing one of those ginormous feet, that's going to be an early pick.
Yeah, an early pick here against Requiem, but they find 72% here. Requiem trying to make Charlotte Virtual proud here on this. Little Mac has already qualified for the state event and now wants to make this program proud. A great 70% combo out from a little gamer here. And there's something I've always said about Kirby players. If you're playing Kirby and you're doing it well, you're arguably one of the most terrifying players in this entire game. I mean, there's a lot of versatility on the line with Kirby, and right now a little gamer is really doing a great job demonstrating that for us.
Considering how much that this Lil Mac has to really kind of go as deep as they can into the clinch and into those quick plays. I mean, how do you counter a Kirby? Is it just not in the wheelhouse of a Lil Mac? Because right now it doesn't feel like he's able to keep up with the speed of these combinations that we're getting out of Kirby.
It's an answer that not everyone's going to want to hear, but it's an answer you just nailed, is Little Mac. This is unfortunately one of his hardest matchups.
Wow.
Just due to the floaty nature of Kirby, due to the fact Kirby succeeds in all the places Little Mac doesn't. With a great turnaround KO punch there, it is going to be Requiem finding an opportunity to equalize the playing field just a bit. You're still 80% on that third and final stock. A perfect parry comes out. The KO punch is not going to find purchase, though, and the dash attack from a little gamer is going to make it a little bit harder to stay in the mix of things. I think Requiem may have to kiss this first game goodbye, and a little gamer guarantees it.
And it was done almost like a speed run. It was very quick, as we saw. I think it was like 70 or 80% KO on first stock. And then second stock, it just wasn't able to really kind of catch up. You have so much speed built into what a little gamer is doing off of a Kirby. So again, back to that question.
Yeah.
Lil Mac, this is his counter. What is a Kirby's counter?
Kirby's counter can be a lot of things. I think going for something simple like a Bowser can work really well.
Okay.
Someone that can hit really, really hard. So Pyramithra, Roy, Bowser, which are all fire-based play. That's not on purpose, but I think there is a good example of the harder you hit, the easier it is to take Kirby down, because Kirby is one of the lightest characters in the entire game. So if you can play a character that goes for kill confirms at 40%, 60%, that's a lot easier to deal with. But when you go for somebody like Little Mac that only really has one true kill confirm, it's really hard to work with. And this swap, I should have said it.
Oh,
I should have said it,
man.
dude. If you don't know how to beat your opponent, go Sephiroth.
The one-winged angel descending from heaven or rising from hell, whichever way you want to spin the tale. Something had to change, and it's actually good on Requiem recognizing what he has in terms of depth. Because if it simply is not working, there's no reason to push that stone up the hill to push this issue. But still, he's being outsped, and that's because Little Gamer is just right there on a pocket pick.
Where was the DI?
Wow.
No directional input there, or at least not enough from Requiem. Gonna lose that stock 91% center stage. A devastating moment here. I think the Sephiroth swap makes sense because Sephiroth survives a bit more off stage, right? That's kind of concern number one. But when you're dying to a dash attack center stage, all of a sudden you've got a new concern number one. So a Little Gamer doing a great job weaponizing this dash attack over and over. It's when those flames appear around Kirby, that is his dash attack. So we're looking for a lot of damage early on, and right now Requiem just falling into a pit here. A Little Gamer putting in a little bit of work, a little bit of sweat on the battlefield, and already looking good to go up 2-0.
See, the problem right now is that Sephiroth really is a good pick into it, especially be able to kind of damage sponge a lot of what you're getting out of a Little Gamer. But Sephiroth also, for me, covers a lot more of the 90 degrees, and he kicks him up under the stage, and as soon as he was going for that fist fight underneath, he just throws him into the down spikes, and now it's suddenly a 3-1.
This is, you called the last round a speed run. I mean, this is a masterclass from a Little Gamer here. He stole Sephiroth's power. We saw a black hole come out for just a moment there, but a Little Gamer not trying to find any value with it yet. Trying to make STEM early college here feel good with these opportunities, but a Little Gamer so far really just masterclass example of how to play a character that a lot of people have written off.
Oh man, you never write off one of the classics. It's here since Smash, since the 64, since the controller means that you have to have 3 hands to play with it. Now they're going straight up into Ultimate, whether you can use any kind of controller you feel like, and it looks like they are just in massive control of this game. A near 3-0, looking for that confirm, don't quite get it. They throw the black hole just to be able to use their own weapon against them. A bit of medicine given from the same doctor that lended it to him, but still surviving. But it's going to be a long uphill battle if they can actually get this.
Yeah, a Little Gamer trying to take Requiem out in style here, and that's going to be it. Up and out, the fallen angel sent straight back to heaven as Requiem will lose that third stock express style. A little Gamer feeling really good, putting in a lot of power and really bringing Kirby back to the top of the table here.
There is a specialty that a Little Gamer is bringing to the box, and something I was saying in the middle of it. Sephiroth feels like he can punish the 90 degrees.
Yes.
Kirby works inside the 45s, the 30s, and everything in between. It's so tough.
So astute. You're so correct.
They're moving so oblong, you cannot connect well, and it's also just so small. Sephiroth is used to fighting Titanic, just behemoths, but you have this little cloud. What are you supposed to do against a thing of rubber?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to hit something that's a bigger target, right? I think Kirby, he's so stealthy, he's such a sneaky little guy that he gets away from you so quickly. And I think going into this third matchup, that Requiem, could play anything here. The Little Mac was working better, and I'm not surprised to see the swap back to it either. And I think my favorite thing about high school students so far is they're either playing top 10 characters or bottom 10 characters, and I have not seen someone go in the middle yet.
You know what? They go with what they like, because this could be one of the final fights that they get to have for their school. We got seniors, juniors, sophomores, even a few freshmen that are coming out to play into this. And you know that they want to make this a great story, but already just 19% against Little Gamer. Requiem drops that first one, and Lil Mac, I mean, at least he's going to be trying to go out swinging here, Septilence, and at this point, he's just aiming for the fences.
Yeah, and we got to remember that, you mentioned this earlier, Kirby, one of 12 characters that have appeared in every Smash game. So one of the oldest characters. If someone's playing Kirby, you have to assume they have been for a long time.
Yes.
And I think that's part of the reason a Little Gamer is here, because with this being a high school student, they were probably born around the time that Super Smash Bros. Brawl came out. So in reality, they've been playing Kirby for over 10, nearly 15 years.
Woo. I know I've been playing them since no one would play with me, and I had to go 1v3 in level 9s. But right now, Requiem, it's 1v3 stuck. They've been trying to be able to take down this Little Gamer, but so far it has been nigh impossible. They've got the KO punch in their back pocket. They're going to do a ton of damage, but there's just so much recovery on this Kirby. They're going to be able to recover. They're going to bring him under the stage, and they're going to try and just end them there. It's a 3-0 and a 3-0. Little Gamer will be moving on into the next round. Requiem Well, that's not the way they wanted to end it, but they just kind of met their match. They met their foil.
Yeah, Requiem had a dream, but unfortunately just not able to get that matchup in the way that they wanted. Not only is it a 3-0 in favor of a Little Gamer, but it was 2-3 stocks in a row.
Oh.
So 6 stocks taken off the board without losing a single life there. My hat tips to a Little Gamer for sure, because Kirby's, you know, it's tough to play Kirby. It's hard to play Little Mac. And I think we really, as you said, got to see the foil of Little Mac. He really just could not find that opportunity to thrive, couldn't find the space to warm up, and a Little Gamer really ran away with it.
So knowing what we got now out of a Little Gamer, you got a Kirby. Obviously, they've been kind of mainstaying into that, you know, call it the veteran of all the characters. You know what Peak American do on that Sephiroth? I want to know, what are you seeing in the future? I don't think that's their next matchup.
It's not.
But the collision course could be there.
Yep. I think right now it's almost inevitable that these two run into each other. I think from what we've seen so far, a Little Gamer has the highest chance of taking Picamare out of the way. Not only due to the play style, but due to the performance overall. Double 3-stocking in a row on stage like that.
Yeah.
Clearly not nervous, feeling comfortable, having a good time with it, and bringing that Kirby to the table. I think Kirby could look really good in one of our later series here today that we're going to get to see. But for now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, get our third Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Series ready for you guys. We'll see you right back here with some more VESL action in just a few.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL, VESL, a little bit of basil, a little bit of spice. The VESL State Championships. It's getting spicy and it's getting icy, but we're getting hot as well on stage again as we have another round one matchup here in our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Stage playoffs. And of course, you know what? We got a lot of competition going. Septilence, it's been wild up there. I think it's time for us to meet our players. So let's send to the stage and let's showcase the next round matchup. Coming out of the Grays Creek High School Bears Corner, please welcome the sophomore, Lapras. And going against them is going to be the junior out of West Mecklenburg, Sleepy Kirby. Round one matchup here, Septilence. We're getting them stood up, ready to go. It's Bears, it's Hawks, it's a battle of nature. How do you define nature? Who can fly high and who can be able to, I guess, just be ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, who's ready to go, who's ready to fly high, and we're going to be looking at a really interesting matchup here. Now, listen, I'm a man all about professionalism. I would never be biased live on the broadcast, ever.
No.
But Lapras, rumor has it, is playing my favorite character in the entire game, Piranha Plant.
Oh, my goodness.
Who is not very good. So I'm really excited to see how Lapras is going to go ahead and pull this off, especially due to the fact that the rumor is Sleepy Kirby is not a Kirby player at all, and instead is possibly bringing a Kazuya to the table today. So, I mean, this is tough. A top 10 character. No, it's Terry. It's a different Shoto.
Oh.
So we're changing our Shotos here. Very similar to Kazuya, but definitely different in a lot of ways as well.
Okay, so we get Terry. We get the Piranha Plant. Now, for our players at home and for our people that are watching and for everything in between, why exactly is a Piranha Plant not quite meta? Not quite exactly why you would want to play it?
So Piranha Plant has pretty much 5 moves total.
Oh.
And you play Piranha Plant by shifting up, changing those 5 moves as much as you can, right? But unfortunately, it becomes predictable. One way or another, you kind of do it, you get the job done, but it's easy. A lot of your moves are telegraphed, and a lot of the damage you try to do can't be done very consistently. 105% already before they can even land their first hit. And it's going to be 105 to 50 here as we see Lapras trying to turn things around, but Terry hits really, really hard, and already the space difference is really beginning to creep up, 71% and counting.
So the difficulty then makes it to where you have to be imaginative of what you do with those moves in particular. But let's talk about it. 118%. Lapras got first stock. They were at 19. They had nothing, and they were able to throw the big ball and spikes on top of them to be able to confirm that kill in particular. And it seems they've been leaning upon that. Obviously, they work into this matchup. It's a round one matchup, and it feels like they got here for a reason, so they know how to play this character. Yeah,
I've got to say, they really did a good job opening the gate there. I thought it was going to be really tough for that Piranha Plant to find success, but they stack things up early on. They take a stock. They got a 40% differential, a great shield off of respawn there, using the iframes to create that necessary space. Poison Cloud out, using it to create a natural coverage to get into this matchup here. And I said, you know, Piranha Plant, not easy to play, but my boy Sleepy Kirby tearing it up out there right now.
It's a 2-2, and it was a great wake-up call. They were at high triple digits, and they were honestly able to just survive.
What a parry.
I feel like this is a plant in particular that can absorb a ton of damage. You do have the go button set and ready to go for Sleepy Kirby as they're having to recover, but it was just a slow first start, but otherwise they're looking very much in control. Another kill off the spike ball.
Oh, that's devastating. So the spike ball is pretty much the only kill confirmed. You've got 2 options. You've got the spike ball and the back air. And the back air is a lot harder to hit, so that spike ball is a very common ability. And I can't think of the Fatui is what it's called. The Fatui is going to be a little difficult to get that value with early on, but it looks like they're doing such a good job on the side of Lapras of spacing it out, catching the Terry's very predictable recovery and making it difficult to find that recovery. The Poison Cloud out to protect the stage, to get back on the frame, to guarantee iframes. I mean, this is really a masterclass so far on how to play this Piranha Plant, and I've got to say, Lapras is doing a phenomenal job.
Man, this is actually just making you have to know if you're using the Patui from that kind of distance. It's just like being a Yoshi. You have to know how to use your egg the best way. And the down and distance. That means you played with it a lot, and they've been working around that Poison Cloud to take away from the immediate engagement that this Terry could really bring to the table. What great edge guarding. The Patui straight through it. He can't go for it and then loses his recovery. That's me, Sleepy Kirby going down in the first. What are you thinking about him?
I mean, I'm thinking somebody call ludicrous because that was a fear factor if I've ever seen one. They fully just stepped away from the platform because they were afraid of the spike ball, because they were afraid of the poison cloud, and unfortunately, they lose their stock because of it.
Wow.
It's a tough scenario to be in. You go down in game number 1, but I've got to say, Lapras playing a character that we don't often see people play particularly well is really exciting. See them bring this performance to the table. Never, I mean, you could have given me 100 guesses, and I never would have thought we were seeing a Piranha Plant, a Little Mac, and a Kirby this close back to back to back. I mean, this is truly an exciting day of play.
I mean, I feel like there's either going to be a motion in the ocean where we see a Kirby versus Piranha Plant going into this next round, or they're going to be playing into a different matchup. So if you say that there's only a few moves to use, then you simply have to use them to the best of your ability. Simplify the game. Now, we have gone from Terry into Kazuya. Apparently, Terry may have been all of an experimental call.
Yes, very much so. I think that Terry may have been, let me learn how you're going to play this first. And as I mentioned, Piranha Plant can become really predictable. And a great way to get rid of that predictability is to play them over and over. So in a best of 5 scenario, they become more and more predictable. You learn their moveset, you learn their play style. And I think that's exactly what Sleepy Kirby is trying to do right now. This is a junior here with a lot of experience, and that experience shows off rip. Taking a stock only 30 seconds into this matchup, so a colossal lead for Kazuya, and this is exactly where Kazuya wants to be, in the lead.
Yeah, this is actually a theft of space as well, because they were making such good use out of the Patui as well as the Poison Cloud to take away basically half the stage. And Kazuya has cut that down to just fist close and working off of great 1-2 combinations, and already down to that final stock. We've been here for what, a minute?
Yep.
Wow.
50-ish seconds, and it's already going to be a really strong opening from the side of Sleepy Kirby. It's almost like that Terry was to lure them into a false sense of security or something, because holy cow, this Kazuya is devastating so far. Ooh. Great shot up off the top frame here, and it is a Herculean task. I mean, Lapras basically can't get battle from here on out. It's pretty much, you cannot get hit, and you got hit. Even with a little bit of stream lag there, it's pretty clear how this one is going to end. Yoga is in favor of Sleepy Kirby, and all of a sudden, I mean, in less than 90 seconds, we're tied up 1-1.
My goodness, wow. Okay, so just seeing what you can do off of the Terry, and then maybe just making it scary. So Scary Terry is what you can, if you are at all a Cyborg fan from Teen Titans, be it Go or original, Scary Terry, Scary Terry, Scary Terry. So now it's less Scary Terry and more just Kazuya Big Bro that comes in. So did they say anything about maybe changing from a Piranha Plant? Because
I didn't hear it.
Simplify the game, make it work from your weapon arsenal, but then what else you got?
Now, let me tell you, if Lapras is anything like I am as a player, so Piranha Plant's my secondary, but my primary is one of the least played characters in the entire game, Olimar. And I love to play unconventional characters. I love to play characters that we don't see super often in any game I play. I really like to play characters that don't get to be in the spotlight particularly often. So, wild shot in the dark guess. If we were seeing a swap, maybe it's Lucas, right? Maybe it's something super wacky, something we're not super familiar with. But overall, I think Sleepy Kirby is just in an ideal position to walk away pure victory on the board.
You know, I would also welcome an Ice Climbers. I feel like just
I love the Ice Climbers.
Yeah, just surround Kazuya. As soon as he's trying to be able to pull you into the clinch, the twin comes through and just bops you. So see what maybe they can surround Kazuya, pressure him out, but otherwise it's going to be up to Lapras now to find this even position against Sleepy Kirby. They've been very stout. Obviously, the first minute of play in our second game, they were dominating. This is a flip of the script. We have so far just been turning pages.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Lapras is doing a much better job isolating exactly what you pointed out. The theft of space is being completely negated here by that kept distance. So Poison Cloud into Patui over and over makes it really difficult for Sleepy Kirby to get back into the mix. And with 133 to 117 up and running on the board, that stock falls early. Can Lapras use this rage, or are they going to lose it before they get to use it? They didn't walk away safe, and it looks like they are going to get punished for it. 2 stocks each were tied up perfect.
That was looking pretty good. Now, I love that we're finally going into our first match. That is not going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, not even close.
No, this is actually going to give a lot of information to both these players in particular. Does Lapras have to change anything? Right now, I'm saying no. They've actually been able to now use these external platforms to change up the direction of how they're using the Patui. They're now walking it in. They're actually creating a bit of bait for Sleepy Kirby to go back into it, but it's going to be a body slam as they now get the lead back.
Yeah, that's a really tough scenario to be in because so much of Kazuya's kit is stun locking over and over, consistently preventing you from using your moves, preventing you from creating your combos, and it's really difficult for Plant to not combo. That's his whole game. That's her whole game, sorry. Plant is canonically a girl. But with this Batui coming off stage like this, Sleepy Kirby may lose their second stock going down to the third and final, but as long as they have this lead, what are they going to do with it? The difference here, Sleepy Kirby has to land a hit, let's say 10 times, and that's the stock. On the side of Lapras, we're looking at 30 to 40 hits before that stock is taken. So it is a large ask, but with the help of that Patui, they close the gap that much more.
Trying to be able to steal their footing as well, as they do put the Patui just underneath those very expensive shoes of Kazuya, as they now are beginning to flow, trying to be able to use the laser. A great jump behind, but they're going to use that uppercut. This one was closer here, Septilence. And so now as you see the adaptation from both sides, maybe that was more stage equivalent, trying to use those outside platforms and made it a little bit more difficult, but it's still Sleepy Kirby adapting well.
Yeah, the adaptation is definitely the name of the game, at least so far for our players, because that went from a 90-second 3-stock to a full last stock on both sides. So I think Kalos works really well for a Piranha Plant because you want to play ledges, you want to play off stage, and that additional platform right above the ledge on both sides gives you a lot of space to work with. So hopefully they're able to pull that off a little bit more as we go into matchup number 4. But Lapras, they are on their tournament life here. This has been turned around, not necessarily a full reverse sweep, but momentum definitely shifted as we swap to that Kazuya. And as we approach what could be the final matchup, do we see a swap or is it a Piranha Plant lock?
I feel like it's just like a Kirby player. I mean, Kirby maybe lends itself into, much the same, but you stay with it. You stay same map. This obviously was the closest.
Yes.
So Lapras is going to play into their strengths, go off to the sides, really be able to bait out, and especially all of that crystalline glass in the middle of this grand cathedral. Can they fight it out and force a game number 5? It is going to be the sophomore that is in fact on their elimination points. Let's see if Sleepy Kirby can be able to close this one out.
And I mean, let me say, Sleepy Kirby may be a junior, but he is looking fresh, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he is looking super good on this Kazuya so far, and with already a 140% advantage over Lapras. That's absolutely the stock. There's no way you're surviving that at 140% with the weight class that Piranha Plant happens to be in. A missed back air into a grab, stun lock, into a down throw is going to be a huge opening. 70% already, now 90 on that second stock.
Oh my goodness! Bringing the heel to the potted plants, and now planting the seed of doubt against Lapras and their way to survival. As we see the next round, maybe forthcoming for Sleepy Kirby very, very quickly, using the Batui, but they have a massive uphill battle here, Septilence, in order to fight it on. They've gotten 90%, but they don't look like they're getting much more, especially off of these grabs. Kazuya taking too much space, and this may be the last hymn they're going to be able to sing in this cathedral.
A lot of opportunities sneaking out here. If Lapras can turn things around, it's going to require an absolute perfect game, but Kazuya, it only requires 1 or 2 hits, and the game is over before it even begins. It's going to be a stun lock, it's going to be a down throw, and now it's a shot off left side stage. Goes to get cheeky, gets caught in the recovery, a small bounce off stage with the neutral B laser. Create that necessary space once more. Blink and you miss it, and it's all over, baby. The Demon Wing comes out, and that will be Lapras 1 going down. Sleepy Kirby confirming their spot in the semifinals.
And it took just a gentleman's reverse sweep, as it was the first game dropped. It was Scary Terry, but scary no more, as Kazuya ran up the score. They go 3-1. I want to give a lot of love over to the sophomore, doing something unconventional, using a power character and trying to be able to fight deep into the clinch, especially against kind of, pay to win of Kazuya. But still, I mean, do you have a lot of respect for your fellow,
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. We get a lot of flack for playing characters like Piranha Plant, but you go out there, you play well, you give us our first series today that isn't a 3-0. You keep it interesting, you keep it entertaining, you play the character you want to play. And that's the number one thing to me. That's how you get my respect, is you play the character you want to play, not the character you have to play. I think that is so much more entertaining, and I definitely tip my hat to Lapras 1. But Sleepy Kirby, we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. And if you've noticed, the further we close in on these final players, they're all top-tier players. We've seen Sephiroth, we've seen Kazuya, we saw Palutena on the mainstream earlier today. It's a lot of those top-tier characters, so even at the high school level, that top-tier thing still kind of bleeds into play. Will we be seeing more of it in our next Smash Ultimate Series? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's stick around. We're going to throw into another quick break. We'll see you right back here in just a few.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence, and we have one of our final round one Super Smash Bros. Ultimate matchups ready to go. Let's send it to the stage. Let's get some walkouts, and let's get you guys excited as we have two new players coming into it. Walking in from the side of Riverside High School, Durham, it's the freshman of the Pirates. It's Lime. On the other side, the freshman will be facing off against the senior from Durham School of Technology. That's going to be the senior in Storm Pulse. Single elimination here, Septilence. As we see these players coming out hot, it's going to be tough. Another best of three in front of them. It's all survival to try and make it to the quarterfinals.
And I'm nervous. I've been doing this for years, and there's just part of me that no matter how many times I do this, we talk about this is the last round one. This is single elimination.
Yeah.
This is a freshman and a senior in their own way, both coming in with a lot to prove.
Yes.
This is somebody's first time in. This is somebody's last time in.
Oh.
And there's a lot on both of their shoulders because of it. I think in terms of overall stakes, this is already our most intense series of the day.
It's going to be wild. You're going to be seeing, I think, a versatile matchup as well, based on their picks. I think that we've been given the inside route. You found out it's Joker and Diddy Kong, who Diddy Kong is one of my favorites. He's actually someone that I made during Brawl. And, you know, everyone's like, oh, Brawl, there's trips. Guess what? I made use of those because of all the bananas.
Yes.
And so I was going bananas. I love the peanut guns, and I loved everything about Diddy. But I think one of the coolest things about this matchup, Lime, his first time in, he is the only freshman in this entire competition.
Yes, that is, which in its own right, even Lime, even if you lose right now, dude, you made it. You're the only freshman that made it this far. That's awesome. But Diddy Kong versus Joker here, I mean, this is a top tier versus, you know, Diddy's like maybe low A, high B. So not the end of the world, not the worst player that I've ever seen, but worst character, sorry, not player. Not the worst character I've ever seen, but looking at this lineup here, both these players also from the Durham area as well. So I do want to bring note to that, bring light to that as well. So a bit of a hometown duel, if you will.
Yeah, they are trying to decide who Durham's representative is going to be going through these rounds, especially as our entire field of 16 is getting narrowed to the Elite 8. And I feel like you have the gauge that you have to build up for Joker, and so that really is where so much of the damage actually comes through. But Diddy Kong themselves ends up being one of those kinds of characters that can randomly get you, especially off of the punch, and just trip you up at times. This is going to be about disruption.
Yeah, disruption's going to be the name of the game, especially against a character like Joker, who's a lot of combo-centric stuff. He's got Arsene online. You want to keep your distance. You want to get out of the way. You want to utilize that peanut gun that you mentioned a little while ago. It's a lot of action and versatility off-rip here. 130 online for Lime, and a fun fact about those peanut guns, originally they were going to be real guns, and then Nintendo decided that was a little too violent, so they changed it up. They made it peanut guns instead. I always think that's very silly to bring up, but right now it's going to be that first stock lost on the side of Lime. Storm Pulse comes in. Like I said, they know there's a lot to prove for the senior player.
I love the back kick that you get out of Diddy Kong, but it's also about using that banana to, as you kind of forward tackle, to be able to kind of throw it early, look for the trip, see if they get disrupted off of it, and you can even do the same thing that we saw earlier off of the Me Gunner, and about throwing multiple projectiles of that and the peanut, and then working for your big tackle and trying to be able to confirm. You have a big meteor smash that can come from the double fist down strike, as well as big kicks, as Diddy Kong has one of the weirdest jumps too. It loops. Yep. And it's so hard to read at times.
Yeah, and Diddy Kong, I think that's a lot of his playstyle's misdirection, right? It's, oh, look at my jump. Oh, don't look at the banana. Look at me. Oh, look at the peanut gun. Look at the jetpack. A lot of it is to kind of overwhelm your opponent, and I think that's working somewhat right now. Goes in, though, a really aggressive play here, off play, and I think it is going to be going through that shield that damages Lime even more. Storm Pulse 0% online, which actually, as Joker, kind of a negative thing. You want to get that Arsene charged up. You want to take a little bit of damage, and as I say it, there's Arsene online once again, so Lime pretty much one hit from death here.
Million gauge online, but also it's very crafty and cunning. If you are a monkey that has to survive around this giant avatar, they're getting into the back line right behind the ankles here of Storm Pulse, and the senior finding it difficult to make use of that gauge. Already, he burns all the way through it, not enough damage being applied, and Lime is being just enough of a nuisance to make sure that they can't get confirmed, even at 135%.
135%. seems to be a-okay for now. It's been a good turnaround from Lime to keep things neck and neck, but Storm Pulse in a really good position to steal this second stock. The forward smash is going to be disrupted by the monkey legs here. The banana peel out. The look into the camera. 154 to 120 jetpack out, and that I'm afraid this jetpack is going to come back to bite Lime in the butt one way or another, just due to the fact that it's got some pretty predictable movement.
You can kind of swerve it a little bit. You're going to have the second stock confirmed, and it has a huge delay whenever you're trying to be able to land. And even worse, if it explodes, especially if you're caught midway, then you're basically a piñata ready to get popped and candy flying everywhere, maybe banana flavored, if you will. But we do go down to release final stock here for Lime. They've got Storm Pulse in a good position, but they're playing basically defense out of that avatar.
Yeah, I kind of like what you said, that they're kind of being that piñata, right?
Yeah.
It's up to Lime to make that differential, kind of make that shake-up and making sure they're not ready to pop. They don't really want to throw the candy out quite yet, and Storm Pulse now 180% on that second stock. I think if Lime wants to win this and not have it be super-duper close, that you're going to have to do it soon because you're already up to 60%. For the great up smash there, it should guarantee the tie-up here, 1-1 on the board. Can Lime kind of equalize our percentages, or will they be permanently stuck in this deficit?
Oh, they're trying to play from above, and that's very difficult at the stage.
Always.
From all off of that platform, especially because Storm Pulse is just so consistent about connecting against Lime. And so at this point in time, Lime is playing catch-up. They're still down nearly now by triple digits, as has been all Storm Pulse here on the floor. But they could get a late steal. Just depends if they can actually get him off corner.
If Lime could hit the sweet spot on that down air, this is over already. That was a very unfortunate kind of not sweet spot shot, sour spot, if you will, on that down air. And now Lime finds themselves off stage. Is this Lime looking to get more sour spots, though? Or can they go for another sweet spot hit? Uh-oh. And that might be game. Barely able to make it back up with that second jetpack. Gets Joker off stage. Arsene should be burning to an end here any moment. It's the forward dash grab, 101 to 124. This might be our first last stock, last hit scenario we've seen today. No slip on the banana peel, but the forward smash does find purchase. Another banana peel grab does allow Diddy Kong to get back into the fray. The jetpack out, it explodes into a jab. Oh, Joker, 111 on the board, but Joker will barely be able to walk away with that first game victory.
I am not surprised at the level of difference that there is between these two players because it's basically nothing. You had a lot of catch-up being made by the freshmen. Lime looking so good as they were trying to bounce back against Storm Pulse. Storm Pulse, it really did feel like that there was not a ton of connections when they had the full Rebellion gauge. They actually couldn't press the attack. They were playing more for survival, and it was both. They just couldn't connect on the Diddy Kong that was floating around, and also as well, they just always were at high percentage damage, trying to play away from Diddy Kong so they also would not die.
Yeah, so there's a couple of characters in this game that have really unique mechanics that mimic one another but aren't identical. And we're, of course, looking at things like Lucario and like Joker, where they kind of want to take X amount of damage. Terry and Kazuya as well. Right. But there's always that double-edged sword of, you can't take too much damage because then you lose. So I think it's really kind of finding that perfect juggle, and I think it did take a little while, but Storm Pulse did find that medium kind of level ground of, this is the amount of damage I have to take, this is how I get Arsene online, and they were really able to utilize that to sneak out that final victory.
You know what's funny is that there is a peanut gun in the hands of Lime, but there's like actual knives in the hands of Joker.
Actual guns, by the way.
Yeah, so, you know, like, oh, this is too violent. Well, okay. Decisions were made. Regardless, this is being pretty scrappy here so far in the opening engagement. And Lime playing from this deficit. Storm Pulse wants to be able to move on, continue their senior campaign here at the state championships. And of course, they're just taking over really a lot of stage presence.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Diddy Kong isn't like too light. He's kind of a medium light.
Yeah.
But once you get into this, he's basically light all around.
As oxymoronical as the statement sounds, he's one of the heavier lights.
Yeah.
So he's able to kind of get a little bit of additional space, deal a bit of additional damage, and already with a phenomenal down air that I didn't really get to talk to because I was making a different point. But that down air to clean Storm Pulse out early like that really allows Lime to possibly get a better opportunity to succeed. And as I say that, though, they lose that first stock, so it's only 24% extra credit.
It's the way that the jumping is happening out of Diddy Kong, and the way that there's the kind of the floatiness. It's like Ness is Diddy Kong on a diet.
Okay, I see you. I see you.
He's a little smaller, a little lighter,
Yeah.
a little easier to punch, but Diddy Kong just has that thickness, and I think that's also why you get some of these better confirms that come out of his back air, especially when he's able to just kind of clap you straight down into the bottom blast zone. But we're at the second stock, both sides, and we have a very marginal lead in favor of Lime. Stormpulse really trying to track him down. So crafty, so tough to touch.
Yeah, Lime really taking some courageous plays here because when the opponent pops an Arsene, the number one thing you're kind of supposed to do is run away, right? But instead, Lime's almost hitting a double down here and rushing faster in, dealing Stormpulse damage over and over. So Arsene is just kind of adding to the punching bag more than anything else. And I think it's really a courageous play from Lime that might work out well. You've got Joker up to 106. Arsene is nowhere in sight. And as you get that 119, can you confirm this stock before they find one of their own against you?
They just went for the face grab. It was a round of applause on his cheeks, and now down to final stock. It's up to Lime to get now into a 1-1 series if they can do so. Pressing the attack whenever they have full gauge also puts Stormpulse on his heels, uncomfortable position because he feels like he should be able to just intimidate into a place of position and advantage, and instead he just gets walking backwards off stage. A great grab, trying to continue to keep Lime from being able to get his feet to the ground, but he's used to juggling, used to bananas, and used to going absolutely cocoa nuts.
He is going cocoa nuts indeed right now. 130% full rage. Diddy Kong has you up to 60% already. Here comes the Arsene. Will Lime continue the rush down play style? He certainly will. He laughs in the face of extinction here and wants to try and find an elimination on to Stormpulse because that would tie us up 1-1. That would be 2 series in a row going to at least game 4, but we're not getting that confirmed quite yet.
Oh, trying to turn this into Planet of the Apes. Take away Joker as they lose out on that gauge. Now it's open season. Be able to use that cartwheel. Going to throw the banana behind. That's all of a decoy as they continue to go banana splits on this senior. The freshman, they're going to get juggled around though. Great catch up, 118%. Stormpulse looking to turn this into a 2-0 and get to match point if they can. Lime just now being kicked around like a dodgeball and seeing if they can be able to get right back into it, but they catch it from behind.
130% available on the board here. This could be huge. If Stormpulse can get out one more Arsene, they've got full rage online, so they'd be dealing a lot of additional damage. 60% into center stage, has to roll out, misses the forward smash. A great shield from Stormpulse keeps them in the mix. A charge up smash will find no purchase, but there's no punish from Stormpulse either, so it's almost a fair, clean game. 88% towards center stage, and Lime starting to panic a little bit. Stormpulse really taking advantage. Yes! Roll up into the forward smash guarantees a second game victory for Stormpulse. Just when you think it's going to be close, he may be playing Joker, but he's walking away a king today. That second game victory now on the board, only one to go.
Oh man, that was such good neutral spacing out of Stormpulse because they were actually just far enough from the corner edge guard to be able to, if they did have that longer recovery, they were right in the middle of it. That smash was good to go. So great looks out of the senior. They honestly came back in a big way. That was what, triple-digit lead by the freshman in Lime, and that feels like an experience gap.
You beat me to it.
Yeah,
it feels exactly like. No, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking how I was going to say it. Like that's got to be the experience of play because that was the comment I made. Right, Lime felt like they were panicking a little bit. Felt like they were getting a little nervous. You know, oh, I can win. Goes for kill confirms over aggressively. Right. Where Stormpulse really just level-headed the whole time. Same combos, same plans, let Lime overextend, and took advantage of it. So I think you are spot on. I think that is an experience difference that Stormpulse is probably really grateful for because now they are on series point.
So now you go into Elimination Central.
Yeah.
A senior that this is going to be the last time, at least for the big VESL tournament.
Yep.
A freshman that maybe has a bright future in front of them. Is this their last chance to be able to get really into it? We saw a very even matchup. It has honestly, per game, come down to that final stock situation. Every time. But it's really about how they finish that's come into fruition.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so close every time for the side of Lime, but close only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades. And, well, we've got peanut guns. We're not dealing with hand grenades right now. So it's definitely a close matchup. But I've got to say, even if Lime does lose this, like I mentioned earlier, you're the only freshman to even qualify. I mean, that is clearly a sign of a great player. There's already some great pretenses here. I mean, we're looking at a player that is at most, I think, what, 14 years old, 15 years old, and you're already qualifying like this? I mean, that is the sign of what could be a phenomenal player down the line.
It's definitely something that a program needs to recognize.
Yes.
And I think that this high school has really done so.
Yes.
As even as it can be, 105 to 103. Now just looking for what kind of poke will give them an advantage. They have Lime with their heels to the grindstone and to that corner, trying to aggressively use the rocket to dash straight into it, and that will be a confirmed first stock goes to Lime.
That was a Ness move if I've ever seen one. I've never seen a Diddy Kong do that, but I mean, hey, that over-aggression pays off. If I said one thing about Lime, it's that he really likes to play up close and personal, and he was able to weaponize that in that first stock, but Lime took first stock back in game number 2 as well. So while it is a good sign, it's not a great sign yet. 55%, a perfect counter through Arsene is going to open the door just a bit more. 180, you do not see Diddy Kong live this high very often, and you won't see him live any higher.
You got to think Donkey Kong's in the audience, clapping his hands. Feeling really good about that one, seeing his younger brother be able to go at it. But it's going to be Diddy Kong that now with Lime trying to be able to continue to play from ahead, and they've been using a lot more of those jetpack sprints to really rush it down, but Storm Pulse is starting to make those reads.
Storm Pulse looking for an opportunity here, 100% on that second stock. The jab attack towards center field here, a grab into a back throw. But Storm Pulse really just not sure where to take this. The jetpack out, and for the second time this series, we see that same forward smash punish that is going to lose Lime their second stock and the lead.
You're looking for Lime to try to be able to cut this one down early. I love the toss early as well, as they're trying to go for the up smash to get this one down to just one stock each. Now on their final stock, well, it could be for the entirety of the tournament. Lime, fine for all the freshmen out there to show them age is just a number, especially when it comes to high school esports. Storm Pulse trying to continue this senior campaign forward. Still in the banana, and it's still in the show. Storm Pulse will be moving on. It feels like one of the closest 3-0s that we've had on the day, and yet it's still a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're totally right. I mean, that felt so super close, and it is still a sweep, which is surprising, and I really cannot express my praises for Lime enough. Not only are we seeing a slightly unconventional character, we're seeing it played well, and we're seeing it played by a freshman who's going toe-to-toe with a senior player. So there's absolutely something to be proud of there, but it is Storm Pulse that secures one of those 4 final slots, right? Or is it? It's 8. 8. We're down to 8 now.
Yes.
Okay, now we're down to 8. So one of those 8 it's quarterfinals.
Yeah.
God, I'm back. What's up, everybody? We've got those 8 players locked in. Storm Pulse is one of them. We'll go over who the other 7 are in just a bit here. But first, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, as I believe next may be Madden?
Football.
Yeah, I think we're swapping over to Madden up next. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, get that all figured out. We'll be right back with you guys in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence as we're getting into it loud and proud and hopefully into a new title as we're switching it up from Super Smash Brothers into a bit of Madden. I hear that you are the regional expert in all things football, sports,
This is so true.
Just traditional everything.
For everyone that did not know, this is so true. I know so much about sports. I know Taylor Swift's boyfriend just won the Super Bowl. I know LeBron James is from Cleveland. I am from Cleveland. So that's pretty much everything there is.
That's really good
about sports.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, no jokes aside. I'm very new to Madden. This is not something I play. I played Little League football when I was like 11, and that's the most exposure I've ever had to football in my life. So I'm excited though because I do like watching football, and Madden is just virtual football. So I mean, I'm excited to watch it because I feel like I know enough about the game. I can get excited when something exciting happens. So I'm looking forward to it. But thank goodness you are here with me because I would be terrified to do this on my own.
Yeah, and we do get to see virtual football. We get to see Madden get played, and I feel like, everyone will be following kind of what just happened when it comes to the Super Bowl because it was a very close contest. And so some of that does go into Madden as they obviously have the player abilities as stats get equalized from real life. So gonna see how all that ends up happening, but it's going to be what are these called? Whatever, an exhibition match, if you will.
That part.
So in case you guys had no idea, we are getting into the Madden bracket. There are 6 competitors that are inside of this bracket, and they're going to be playing from a quarterfinal situation, single elimination as well as everything is across stage. And then these guys will be going into 2 players that have already pre-qualified to the semifinals. So the first one that we have is going to be ABK, who's coming out of Shelby High, the Golden Lions. And they're actually going to go against a staff member. I think we have some key rules going into this match.
So first of all, they're going up against a VESL staff member because of a forfeit.
Yes.
So that's an important note because this always happens at live events where somebody the morning of is like, just not feeling it. I'm not going to play. So we're like, hey, let's give ABK some screen time. Let's have a good time with it. So they're going to play against Play Z, a VESL staff member, and there is a mercy rule, we've been informed, of 28 points.
Oh, my goodness.
That makes me feel like Play Z is perhaps not very confident in their play abilities here today, but also ABK going to get to have a field day because the mercy rule feels pretty darn likely if we're putting one in place.
I mean, it depends on how much it can be found because, I play the ground game. It depends on who you pick. Sometimes you go to the Cowboys. Sometimes you can even go to the 49ers. McCaffrey being on that team in particular this season. They have a really stellar ground game because of them. So that can slow down some versatility. But I'm saying this as if I know the main that is being played out of the side of ABK. So right now, we're kind of left up in the air. It's going to be a 1-game venture. So nothing too crazy, nothing too long.
With a mercy rule in place.
It could be 28 in the first quarter. What's your over-under that we get there before halftime?
Before halftime, I'm almost positive.
Okay.
I'm almost positive. First quarter, that's pretty fast. But before halftime, I think that's very possible.
Okay.
What is 28? 4 touchdowns?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's more than possible.
Okay. Now, actually, wait. If he really wants to meme about it, he could get, 8? So you get 24 if he does 2-point conversions. So
that would be so toxic. Are you kidding? That would be so funny.
It happens more often than you think. You open up the playbook, you go crazy with it, and you simply find a way to win. And I mean, Madden players, you take traditional football, but then you have what's happening with Madden, and Madden is speedball. It goes absolutely quicker than regular Madden, and it's going to be a fist fight to the very end, of course. And so we're going to see how these guys can go into this matchup. Again, this is a forfeiture match. ABK, they've already qualified into that semifinal matchup. So congratulations, you did it. The player didn't show up. That was in fact going to be Joshy. So they are not bringing it just this time around, but we're going to bring them to the stage. So let's bring them on through, and it's going to be a fun matchup regardless. A single game of football. Have you attended any games of football?
Yeah, okay, so I went to my first Browns game for the first time like 2 years ago.
Okay.
I was in the Carolina Panthers stadium like 2 weeks ago. That's about it.
Okay.
So I watched the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I honestly, I keep up to date when we get to the super close things, right? Like the World Cup for soccer, the Super Bowl for football, the World Series for baseball. Like when the really big deal starts,
Okay.
I pay attention for like social prowess purposes. So I can like discuss what's going on. So I can seem like I'm in the know a little bit.
The water cooler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone's like, did you watch the game last night? I'm like, oh, for sure. Did I watch it? No. Did I Google the score? Absolutely. I need to know what's going on a little bit. But something interesting that I do want to know as well is ABK going into this matchup has kind of a scale to consider here. I don't think you go in as the team you're actually playing as.
No.
Like, I think you fully play a team that you don't normally play because you are going in assuming you're better, but also this is an exhibition match. You don't want to just hand out your strategies, your methods, your comfortable teams, the players that you're going to be bringing out. That's how it would go for other games, I guess. Does that matter as much in Madden?
Oh, I mean, not really. No.
Okay.
You have the playbook and what you're gonna do. That basically means that we could be seeing the flea flicker from the Jets with no Aaron Rodgers. So maybe that's gonna be happening here soon. But either way, we are gonna be fixing a few extra things in preparation for our forthcoming matches. So make sure to stick with us for VESL State Championships here in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the VESL State Finals here in Greensboro, North Carolina. I am Septilence, now joined by Chamako, who is just on the main broadcast covering Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But now we're bringing you guys into a game that we're both definitely actually totally super familiar with in the form of Madden. Chamako, how you doing, man? Madden, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Madden?
You and I.
Madden.
You know, good thing we know each other for so long. So
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna nail it. It's going to be
best
such
friends.
Yes, easy peasy.
Yeah, but this is going to be an exhibition match, as we mentioned before we threw it to the break, where we're going to be seeing one player, ABK, going up against a VESL staff member because he does qualify immediately via forfeit. But we want to give him some stage time, give him some screen time. So this will be a best-of-one series, perhaps a bit of a giggle, if you will. But hey, we're excited to have some fun with it.
Do we know who's the staff?
Yeah, it's Play Z is his name. That's all I know.
I gotcha. Okay. It's gonna be a fun one. It's definitely gonna be an easy one for the player.
Yeah, absolutely. We know there's a mercy rule in place of 28 points as well, which is, I believe, just 4 touchdowns. So that could be very quick.
It's gonna be 2 minutes.
That's okay. I'm glad you bring this up because Monkey Man and I were talking about this before we went to the break. I said probably by halftime. You know, that's where I'm expecting the win is probably by halftime.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but it's gonna be fast.
Yeah.
It's blazy. I mean, if he plays the same way he does Rocket League, it's gonna be fast.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all I'm gonna say.
For states, you're good at the game, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going into an exhibition match and you're already feeling good about it, should be a bit of a no-brainer to walk away quickly with this one.
Well, I mean, I just want to get into the match and see if we're actually, close to what we're saying. But I mean, last time I played to some of these guys, it was a regional. It was Rocket League. It wasn't Madden. But the way it went out, the way it played out, they were demoing us the whole time. They were letting us get some goals. We actually managed to get like 2 or 3 overtimes because they allowed us to get the overtimes. And then in the overtimes, they kept demoing us. And at the end, they scored and that's it. But it was so frustrating.
That's what Hail Monkey Man said too. He said, "What if he scores like 26 points? It just never goes over, just never walks away," which is a very real possibility. And as soon as they're ready to jump into game, I think we'll be getting started. But I knew we were trying to figure out some tech issues before we came into game. And hey, there we go. Yo, oh my goodness, Super Bowl. Let's go. I know how this one ends. I watched this one. I know the Super Bowl. But
So overtime then, right?
The overtime
Yeah.
victory here, and San Francisco will take the ball in overtime, which apparently is a bad thing to do, but I never understood why.
Taking the ball in overtime is a bad thing. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because Kansas City Chiefs, I believe this is the most recent kind of form of Madden, which I believe would be Madden 24. And this game coming in, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be having a lot of powerful players, such as Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, pretty sure, Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
That's all I know. I mean,
That's all I've got.
we're gonna have sweeties here on the stands, and everyone trying to get a picture from Taylor Swift. I mean, do we have that up there already or not? Oh, what a here.
Wow. Okay. So an immediate sack. That's a great sign on how this is going to go. I kind of like though that ABK is kind of doing a fascinating thing here, where he's just gonna try and retell the Super Bowl a little bit, right? Just he's like, hey, I like that Kansas City won. I think it's a great idea, but what if they won by 28 points instead of 2? Oh, he's gross.
That's definitely a juke. That's a good one. Okay. I mean, it starts with a sack, but then was able to get there. Was it a first down? I didn't get to see how many. No, it's a 3rd and 3. Okay, not a first down yet. Okay, 7 yards on that one. Not too bad. He's gonna take the ball once again and probably move on some more. Going for the pass. Actually, I thought he was gonna run in. But
it was a good pass, perfect accuracy. The game even lets you know. How interesting is that? So a really good pass out there from Mahomes, the quarterback of the team. I'm curious, though, if another first down comes through. They've got the running back out. It's a great pitch into center there. And I'm going to be so vulnerable for a second and talk about the fact that I've never understood why they run into the group of men instead of around them. That part's never made sense to me.
Well, if the defense is not strong enough, there's no other way. So you're going to push through. Sometimes some of these guys, have they think they can move a 200-pound man.
Yeah, right now it's like so hard to do.
They have enough momentum to do so, like the Juggernaut. So
the
interception, the pass was bad, and now we get San Francisco doing some offense in this moment. Interesting. So Lazy is actually doing decent.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Blazy's showing up a little bit. Got a sack early, got an interception now in the first quarter. I mean, this is big, and with only 5-minute quarters in the game, an interception here could be really fundamental in throwing ABK off their game.
I'm starting to guess or second guess myself with the 2-minute
With
mark.
the 2-minute mark?
Yeah.
We've got about 51, or no, we've got 1 second until you're wrong.
Well, football is slow, though.
That's true. That's very true.
So are we getting wings or something here?
I don't know. I feel like we should be, right? Like, I feel like I'm just watching a game of football, but there's so much of this game that honestly I just don't understand. It's not a game I'm particularly familiar with, so I'm excited to use this as kind of a learning opportunity. And it's a little fun fact of one thing I do know about Madden is we see the Eagles being played on the main stage, the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's where Jason Kelsey, brother of Travis Kelsey, is the center for the team. So both Kelsey brothers being played in the VESL State Finals.
I like how you have your facts, from Kelsey.
Yeah, that's all I've got. That's all I've got.
But that's like 100% more than I do.
Okay, fair enough.
Pretty good. I just want to go into the chat and see how much of the roasting.
They're roasting us. Honestly, I welcome it. I welcome it because I went into this fully knowing I don't know a lot about this game. Hail Monkey Man, I think, knows the most out of all the casters that are here today. So
Good for him.
that's why he's on the main broadcast. That's why we're over here on the second broadcast. But there it is. No, that's a touchdown for the San Francisco 49ers, by the way. So that's Blazy, I think. Scoring a touchdown here, that's kind of a big deal.
Imagine qualifying all the way here
And losing to a staff member.
Is he going soft on Blazy?
I think he might be.
No, I refuse. Don't do it.
I think he's lulling him into a false sense of security. He's like, oh, you scored, you did a good job. And then he's like, uh-huh.
Well, that's the first one. Completes the field goal here. I can't believe it. No, wait, when they switch it. It was a black on.
That makes way more sense.
Q.
Makes way more sense.
I was going crazy right now.
Oh,
Why is this happening? I mean, the sack already. I said, okay,
No,
over.
really?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that makes way more sense. So ABK actually retelling the Super Bowl in a completely different way. He wants the 49ers to win. He said, I want to make sure the 49ers walk away with this win because I believe, another fun fact for everybody, I can't believe I'm busting out so many about a sport I don't know a lot about, but the quarterback, I believe, for the 49ers was the last chosen quarterback in his recruitment season and was leading this team to a Super Bowl. So I know a lot of people wanted him to win simply for kind of that underdog story, right? And now TBK kind of trying to bring that same energy to the table, but let's see if Blazy can keep up what honestly has been a pretty neck-and-neck matchup.
No, I want to know now where you get all your facts.
The internet, social media. I'm chronically online, so if something's relevant the way the Super Bowl is, I tend to learn a lot about it.
Good. So you said it's been an even matchup. I disagree with you on that one. I think San Francisco is dominating everything. They went for the sack. They didn't allow the first down. They actually went and got the interception on that play, and then it was an easy goal. A touchdown. I wasn't going to say goal. My bad. Rocket League, my bad. Rocket League. I'm sorry. Basket, goals, touchdowns.
Points. They're all points, right? It all breaks down the same way. Somebody's got points on the board, and with Mahomes going for a bit of a run there, he goes to throw it out off to the foul line, but does still get tackled. I don't think that was first down either. So, third and 13 right now. So TBK really not pulling any punches here. Wants to try and wrap things up. Already 1/4 to the mercy rule we've got in place.
I like it. Make him pay.
Ooh,
that's a great pass.
That was a good throw to Kelsey, nonetheless. I can name him. I know that one. Oh, we got a little dance. Okay.
That's all you want. That's all you're gonna.
I gotta be so for real. This game is inherently goofier than I anticipated it being. The fact that you can do a little dance after you catch the ball is so funny.
So the Raiders was played. I mean, the Super Bowl was played in the Raiders.
Right. Yeah, in Vegas, I believe.
So they're actually going for.
They're going for a mirror of the Super Bowl.
Gotcha. I get it. Actually, 2 and 13, which seems to be. You gotta throw the ball at some point, right? You can't just be running towards the outside.
It's been a lot of running kind of over and over. So I think I agree. You got to get rid of the ball at some point. You got to ditch it because we've only seen one sack, which is good, right? It hasn't been completely one-sided, but you really do got to ditch the ball. And with a fake to the running back there, nope, it's another commit. It's a throw to nobody, far to the left side of field, and it's not a bounce touch. 20 seconds left in the first quarter here.
Blazing. You're doing just exactly what I was thinking you would do. And I'm not mad. I'm having fun here. I'm having fun with you. You forced me into a bad card last time, so you make me look like a fool in Rocket League. I'm glad you're just paying this one by yourself. I'm not bringing anyone down with you. None of the VESL staff deserve this. Only you. So we're gonna see now if you're just gonna be able to make a one pass and another sack.
Oh no!
Before a 28. Hopefully you're better at the punts than
Yeah.
Than you are at passing, because passing sucks.
Yeah, the passing hasn't been good. The running has been worse. So maybe the punt is going to be able to work pretty well. But as the first quarter comes to a close, it is 7-0 in favor of TBK, who is only 1/4 of the way to that 28-point mercy rule. But I think maybe, just playing it low and slow. You don't want to give away all your strategies or your play style in an exhibition match.
You don't? I mean, I don't think you're going to give anything away against Blazy, to be honest.
This is true.
Yeah,
this is true.
You can just go all in. It's going to be, whatever. Yeah, he's not going to play like that with an inexperienced player. I was going, everyone,
I'll never get it. I'll never get it.
I think the person fake left and right and to pay the other person to do so. But I don't think Blazy is good enough to fall for the bait.
Yeah, and I mean, there's part of it that's like, if your offensive line is good enough, they're supposed to make a hole for you, right? Kind of make a gap. So it's like, if you run into the gap, that's great, that works. But if your line isn't making that gap, then I'm like, you're kind of just wasting a play. But as, what's his name, Josh Purdy, I believe is his name, goes for a great throw there. It is going to be knocked, though, out of bounds. So unfortunately, no connection there. As we start off the second quarter, a bit slow from TBK here on the offense.
I think Chat is asking for updates on other games.
That's so fair, Chat. That's so fair.
I got you. There's another live stream right now going on with other games as well. So you can, here on YouTube, check the other live stream, and you can get the action of the other games. I think it's BJ or something. It's the name 999 against Shield. I can't see from here.
Yeah, we're staring at the screen, and it's actually gigantic, but both of us wear glasses, so this is kind of a crapshoot. But if you guys do want to go check out the other game being covered by Seymour and Hail Monkey Man, that is on the main VESL channel. So you can hang out here with us if you're new to Madden or if you're learning like we are. But if you do want to go to the more experienced casters into what is seemingly a closer game, currently 7-3. So it's a bit of a close-up there. The Philadelphia Eagles in the lead over the Baltimore Ravens. You can stop over to the main VESL channel. And also, if you're here for Smash Ultimate, there's more of that coming up after this game. So you might just have to wait this one out for a bit as this Madden game continues unfolding in favor of TBK.
Yeah, it's going to be a Smash for a while, and then we're going to have finals later on
this is
stream
true
as well. We're going to have the semifinals and the finals here in the field in a few hours, basically. But yes, we're going to continue with that right now. And yeah, this is just a for-fun matchup. That's why we're being so
so lackadaisical.
We're crash talking Blazy. To be honest with you guys, this is the only time that we're going to be able to crash talk someone here on stage. So we might as well do it with our fellow staff member.
Another attempt comes out. It's going to be a tackle there, but it looks like with no huddle, 3 seconds run off. It's going to be 3 minutes in the second quarter. We could be going all the way. I mean, at this point, I really thought we'd see at least double digits on the board from TBK, but instead it's going to be a slow and steady race.
It takes them long to set up the plays.
Yeah. That's a touchdown.
That's a touchdown. That's going to be a second one. And I mean, at this point, we might be able to see the 24-0.
Yeah.
But maybe on the fourth quarter.
I think you're right. Yeah. I mean, with over half the quarter left here, TBK could definitely put maybe one more touchdown down, but you got to get through the offensive plays. It's a fake! It's a fake, and he's running it! He goes for the two-point conversion, and he sinks it. He hits the dance. What a fake, what a play, what a 15th point for TBK. A beautiful opening, and now 15-0 in favor of TBK over Blazy.
I like it because that means that we can potentially see a 30-0 or 31, right? He doesn't have to stop at 28. That mercy rule is not for him. It doesn't apply. We can keep going if we want to. That's how good we are.
Absolutely. I mean, TBK putting 15 down already before the first half of the game has even come to a close. Let's see what is going to happen here from Plazy, though. Has Mahomes on the setup, gives a pass off to McKinnon, goes for a run. A good double juke, but still going to get caught out on the 40-yard line.
Kind of, yeah, close to that one. So it was all Mahomes.
Yeah.
The one running. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be having your.
Oh no, he did pass it. He did pass it.
Okay. Gotcha. I was confused. Yeah, because I don't want. I mean, it's only one game, but if you get him injured, then what you're gonna do, right?
I was kind of wondering. The players can get injured in the game, right? That's what I thought. So
I mean, I don't know the settings in here, but
right.
But in Madden, yes, they get hit.
So like, you've got to be careful, especially with your quarterback. You're so right, Tramaco. It's like you got to give that down. And with a little 2-minute warning here in the first half of the game, TBK, I'd love to see that 20-point banger.
What I gotta say right now, I'm so happy I'm seeing any flags. You know.
True. Very true.
That's the thing that takes me off the game the most. It's like the play is so good, and then all of a sudden, there was a flag, and they're gonna explain everything what's going on. And I'm like, dude, I just want to see the grown men, hitting each other like none of it. I don't want to see the guy with the stripes telling me that something wrong happened when actually nothing wrong happened. Anyway, that's me. Enjoy the match.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see. I mean, we are 2nd and 17. 17 yards to the first down. Is that what that means?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, good. See, I know what's up sometimes. That's a good interception here, though. It's going to be a huge catch from TBK. Going to run it down. Doesn't get a lot of distance, but the interception is the important part after all.
It's just a matter of taking time off the clock, because if you got to wait for all 4 downs, then you never get into the 28.
Right.
But if you get the interception, that means that you can speed up things, and you don't have to wait on Plazy to be deciding what to do. Now you set the rhythm of the game, and that's going for the huge pass.
Oh, it's over.
It's
over.
Yes, do it, baby. Do it. Let's go.
TBK with a beautiful scenario here. I mean, what an opening play here. 21-0, only 1 touchdown away from that mercy rule being put in place. So let's see if TBK is going to make these numbers run even higher. Do we get another fake here, or is it just going to be a full 2-point conversion?
2 points. Let's go. Let's see.
Oh, okay,
he
Purdy
goes for the 2-point conversion. Okay, he was knocked out.
Not bad though from Plazy.
Plazy, celebrate that one. You know what I want to see next? I don't want to see TBK to go for a touchdown. I want him to stop close enough so he gets a field goal.
Yeah.
Field goal. So he goes to 24, and then he can score a touchdown. Actually, he can go to 24, another field goal, go to 27, and then a touchdown, so he can go to 34.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you. I want to see him get fouled at least once before the game's over. Just one for the giggles, right? Just really going to be opportunity, but that's going to be Mahomes going for the throw here. That's going to put Plazy back on the offense for the 4th time.
Oh no, what?
I wish I had a sad trombone effect to play right there. That's a tough one.
Not a problem here. Okay, we're gonna see Mahomes.
No,
He could go for the pass. He actually got the pass. That's probably the first down that we have seen on Plazy.
This is huge. This is a big moment for the Plazy.
Oh no! First down. First down.
Oh my goodness! 3rd and 1 yard from the first down. That's the word. From the first down. Come on, you just run it. You just run it for the first down. I think you go straight forward.
He did.
No, wait.
Yep, he did.
Okay.
He got it.
Oh, what a hit!
That's the best we have seen from Plazy so far. He got it. He got the first down. He was able to get a great pass wide. I mean, yes, the first try was a little bit bad, but after that, he's figuring nothing. He's not figuring out anything. I think TBK was just being merciful on him, and then he was celebrating too early, so TBK decided to get serious once more.
Yeah, TBK definitely feeling good, being up 21-0 as the second quarter is going to get ready to come to a close here. 41 seconds left on the clock. This is a best of 1. I mean, I think all Madden's going to be a best of 1 here this weekend, but right now, TBK is just 1 touchdown away from wrapping this up early.
The Ravens, they were down 7-3, I think it was before, right?
Yeah.
Now they are up 13-7 on the other game that we're having here on the stadium. So, that was an interception, but it was still good enough.
Yeah, a good interception there in terms of knocking the ball out of the way, but not necessarily a catch turnaround. Turnover, that's a football word, I think.
We're going to make it.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Famous enough that we're going to force that word in.
We're doing it. We're doing it now.
Yes.
36 seconds here left in the second quarter. The first half of the game was my prediction for when this would all be over, and with a great interception here, it could be over in just a moment. Rotation around, TBK tries to send it down to what was, I believe, the 15-yard line. That's big. This could mean TBK could sneak out another touchdown before this half comes to a close and could wrap things up here with the mercy rule.
No. You said 15-yard line? Okay, like about 25?
Oh, like 25, not 15.
Take the field goal. Do it. Get the 24 points and make him suffer that much. We don't have to stop at 28, okay? We can go all the way to 24. You can make it happen.
Oh, it's over. Oh, it's knocked out.
No. Send the flag right there. I saw contact.
Come on.
That, I mean, if we're going to call a flag ever, that was going to be the one.
Oh, my goodness. I thought it was over right there, but I guess that's technically a slot out. Goes for a bit of an audible. I know that's a football word. I don't know if he actually went for one, though. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Whoa. It's another interception from Cook.
I don't know. I think something happened. We didn't get a clean feed on that one. So I think that the staff is doing some things here so Plazy can play a little bit longer. I don't have any proofs, but I don't have any doubts.
Trying to keep things interesting for Plazy here, but 21-0. It's a good interception from Cook. I think made it to about the 35-yard line, so a little bit of space reclaimed by the Kansas City Chiefs. Are we going to see a touchdown from Plazy with only 12 seconds left in the half?
Are we going to see a halftime show afterwards?
I don't think there's a halftime show mechanic, but maybe we can just sing a little song.
They should have. Oh, okay. No, it's not over yet.
Come on.
Let's go, Gibson. Do it.
Not bad. Another interception. So 3 here. Or 4 total in the second half. With only 3 seconds left, this next play has to be a touchdown, or we're going into the third quarter.
I don't think they're going to have time to actually do the play.
I think as long as the ball is live, it's okay if the timer hits 0, right?
With the setup here.
Yeah.
They're going for the. What? That's a long kickoff. Yeah, not
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That means that he's really serious about it.
He
wants to finish.
He wants it.
He wants to finish the game right now.
He's trying to make my prediction come true.
No, but it's going for the field goal. It's not gonna be finished. No way.
Was that a 35-yard field goal? Okay, no way.
Okay. Yeah, I think he went for the timeout so the clock stops, so he can actually go for the field goal here. Because otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do so. That's what I think. With my limited football knowledge.
I think we should just say everything like we know that it's true and just blatantly have no idea if we're correct.
I've seen like 2 Rose Bowls in my life, and that's it, okay?
Doesn't have to ditch it quite yet. Nobody really, and no pressure on Purdy right now. Goes for a throw to the right side. This could be the touchdown, but it's a tackle instead. First and goal, a great pass. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a touchdown yet. TBK still up 21-0.
Good start for San Francisco. Too bad this wasn't the case on the actual.
Yeah, a lot better than they actually did when it came down to it.
But anyways, TBK dominating from the get-go. You know, I was again. If you didn't see the game from the start, we had the name swapped on the overlay. So we thought that the first play was a sack from Plazy, and we're thinking like, yeah, Plazy can really play. I mean, he can do some damage here. It's gonna be an even match. And then they switch it up. They actually showed the right overlay. And now it's been everything that TBK has been dominating. And he actually decides to run this one. He wants to go for the run. He could have stopped on the goal line. No, I mean, he's moving around. There's no stopping him.
Very nice. I think that's like the 35-yard line, give or take. I think that's not a super bad performance at all, and I'm pretty sure the statistical average is about 40 yards for the kickoff return like that. So
I think it's maybe even less. That's why when you catch it on the goal line, on the touchdown line, you stop and you knee, so you get into the 20.
Oh, right.
You get to the 20 line. But he moved into the 30 something.
That's a touchdown. No.
A little slow on that one. Not too slow though. Great pass, great catch.
Absolutely, a great pass there. Going to be on the 35 or 25-yard line, excuse me. Headed toward this goal. Can TBK wrap things up here in just one more TB play? It's up to him to try and find out. Purdy fakes back, looks for an opportunity to throw, and no way the feed freezes.
Hey, man. This same thing happened this time.
No touchdown.
This time it wasn't a touchdown. But this same thing happened last time when TBK was about to get the touchdown, and then all of a sudden, magically, placing next to the interception. So
Is he showboating? Oh, it's over. Okay. All right. Well, that's that.
No. He has to get the field goal.
Oh, you're right. Oh, it's 27.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it on purpose. He did. This is Hail Monkey Man's biggest fear. 27 points, and he might just stop right there. Let's see. Does he fake the? Oh no, is that clean? That's in. That's 28 on the board. That is the 28 points on the board. That is TBK winning by a 28-point mercy rule in the third quarter. It was a fun performance, and honestly, with as little as I know about Madden, that was still a lot of fun. So I'm excited for the rest of the games.
Yeah. Are they gonna continue? No. You can stop it, dude. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Okay, gotcha.
All right, so that is TBK going ahead and winning there by a technicality, 28-0. A big congratulations to them. And because this is an exhibition match, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. I believe we're going to try to get another Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Series up and running for you guys, but I believe we have to wait for the main stage to finish their Madden game as well. So keep an eye on the channel. We'll be right back with more VESL in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. I'm Hale Monkey Man, back in the booth alongside Septilence. We had some football, we had some fun, but we go to first down into the quarterfinals here of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Bracket. It's quarterfinal time between some of the best. The field is getting narrower, which means it's getting hotter.
Now, I made this correlation earlier, and I didn't realize how correct I was really going to be when I said, maybe MistyBot takes down Picamare, right?
Right.
And I said, well, if somebody else is going to be able to, it should be a little gamer, the Kirby player. I said that without realizing that they were slated to go head-to-head against one another here. So essentially, these two players, at least in my head canon here, is that they are fighting for the opportunity to fight Picamare, because that is the player to take down.
Yeah, that the opportunity to be a Titan Slayer.
Yes, exactly.
Everyone wants to be a hero. Everyone wants to be a champion, but only a couple people at the very top will actually get that opportunity. So many teams that we're going to see across the course of this weekend that we've seen over so many regional qualifiers and then state qualifiers, but these players, they play alone and they play for the top, and it is so tough. We're going to be going into what the assumed matchup will be.
Yes.
A Me Gunner and a Kirby. What do you make of that matchup?
I think I don't know what I think, man. I know a lot about this game, but Me, Gunner, and Kirby, I mean, it is a heck of a matchup. It'll be a first for me, but speaking of the characters, let's get the players out on stage.
Let's get them going. We're going to head over to the stage. Let's get these walkouts happening. As coming up first, you know them, you love them, and you're going to see a lot more of them coming from the side of the winner's bracket, MistyBot. A challenger coming in hot and ready, and they've got to be good to go. A little gamer. Our quarterfinal matchup with these two supreme contenders, both vying for the top, but the road is still quite long.
And let me tell you what, beside who they play, I love both these guys already.
Oh, yeah.
That handshake, that gamer handshake, love it. Nothing gets me excited like respecting your fellow competitors. And that is a banger way to kick things off. A great performance from two pretty clearly experienced players. Yeah. They've made it now this far into the matchup. Me, Gunner versus Kirby. I think inherently I would give this advantage state to Kirby off rip due to being a little bit faster, a little bit floatier, hitting a little less hard, but I think covering enough of the fundamentals to have that progress be available. So I'm looking toward Kirby, a little gamer, to kind of set that precedent early. But I mean, I've got to bring it up. MistyBot, literally undefeated. Hard to be undefeated. Nobody's undefeated on accident. So, I mean, I'm definitely going to be looking to see if they walk away from this one still with that undefeated purpose under their belt.
You have the number 2 contender in the entire state, and you got to see.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Absolutely wild. And
it makes me nervous.
What, do you want to go? Do you want to go battle him later?
Not a chance.
No, you don't want to throw down?
Not a chance.
That'd be fantastic.
My positive I'd lose. But losing to a high school, I feel like would inherently make me look really bad.
No, it's locals, man.
It's locals.
Yeah, it could be a 10-year-old. It could be a 40-year-old. You don't know who's still playing.
I lost to a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Not in Smash Ultimate. I'm somewhat good at this
Okay.
game, but I have lost a Fortnite tournament to I think he was 11, actually.
Okay.
But still not great for my ego.
I mean, but those kids are popping 90s.
Listen, he's been playing that game the whole time he's been alive. I haven't had that same opportunity, okay? That game came out when I was 15.
Oh, my
15,
Lord.
16? 16, I think.
Yeah.
2016, so I was 16.
Well, we're going to be seeing, at least presumably, a character that has been out since the game was incarnated.
Yes.
And since I
One
was
of the
about,
OG 16.
11 or 12.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. N64, that was a Christmas present. Pod Racing came with the N64 as a bundle. And guess what? Back then, they were real bundles and they were cheap. That game didn't cost anything. It was great. These days, you don't know what bundles are. Best Buy's lying to you. You don't know nothing.
That's the craziest thing I think about being roughly my age is I was alive during like the Game Boy era.
Yeah.
Where a new game was like $20. And now we're to a point where a new game is like 70 if you're lucky. Like, that's crazy that I've watched the evolution of gaming in arguably the worst way, because it really breaks my heart.
Right.
I also believe that the Game Boy is like a peak gaming console, but that's a fully different discussion. What we're going to be talking about right now is MistyBot versus a little gamer, the Buccaneers versus STEM Early College at NCA&T. And already starting off early is going to be MistyBot here for Lime with the triple heart, trying to commend a fallen fellow soldier.
A little gamer We talked about how good the Kirby can be, about cutting down space, because obviously you get a lot of this weapon spam. But it's very Snake-like, it's very Samus-like, but it feels like it has a little bit of that floatiness that still allots it the escapability, especially under that kind of pressure that we saw from the big feat of a little gamer earlier. But thus far, they're having to fight through fire and flames to really get any kind of connection. And this is what this player will do to you. Misty loves when people get close. He goes for the grab.
Goes for the grab into the up smash, just like we saw in Kirby. Weighs as much as maybe 2 paper clips. So it's very easy to completely throw him into the top blast zone like that. Not even a minute in, and MistyBot now a full stock in the lead on this scenario.
You know, Kirby canonically is about the size of a baseball.
This is true.
I think he's basically made of hopes, dreams, and helium.
He's a little guy.
Just a little guy. If there
He's
was
a little gamer. Oh, no way!
It's solved the mystery of Little Gamer, as well as how to get that first stock off of Misty. And with only 38%, not a bad way to be able to get that one down. And so good catch up by Little Gamer.
It's going to be a huge opening here with that bomb off stage for MistyBot, who is currently 0% on their second stock, a 75% differential. Looking to see if the Little Gamer can bring out a little bit more action here, but only able to find about a 15% combo.
Trying to do what they can to keep Misty from establishing stage control, because even when they're backed up into a corner, they welcome some of that mismatch and some of that immediate connection that you can get from Kirby. But now playing up onto this platform, able to dodge, weave, keep this kind of medium space, and you're not seeing a hard connection that a Little Gamer really wants until just now.
A Little Gamer utilizing these dash attacks very often. It's a difficult thing to really walk away from, and I'm wondering if that is the opening they needed. Those little legs come out, those big feet on a Little Gamer. They take MistyBot down early on, and it's going to be traded. Blink and you miss it. We are going all the way down to the third and final stock here. 0% on both sides. So no matter how this matchup ends, we know it is destined to be a close one.
Yeah, we could be seeing a Game 5 for the first time today on Black Stage. You got to see at least one earlier on. And it was, I think, in fact, with another me gunner.
Yes.
So that was against Joker. So the fact that these players, as we're getting through these early rounds and now into the quarterfinals, are keeping it very, very close is just no surprise to me. But it's been a big catch-up here by Little Gamer. They've been really able to adapt to the kind of the spam rhythm that's coming from MistyBot, but MistyBot doesn't want to let them set their feet.
Yeah, and I'll say that I think a Little Gamer is going to lose this first matchup. I think it would, no way! What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Little Gamer, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings like that. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
The timing on that could not have been better.
Never have I so immediately seen a result.
Seriously, that's like a version of Murphy's Law in a way for me specifically. Caster Curse, if I've ever seen one.
Or Blessing?
Caster Blessing, yeah. I guess, it was a good showboat early on, and I think a Little Gamer really does kind of defy expectation there. I think anybody looking at I hate to really kind of break Smash on into tier lists, because this game, more than any other, tier lists are opinions in a lot of ways. There's a lot of characters that we can all agree are top 10, but the order of that top 10 really starts to break down and out, right? So I think statistically, we expect me Gunner to do a little better. But Kirby, the type of guy you could never write out.
No, never. And it comes from a strange place, because so much power feels like it's so floaty, and it shouldn't happen. You get it out of characters kind of like Ness, out of like Lucas, and you're like, okay, well, they have kind of like psychokinetic whatever. But Kirby, he's just rolling, he's just puffing, he's just trying.
We have to remember that canonically, Kirby is like a true soul God Eater, World Ender, Black Hole Crusher, like fully like canonically one of the strongest video game characters to ever exist.
Wow.
Yeah, it's something that so many people don't know. The lore of Kirby is so like he's Puyo, like, I'm just a cute little guy. And he eats black holes for a living. Like, he eats entire planets in his free time. And a Little Gamer really embodying that energy out here, just going toe-to-toe with MistyBot, who is undefeated up to this point. And a Little Gamer, with the way they're playing, may go up 2-0 on the series.
They really are eating up that damage as well that's being dished out by Misty. Just constantly just taking up the bombs, being able to just run it down against Misty, who has not been able to land a blow here in the past, 20 seconds or so, which is very admirable and impressive considering they came out from that second stock and you think they'd have the advantage. We've been at 106 the entire time, and they're getting absolutely bodied off stage.
Oh, what? They fall down in the snake bomb now, and it is going to be a bit of a shakeup here. Only 5% added. The knockback wasn't great, but the up smash is going to miss as well. The up air, excuse me. The bouncing bomb comes through, a side special out, and a little gamer loses the combo. The down air from MistyBot is going to keep things open.
Ooh, but you do have this quick connection, and they're using the upper platforms here on Battlefield to be able to really get at least some presence. But that was what I didn't think was going to be a confirmed. Second stock flies away, 96%. It feels like they just never kind of brought them back over to try and fight away from the blast zone, so they end up leaning straight into it. MistyBot seemingly going to go down against this and be already at match point. Both these players trying to get in that Titan Slayer position, but a little gamer heating up.
A little gamer is heating up, really making some big moves, I would argue. 74%, oh my goodness, all the way up to the 1-2. He punches his own bomb back into his face, so MistyBot now staring down the deficit of a possible 2-0 loss. Oh, great side special bomb goes out, though. The neutral B is going to be finding some space as well. Goes for the bomb spam, and this is a move of desperation. It's not one you're excited to do as that player, but it's about winning right now. It's not about avoiding cheese or avoiding spam. And right now, Little Gamer stuck off ledge, constantly bouncing up and around. Double shield out, grab into up throw. 116 to 117. We are exactly 1% away, but it's that dash attack that comes back to play. And a Little Gamer now one game away from walking away with a 3-0 today.
The character may be the same between every version and iteration of the game, but they add those little wrinkles, those nuances, and that dash attack, honestly, is one of those getting added or at least empowered onto Kirby that makes them even more powerful. So, also, it's been so long since I've seen an up grab. Like, that was my favorite. You bring him to the sky, and you slam him on down, and that's just to let him know hello.
That's just the up grab, no matter what percent you're at, but it kills at such a low percentage if you let it. And there's so much value to be found in the Kirby playstyle because so many people, as I mentioned earlier, write the character off. There's something that I've kind of coined that I call the Olimar principle, right? Which is I play the character Olimar, which is one of the least played characters in the game, but I often get away with more stuff because people don't know the matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's a lot to be said about that with maybe Kirby as well. Has Kirby been around the longest? Yes, but people don't play Kirby. Nobody's at home practicing playing the Kirby matchup, right? So I feel like that allows the Little Gamer to be a little sneakier with it than we often tend to see. And looking further down the line, I'm anticipating a bit of an opening play from a Little Gamer like this 60% play style. They're really starting to get warmed up, and we've been talking so much about Picamare and how they may be going up against them, but Picamare's tied up 1-1 on the main stage right now. I mean, this could be Picamare being written out all the same as one of these two great Titan Slayers, MistyBot or a Little Gamer.
It's really priming itself up to be a great matchup regardless, and Picamare, they still have to survive. They're not given a freebie look, a bye into the grand final, and neither are either of these two players, even with a Little Gamer up at 2-0 on the margin. So already at triple digits, they've been able to really punish a great edge guard, a great back air, and be able to just get them from down space. And now looking for a confirm, they're going to bounce them like a yo-yo off the wall, trying to shoot the moon, and they will shoot them straight off of PS2. Little Gamer 2 stocks away from moving on to the semifinals and to that top 4.
I mean, Little Gamer is feeling the heat out there, really has started to warm up on this Kirby play. 90% on that third and final stock, 100% now up and counting. Space is being made, a lot of value to be created.
As we go into our third as well. I mean, he just holds on to so much damage. All right. Those are the plays that you have to make early and often if you're going to survive against Little Gamer.
I couldn't agree more. I think that up smash should be the move that's being utilized very often, but you run into kind of a middle ground mindset of you can't use it too often because then it becomes predictable. So you've got to find that appropriate time to be using that up smash, but it's clearly been the most effective so far, and a Little Gamer hitting an up smash of their own. Up and over the bomb, a grab into a back throw. The neutral is going to be missed. The recovery does find ledge. It's going to be a great punish there. Down smash off stage. Gunner, the up air instead of the recovery. Very clever. Catches a Little Gamer on the 2-frame. The recovery goes in and out. The neutral B bomb does find purchase 105 to 86. That's MistyBot's time to take the lead, but it is going to be lost out. A Little Gamer up tilt will find that necessary value, and the lead still belongs to Kirby once more.
It's a do-or-die situation for MistyBot. Number 2 in the state, maybe number 2 on this stage. Little Gamer been able to pressure them out, and they're also trying to dance on their face, throwing those giant Kirby feet, and they're just looking to up-air them and juggle them straight into an L, maybe a 3-0, trying to keep it close, nearly getting the Meteor Smash, but that's going to be a great fight back by Misty as they're able to gain even ground.
120 full rage Kirby online. Can a little gamer carry that rage into a victory state here? A possible 3-0 over the undefeated Misty Bot. This could be huge, and it's gonna be huge! That's a 3-0 victory! That's a dub on the board, and that's a perfect game run from a little gamer over Misty Bot, who has been eliminated from the bracket.
Lil Gamer is starting to do big things here with quite the throwback and veteran character. Kirby coming out and throwing those hands, throwing those feet. They'll be moving on to the top 4 and to that semifinal. It's a wild thing here, Septilence, as you have Misty Bot, all these expectations, all they've been able to do and be able to take down big players. But Lil Gamer, what do we think about them? They go into these tighter matchups. They could be having a shot at the King, but the King is currently being pressured here in their game too.
Yeah, the King in game 3 right now, 83% on last stop, really losing to Bone. So you guys should actually go jump over and watch that while we throw it to a break right here. So you've got no excuses other than to go watch that. But we've got plenty more Smash Ultimate. We've got Madden. We've got Rocket League later today. And oh, never mind. Go get over there. Pika just did something crazy. We'll see you right back here with some more VESL in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. I'm Hail Monkey Man. This is Septilence, and Olympus has fallen. As we didn't get to see it on this broadcast, but on the main channel, Picamare, the #1 seed, has fallen to the likes of Bones. We're going to have a short term about that. We're going to be talking about that in the near future, but it's time for us to get to stage. It's our next matchup here in the quarterfinals. It's been nonstop mayhem, nonstop chaos. Let's go to the stage. Let's see our players. Septilence, this is going to be a wild one. We've got Sleepy Kirby from the side of West Mecklenburg versus the senior out of Durham School of Technology, Storm Pulse.
This is, dare I say, a certified banger of a matchup. We've got the DLC duel right now between these two, because between the two of them, we've seen 3 characters, all 3 of them exclusive DLC to Smash Ultimate. And if anyone has ever heard me cast Smash Ultimate, I talk about a silly little thing called DLC privilege very, very often. And it basically means every DLC character in the game was given a niche mechanic or ability unlike any other character in the game that made them inherently very strong, because no other character in the game had said ability. Now, these abilities are going to be interesting. With Kazuya, you've got his 100% meter, his demon meter, and with Joker, you've got the Arsene meter. Both of these increase the amount of damage being output by said character, and it's going to be really interesting to watch them give this rundown. I'm, of course, going to give the advantage inherently to Kazuya due to the fact that I think everybody in the world agrees he is a top 10 character in the game, but many people would argue Joker is as well. So this is truly going to be a neck-and-neck matchup that I believe will come down single-handedly to the mechanics of these players.
Is there no great difference in terms of power spike? Even when you go up to the Rebellion gauge and you're working against this, the inherent combinations that you get out of Kazuya, it feels like Kazuya could really own the early game because of the need to build that gauge.
Well, the problem is Kazuya not only will own the early game, he can win in the early game. We have to remember that Kazuya can kill in as few as 4 hits on his enemy.
Wow.
It's that easy. And Joker is not particularly heavy. So if Kazuya comes out from Sleepy Kirby, who did also play Terry, and it did not look nearly as good as the Kazuya. So I think we are seeing Kazuya, because in quarterfinals or quarterfinals, you cannot be goofing around.
No.
You've got to put all your cards down on the table right here, and it looks like Sleepy Kirby is going to do just that. I think the first 30 seconds of this game will very immediately dictate how they're going to go. And because I'm already seeing 30% on Storm Pulse, that's not exactly a show of confidence as the gate opens.
This is a bracket that's been busted wide open. The #1 and #2 seeds have fallen. The number 14 and number 11 seeds are trying for this one to become a magic moment, and they have a chance to go and meet in the semifinals against a little gamer. But before the black hole eating pink sphere will be of issue, you have these two trying to fist fight it out, already building up that gauge, and this is something of a survival that you have to be able to get, especially with Storm Pulse, as they're looking to fight from within and trying to be able to keep Sleepy Kirby from getting that pressure, but they will find first blood.
That was going to be first blood found onto Sleepy Kirby here, 95% onto Storm Pulse in a pretty fundamental moment here. Has Arsene online, confirm a lot of extra credit out the gate, and it's already going to be 21% and counting. 108 to 30 here, so every hit on Storm Pulse from here on out could be a game ender just like that. We're tied up 2-2. The 31% against Kazuya, not as much as one may think, because he can get that same percent in what's only 2 hits. Look, there it is.
You're talking about the amount of hits necessary to really put him on kind of that, that notice, be able to confirm that smash and be able to get a stock out of him. But it still feels like, you can be able to, you're talking about the mechs that go into this fight. Anything that they can build up into that gauge seems like a plus, especially for Storm Pulse. Building out now as they're running through that meter. And again, all these platforms come into play, but you just have floor control being well established by Sleepy Kirby.
The Arsene meter out once more. The neutral charge comes out. It's a sloppy one, but it's going to be a leg spike downwards. Somehow Storm Pulse survives that. Going to be launched to the left side of stage. Makes it a lot harder for that DI to finally connect. Beautiful shot. Goes up and out. Storm Pulse losing that second stock. And now Sleepy Kirby hits 100%, so has that demon meter online. And he's going to lose it well before he can use it. And it's going to be now 1-1. Basically a tied game here in our first game of the quarterfinals.
A two-sided venture to try and take down this Kazuya, because they have you when you got spiked off of your first stock, and then after you come back, especially if that fight went very long, trying to be able to force a lot of this fight to go to the sky. They've not allowed Stormpulse to be able to do the same thing, and they still build up to the next Rebellion gauge. Now at 111% though, I mean, you talk about 4 hits, you can do it right here.
Yep.
Trying to be able to take this, and they've made some great reads, especially when Stormpulse is eyeing to escape.
Yeah, Stormpulse definitely trying to play low and slow, playing from a little bit of a distance here. Gonna be looking for that opportunity to strike the double jump up, misses the up air, misses the forward jab, a perfect spot dodge from Stormpulse. Keeps them in the mix. 155 on the board, though. Neutral B laser comes out. No value found quite yet. 167. You've got to kill before that Arsene makes another appearance or it's game over.
They bring him to the ground. Then he'll finish out game number 1. Sleepy Kirby coming in, making the Hawks very proud out of West Mecklenburg. And so that is a great initiation. But we did go to final stock. It's not as if this was a runaway train. This was very close, but it still feels like, just like you're talking about, about who's winning in the clinch. And we did not get to see, much like Stormpulse had problems doing, him getting those final confirms.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we go to last stock, not quite last hit, right? Kazuya could have lived a little bit longer. And I think, you know, I don't have a lot of fun facts about what bird did you say?
The Hawks. Yeah.
So I don't have a lot of fun facts about Hawks, but I do have a fun fact about Falcons.
Okay.
The American Falcon dives at over 300 miles an hour.
Wow.
And that's actually how they stun their prey before they take them down, much like that Kazuya stun at the very end. So not quite a Hawk, but a Falcon. I'm a big birds guy. Don't have that many Hawk fun facts. So I had to give a bit of a pseudo fun fact there.
Is there like a scientific name for people that like go bird watching?
I call it autism, but I think there might be a different term for that.
It's a hobby. You know, fair. Very fair. We're going to see Golden Kazuya come out, and it's exactly what Sleepy is now aiming to be at the end of the day.
Oh.
Stormpulse already trying to burn through their first gauge, 130%. Remember, when we saw them fighting earlier, they had to use this form much more defensively, but that's also because they were getting kind of pressured into it. But now
very nice.
Finding that same one, you're going to have an easy confirm because it's at 129. They at least got Sleepy up to 80.
Yeah, 80% really not bad here, but Stormpulse going to be losing that first stock early. Does not get to utilize the Arsene afterwards, which is going to be really problematic because we're already staring a 40% combo in the face, and you're down an entire stock. Arsene's finally up, but that grab might take the second stock. The Kalos high ceilings barely keeping Stormpulse alive in a fundamental moment that is absolutely going to matter down the line.
I love the Blackfire on the edge of that corner, not allowing them to immediately hop on stage, and that gave them such good floor presence. You will finally see second stock going away for the side of Sleepy. But as tight as we are, it's still a massive damage difference, and Kazuya just has great control, forcing it out of Stormpulse, and that's going to be a big grab and the two-time kick to really be able to get such this distance. 152%. Rage doesn't mean anything if you can't connect with your target, and just Sleepy is denying them being able to get anything out of this Rebellion meter.
170. It is rare that we see a Joker live to this percentage. Still has Arsene online. Kept on stage, and a beautiful counter deflect comes out. Allows Stormpulse to take the lead, but how long can you keep it in such an important moment like this?
I mean, they've been able to play defensively from out of this form, and so as long as they can build up some bonus damage, it is still slowly ticking down, and you actually don't see Sleepy playing very defensively away from it, just waiting for it to burn away. They know they can be able to clear this in a couple of combinations, nearly at 200%. This one, Stormpulse, you're going to be able to use the grappling hook. They get to the corner, but that one seemed like an inevitability. You still get 60 bonus damage.
Yeah, 61% bonus damage is huge to work with. That extra credit goes a long way. Or does it, because you are hit 3 times and you're at 60%. So that's kind of the downside. The stun goes out. The double kick is through. Arsene already half wasted, but another great deflect separates Sleepy from the equation of Stormpulse and this Arsene available. This could be a game. Stormpulse up to 115% onto Sleepy Kirby. Last stock, last hit, and it's the Demon Wing that comes out to find it. Sleepy Kirby by the skin of their teeth going to emerge victorious here with that second game victory, just one away from a spot in the semifinals.
Oh, the golden suit comes out, and it's looking like gold is necessary. The mindset to be already at the trophy winners table in order to take down Sleepy. They seem not sleepy at all.
Not in the slightest.
Very, very active. And right at this moment, Stormpulse now has to reverse sweep. This has been tight. Much tighter than, a few of our others before.
Yep.
But it still feels like a sweep is kind of on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it would not even be our first Game 5 at this point. Picamare lost to Bones Game 5. Last stock, last hit scenario. So it would be our second Game 5. But I mean, just honestly, to reverse sweep is a Herculean task. These have been very close matchups. These have been incredibly close games, but overall, they haven't been close enough. And now with another costume change from our players, they're looking to jump into this matchup even deeper down the line. I'm looking to see if Storm Pulse brings out an Arsene early, as they're going to let it be farmed already over halfway.
Do you wear the yellow coat to be a private eye, or do you wear it like caution, hazard?
I wear it like a raincoat.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing.
I like it when it's a raincoat.
I mean, it could be slippery when wet, and they're trying to be slippery away from these grabs and these combinations that Sleepy's been bringing on the Kazuya, throwing that black fire at least to be able to negate some of that distance, and they're using that a lot more often, which has disrupted the cut of space that Sleepy is aiming for. And this is actually a great first look. We've not seen first stock stolen out by Storm Pulse, but it's because of moves like that.
Yeah, I mean, that punch is just so devastating and completely lethal against the side of that Joker in particular. Oh my God, 50% combo already.
Wow.
Maybe Kirby said, hey, I'm supposed to eat before my next series. Can we wrap this up quickly?
Lunchtime on the way, but the first snack at least, maybe a brunch meal for Sleepy, as Storm Pulse is trying to at least be bad for their health.
Oh!
Hit around them, great back kick, as they're at least going to have 2 stocks, but a little bit of extra damage. We've seen the catch up before by Storm Pulse, trying to stay away as they're in full form.
Another great opening opportunity here, but Sleepy Kirby losing the lead pretty drastically. Arsene just such a thorn in the side. We're only 7% different now. The teleport up into a double up air here, completely losing the lead. Sleepy Kirby has to answer back early because they need to guarantee they have this advantage. That's how Kazuya wants to play, up close and personal. They want to get aggressive. They want to open the door if they're able, and right now, they just have not been able to show that value.
Throwing a few knives in the back, using that laser, trying to be able to spike them off if they can. Down A, they get shocked, they get stunned, and they get thrown. They're going away. Final stock right now. Sleepy Kirby 1 away from moving into the top 4 for this VESL State Championship, but the same for survival. Storm Pulse not going away. We're going 0-0s down to the wire. It's a fist fight between a martial arts master and an absolute thief, and it's going to be Storm Pulse that can be able to steal the day.
Now is the time for Storm Pulse to seize the day, just like Les Mis taught us all those years ago. And right now, Storm Pulse is going to be 91% online. Arsene nowhere in sight. The meter is going to be burning down low and slow, just not able to utilize it quite yet. 80%, this is Storm Pulse's final chance to stay in the series. 117 into 129 off the left side of stage for those high Kalos blast zones, keeping Sleepy Kirby in the mix. Goes for the offstage hit, is not going to be able to find it. Goes in for the forward dash instead. The grab up onto ledge, the space has been made, the forward dash is going to be missed, and it's the punch up. The Demon Wing misses, no value yet, everybody's still standing.
Oh, looking to just be able to connect one last time. They have to survive out through this. They have to go, but the Demon Wing clapping them straight to the front of the screen, and that'll be a 3-0 sweep. It took one last hit. They couldn't get back to him, and that Kalos Cathedral will be singing an aria that will be giving Storm Pulse away. Moving on, Sleepy Kirby will be moving on to the semifinals.
Sleepy Kirby with that semifinals completion here. A huge moment for the Shoto fighters everywhere, especially because now I believe they may be the last one standing. The only one I knew of was Picamare, who played Kazuya occasionally. So they may be the final Shoto fighter here in these semifinals, but as that round of 8 comes to a close, that quarterfinal finishes, we have our first confirmed player here, or no, that's not true.
First confirmed match.
First confirmed match.
Because
yes,
Little Gamer.
You're right, Little Gamer versus our friend Sleepy Kirby. So Sleepy Kirby versus regular Kirby. That's going to be an interesting matchup. We'll see you right back here for it in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence, and we've seen a lot of Smash Brothers, and we've got at least one of our semifinals lined up. The other one still in progress, trying to figure out who in the world between Ground and Outsmart will be able to move on to that top four. But in the meantime, I brought our regional sports expert into this with me to go and look at some football. I heard you had a lot of fun in our exhibition match.
It was definitely fun. It was confidently fun. We had a lot of fun over here. I do not know a lot about regular sports. I'm not afraid to admit that. It is what it is. But I feel like I know enough that we've got a little bit to chat about, and I am excited because we've got TK making a reappearance, gotten to play an exhibition match, now really gets to go pedal to the metal. Won the exhibition match 28-0, but what does that really mean, So I'm excited to see how they perform going into this first real match.
But ABK, as well as the side of King Mode, will be joining the stage alongside each other. This is a semifinal match.
Yes.
It is still a best of one, and it's going to be a single game. Madden can go by very quickly.
Yeah.
And this is, we got to see a couple of big matchups. Obviously, the exhibition match, it got mercy ruled 28-something into the third quarter.
Yep.
The one across the way was very close. It was a Ravens versus the Eagles matchup. Came down to a field goal, 3 points. And that was because of a great catch-up, especially by Johnny, who was able to get that 2-point conversion. So we're going to go into our semifinal. And, of course, this will be for the big mode because you're either going to see a grand final or you're going to see third place, and there's a major difference in cash.
Absolutely. Actually, the difference in cash, let me go ahead and find my notes here. So second place, $750. Third place, $250. But between first and third, first place is $2,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, between three numbers and adding an extra zero, 250 to 2,500. There's a lot on the line here, but these players are excited to jump in and will jump into game as soon as they're ready. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this game will play out.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Obviously, there's a lot of cash at stake, and Madden isn't exactly always the friendliest of games.
Very true.
Football, by nature, is competitive. It's combative. It's the one thing that keeps all of the United States from going out and actually committing genocide, because they go into these coliseums and tens of thousands of people yell at each other with very expensive tickets. You get to do it from the very good comforts, the creature comforts of your own home, as we show it in a virtual fashion. And I believe right now, honestly, football is the one sport that keeps everyone from basically going out and throwing fistfights.
So I mean, it's the most popular sport in the United States. I'm pretty sure, at least one of them.
Baseball, maybe.
It's up there. I don't. Yeah, that's true. Baseball's America's pastime, right? That's what they call it. So
well, it was.
That's what. Yeah. Anyway, enough of the hypotheticals. Let's go ahead and introduce our players as they walk out onto stage.
Yeah, we're going to have the first one come through. King Mode, the senior from Kearns Academy, trying to be able to push this campaign and be able to bring some pain and move on to the grand finals. On the other side, it's going to be ABK coming out of Shelby High School. It's the junior. And you're going to see if the Golden Lions will continue to roar. So, if you're a Golden Lion, you don't take the opinion of sheep, which means that you're going to treat King Mode as if they're never sitting on the throne. But King Mode, I feel like with a name like that, they wield a mighty scepter.
I mean, absolutely. And there's that phrase, right? If you shoot for the king, you better shoot to kill.
Yeah.
Because if you miss, you're in for a bad time. So I think it is going to be really interesting to see how these players live up to their names, live up to their mascots, live up to the energy we're anticipating them to bring to the field here today, to the football arena, if you will. I mean, I am definitely looking forward to seeing if this is going to be a dominant play style from TBK. We saw a really notable over aggression, but again, that was versus a VESL staff member. Like, he's definitely just having a good time out there. But when the chips are down, when it's time to put your money where your mouth is, can this player perform well? And for the second time on this stream today, we're going to run back in the Super Bowl.
And this is not going to be a meme. This is real. So, as you may get a chance to see the Swifties, I hope that you have a favorite pop star. I got to see in the Eagles versus Ravens matchup on the green stage whenever we saw that quarterfinal. I got to see Jason Kelsey.
He talked about that.
Yeah.
I knew that one.
Yeah, he actually pushed the running back into the end zone for a score.
The GOAT.
Yeah, so we're going to see how much of that really comes about today. A good return going over the 25-yard line, and we're going to have a fresh set of downs. I'm going to confirm also who is playing who, because I want to know who in the world is.
Yeah, so last time TBK was the 49ers. I'm just going to take a wild guess that it's staying the same, but yeah, we'll go ahead and get confirmation on that as soon as we can. But with this starting off the way that it has, it was a pretty default, pretty basic expectation, one way or another. They get to the 25-yard line.
Well, actually, if you get a touchback, it's 25, but they're granted all the way forward. So we went to about the 28-yard line. So we're going to start from here. If you know anything about Mahomes, he loves just being able to play within his pocket. His pocket gave him no quarter last time round, but he does get it out of his hands. And the biggest thing is about being able to establish, I think, both mid and lateral space.
Yeah.
The biggest success the Chiefs had when it came to the actual Super Bowl is Taylor Swift, for one. That's like $1 billion investment.
Right.
2, stealing middle of the field space.
Yeah.
And then being able to force it out to the flats. That's going to be Pacheco, who they're going to have to really rely on for the run game.
Yeah, Pacheco, the running back of the Chiefs. Am I correct?
Yes.
Am I correct in that statement? Yes. Oh, that's a point for Septulence, ladies and gentlemen. That's a huge moment for me. But I think that Pacheco was utilized pretty aggressively last time as well. And I mean, the running back, such a fundamental member of the team, right? When you're playing that offense, it comes down to the quarterback. If not the quarterback, traditionally the running back.
So we actually have confirmed an interception as Warner will find it in the middle. A great read, and they get the takeaway as well. What a great way to be able to start things off. We have confirmed King Mode is playing for the Chiefs, and TBK, they're on the side of the Niners, and what a great defensive effort there as they're able to get a great takeaway, and they have a very short field to work with.
A very short field to work with indeed. And as that field continues to shrink, 1st and 10 right now, 4 minutes still left in the quarter of what is only a 5-minute quarter. So a seemingly infinite amount of time, all things considered, to work with. And right now, after that interception, Purdy, the last player drafted in his draft season, and now a player trying to lead some action early. Our feed froze. That's so stinky.
But Mr. Irrelevant is always going to be able to give you some options as well, as Purdy has been able to just be so accurate, so powerful. Honestly, a very good medium quarterback to really just kind of own the pocket. We're going to get a handoff to McCaffrey, looking for the juke stick, one to beat. Oh, crosses him up. That's going to be a first touchdown. That's going over to TBK.
Huge moment for TBK here on the San Francisco 49ers, scoring pretty much just as quickly as they had against our VESL staff member in that exhibition match earlier today.
Man, just fancy footwork, looking so good. And they're able to use McCaffrey, who honestly I think came up just short of being able to get himself a ring. But now you're going to have King Mode. They had that turnover there, Septulence. A massive interception turned the wrong way against King Mode.
Kick goes out early here, and of course it's going to be deep into the field. No connection.
Yeah, they didn't let it go. It's a touchback.
Okay, and that puts you on the 25-yard line.
Yes. We are educating in real time.
This is incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Like you would not believe.
We are making a football fan out of Septulence in a big way, but we are going to go to first down. So Mahomes got picked up. They were able to drop back, I think, one of their D linemen. Actually, no, I think that Warner was the linebacker. Yes, so that's going to be the player control character, and they're going to be looking for a chance to kind of just shift them around and really be spying into Mahomes. But I think based on this cluster, you're either going to be playing out into the flats or you're going to be trying to be able to drop back some of those outside defensive linemen. You have them stacked up, so they're playing man-to-man. Mahomes dropping deep. Lots of great protection, throwing it over and away, but that's going to be out of bounds as they bring it all the way up. That's still 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10 here on the line, and I think there's a little bit of value in burning the clock if you're able in the form of San Francisco, right? Obviously, you want to make the clock run out as much as you can, at least in the first half. You want to stabilize your lead, or at least put yourselves into a comfortable position, but with a completed pass on the 40-yard line, of course, that goal line shrinks and the field gets shorter.
Over to Rice to be able to get that first down. New fresh sets as they're going to have a longer campaign, at least attempted here by King Mode. They're going to shift everything audible to just 5 spread wide. And Mahomes, they were looking for some of that footwork upfield. That's what punished the Niners in the Super Bowl, but nothing doing. They keep a D lineman spying on the QB. Working into 2nd and 10. No gain over the line of scrimmage. TBK trying to draw this one up and get a lot of pressure, but it's just on a yard and on a rope. Great pickup. Mahomes sends it up, and we're near the red zone.
That was a great performance early on, and TBK definitely trying to set themselves up for a WIN. Not able to find that opportunity to strike quite yet, but now sitting 1st and 10. Mahomes falls back nearly 5 yards, goes for a completed pass. It looks like it is going to be found once more, now on the 5-yard line, looking for a touchdown.
Heck of a pickup by Hardman. That was about 25 yards, all the way down to the 5. It's going to be 1st and goal, and King Mode, they may have been picked off by TBK, but now with a minute and a half coming down here in the first quarter, looking to equalize. Mahomes again with his feet, and he gets away from Warner. What a strike back, a counter punch there by King Mode.
No, you can't punch. You'll get flagged.
Well, you know.
A metaphorical counter punch.
Kind of.
I just found out from Chimako last time that you can get injured in this game.
Yeah, you
I
can.
didn't know that.
Yeah, if you use a character too much, they have like a fatigue meter. And did you know if you try to do too much, just like they do in the game, to try and juke step and move around players, you can actually now get exposed for a fumble.
That's
especially
crazy.
if someone hit sticks you. So, good looks. Hey, what's up, Chimako? Hey, you want to get in on this?
All right, get the boy in on
All right,
this.
cool.
Everybody wave goodbye to Hail Monkey Man as we invite Chimako, the in-house NFL expert, back on the mic with me, the in-house traditional sports expert, ever so obviously. Chimako, we're looking pretty good so far. Tied up 7-7 right now. TBK was starting off pretty strong, but things turned out against him as King Mode is going to be able to tie things up in the game well within the first quarter.
By the way, as a gesture to the audience, I am not an expert.
Yes, he is. He's lying.
Monkey Man is way better than I am at this. But at least we got the same two teams that I saw beforehand.
Yes,
so,
true.
Yeah, I can tell the 49ers and the Chiefs. That's it.
That's good enough, honestly. We'll take it where we can get it. Right now, it's been pretty back and forth. We had one interception early on from TBK, who was able to convert that into a touchdown. So that's how we kicked off the game pretty early on. But now King Mode's tied us back up 7-7. And looking at second and 9 right now, it's going to be a pretty good position for a possible score here, or at least for another first down, from TBK. A great pass toward the 50-yard line, and first down almost guaranteed. Definitely guaranteed.
Definitely. No, great pass out. He's finding the open man and making the play. Yes, those are definitely football words.
We know lots of
Open
football
man.
words.
Yes. For the side pass right now, we're gonna move on. It's gonna be, catch by the defense. A little bit of improvement. Then it's gonna be a 2 and 4. Second and 4 now. So not extremely bad. I mean, that was quite a bit of an advance. 6 yards over there.
Yeah, hold on. Bear with me, folks. I'm squinting at the big screen because my feed is frozen. But as the first quarter comes to an end here, it's going to be a 7-7 tie. And I like that this game does seem to be a lot closer than we got the opportunity to watch earlier. But that just speaks to the fact that it was exhibition,
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect that too much from Lacey. That's fine. So, yeah, way better right now. We can see TBK, having to do a little bit more attacks and offense. That was a good one. He keeps running against everyone. The strength, the power right there. They needed 4 people actually to get him down.
Yeah, I think it's about the 20-yard line, 25-yard line here, so it's a good opportunity to at least go for a first down, if not a goal. A wide open dive here, makes it all the way to nearly the 5. Going to be about the 7-yard mark here. A huge opportunity to get another touchdown on the board and take the lead.
And you were asking before, why did they go in between players?
That's
because
the first time it worked.
Because it works sometimes. You gotta be creative.
Okay. That time.
Well, they went between 2 defensive players at the same time. It's like, dude, I mean, they are from your same team. It doesn't work that way somehow. If they're from your same team, they're gonna block you.
Oh, goes for Dog, come on now. That's free. TBK able to find that second touchdown, taking the score up 14-7 here.
Well,
as
13 steal. He can fake a.
Oh, you're right.
2
Wait.
point. Yeah. Don't forget.
I got ahead of the game there.
Touchdown is only 6 points. Then you got a field goal or the 2-point conversion. You decide. So it could be 6, 7, or 8, depending on what you go for.
14-7 now. The kickoff is going to be returned out early here. Going to go for a good kick. And let's see if it's caught. It is caught. 25-yard line. Is that a touchback?
Exactly.
I'm so good at this, everybody.
Yeah,
I'm so good at
you
this.
look for approved.
I did look over to Chimako to make sure I was using the right football phrases.
And I love that people are going in front of us and they're crouching, but they don't have to. I mean, there's a big screen.
It's huge.
It's huge. They're not gonna be bothering us at all. So, guys, don't feel bad about it. And if we need to look at our screens, we can turn back and also look at our screens. So it's totally fine. Just enjoy the games, enjoy the magic. It was a great pass. Move forward. First down, and I mean, good attempt there for the Chiefs. They really needed that one. They really needed that one.
Yeah, that was a lot of positive space made, and I feel like it's really interesting because the defense from TBK has been arguably one of their strongest points. We saw some great tackles. We saw an even better interception earlier in the game, but right now that defense just isn't where it needs to be. A couple of yards make a huge difference, and that's another completed pass. It's 7 yards closer to that touchdown with only 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
And not only the pass was great, but also the amount of time that the quarterback had to actually think about things.
Yep.
You know, he was so wide open. There was no one there, even near to the quarterback, so he could do the play. And I mean, this time around, you can't be fooling like that. You need to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. But once again, I mean, the defense is so good. Look at how much space he has, and whenever he has that much space, he definitely will do a great pass just like that. This quarterback is killing him.
Yeah, just completely on top of the game right now. Currently first and goal, which should give us the opportunity to make things 14-13, which will allow Kansas City to go for that kick, try to find that 14th extra point, and tie us up just shy of halftime. This scoreline a heck of a lot different than what we saw back in the Super Bowl just a week ago, but right now no completion, second and goal.
And the thing is, once you're this close, even if you don't complete the touchdown, you're going to get a free field goal. It's 3 points, almost guaranteed there, I believe. So, yes, of course, they're going for the touchdown. It's only second and goal right now, so they're going to have opportunities. Let's see how they react. It's going to be another pass, and it's blocked out. It is blocked out. They are still surviving San Francisco defense. As you were mentioning before, TBK is doing really good here and just holding strong and not allowing that easy touchdown.
Third and goal, just really that defense that I commented on earlier continues to stand steadfast, and they've got one more try to make this magic happen, but TBK might sneak away with an opportunity. A prevented goal would be huge to keep this scoreline and keep a lead.
Yeah, even if you can't prevent the field goal, getting the lead, keeping the lead is priority. It's number one right now. So putting this one here is key, is huge. Let's see. They are going for the pass right now. That's a good pass. Oh,
No way!
Now moving forward. Keep running here.
No way!
No way! They're trying to catch him, but there's no way! The only one who's going to catch him. That's from side to side. We have seen it from TBK.
I mean, TBK with what is literally a 100-yard touchdown from one side of the field, coast to coast, to the other. I said, he might be able to keep the score line. He said, I'm going to take it, and I'm literally going to run with it. A phenomenal opening, 20-7, as the second half gets ready to come to a close.
And I was saying, I mean, once you're that close, it is very easy to get the field goal.
Yep.
But no, I mean, it's one bad pass, and that's it. And right now, it should have been at least 10-14, and now it went all the way 7-21 in a blink of an eye, and we are not even halfway through the game.
Not even halfway through the game yet. Still a minute and 11 seconds here in the second quarter. So in the first half, should be a caught here. It's going to be a 25-yard line completion, and it's going to be a huge opportunity for TBK to continue keeping this lead if he can stall out for just 71 seconds.
And if you're Kimbo, you gotta be devastated right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Super devastated.
That's tough to the mental.
Yeah, you gotta be second guessing your passes every single time now. I mean, he was doing great with the passes. That's how he actually managed to get that close to the touchdown line. But man, I mean, that pass in that situation was definitely like a really bad choice. I mean,
yeah.
if you're in that position right now, I don't think you will ever go for a 2-point conversion against TBK.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that. You might be onto something, Chamaco. That might be exactly what you don't want to do in a scenario like this. We're looking for some opening early on, but not going to be able to find it.
Seven right now. Chiefs with the ball, great pass, intercepted once more. TBK, he doesn't have any shield. He will intercept anything. So don't be passing around him, finding ways to intercept once more. TBK just too strong right now. There is, his defense, and you mentioned it before, his defense is just on another level.
Yeah, it has been a pretty good defense so far, but as we see Purdy fall back, is that a sack? That is a huge tackle. It's going to be happening in the blink of an eye. Losing that play and just losing that down entirely is going to be really critical against King Mode's play style thus far.
Seconds here until, oh no, we got a timeout. Okay, yeah. We got 20 seconds here left
until halftime.
Until halftime? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Monkey Man, I don't know anything about this. What's the 41 that they have on top of it?
Here's our real in-house expert, Hail Monkey Man. He's going to let us know a little bit about what's going on, because Chimako and I are kind of faking it. Ooh, incomplete pass. That's really going to hurt the odds overall.
Nearly picked off. 3rd and 15 right now. At this point in time, you're looking at the timeout. They're actually looking for a chance to be able to run up the score. There's a lot of confidence by TBK. If they can be able to pick up and be able to find an extra score, they will be able to force us into a 14-point? No, even more, a 17-point differential. They're getting ball for the second half.
Oh,
that's wide open. Get the score. Samuel will be flipping it to the end zone. That is huge for TBK. It's going to be up by 3 touchdowns if this extra point is able to get converted.
Celebrity guest and game expert Hail Monkey Man, possibly the good luck charm of TBK, because he shows up and he starts to dominate that play overall. Now staring at a total scoreline of 28-7.
Right side is your play clock. So, doing a little bit of education. So, and it's been King Mode who has been educated on who is truly wearing the crown right now. TBK, inside of this first half, nearly meeting the mercy score that we had in our previous game, and they're trying to do it again. This is not a VESL staff member. This is King Mode trying to sit upon their throne, looking for maybe a Hail Mary to end it on out. They're going to get it over to Pachenko at the 35. They'll get locked down, locked out, and locked in as we flip halves. TBK will be set to receive. They're going to be up by 21.
Not a bad performance, all things considered. I mean, a great off-rip showing from TBK, a timeout, or a halftime, that I thought was going to be, 7-14. Oh, no, just kidding, 7-28 on the board. So right now, TBK, pretty much their game to lose, and I feel like we're going to need a heck of a second half from King Mode here.
Yeah, definitely. They actually needed a halftime show to relax a little bit and relieve some stress.
Yeah.
The bad part is that it's going to be TBK actually getting the ball on the kickoff. So, oh my God, he's fast. He's moving around. You know, he's one of those players that, well, we saw it against Plazy. He doesn't stand and wait to go for the 20-yard line.
Yeah.
He actually wants to return and move forward because he's very confident in his skills.
Yeah, he wants to run it if he's able, and he was honestly able to find some positive yardage there. So it's a pretty big opportunity for that run. Puts TBK in a decent position. Pass goes out. Space to be found. It's an immediate tackle. We're going to be looking A-OK here on the side of TBK. Purdy falls back. Could have an opportunity to strike, but trying to find the proper play. It's tough when your opponent can pretty much predict everything you'd like to do in a moment like this.
Man, feels like that, right? Like he's looking into the controller and saying, I know what you're going to do next, right? So he got the play. Opportunity here for...
he's falling way back.
Oh, another good pass.
Here.
Watch out here.
Oh
my God, the face of you. Let's go! Let's go!
He does it again! The disrespect from TBK. Come on, man.
That's a flag right there. I don't care. I mean, that should be... let's go ahead. Unfortunately, that's it, okay? Man, what a play by TBK. We thought he was we thought the place was being demolished by TBK for being bad. No, it turns out that TBK is just that good.
Yeah, TBK, I mean, I don't know how many hours he's got in this game, but clearly it's enough because, holy cow, this guy knows the game mechanics in and out. Another 25-yard hit off the kickoff, and being up 35-7 as we're already a minute into the third quarter. This is going to be really, really tough for King Mode to come back into.
We don't have mercy rule, right? Mercy
No,
rule.
there's no mercy rule for this one. That
Okay.
was only for the exhibition match.
I wish now that we have. No. Kimbo, they still have a chance, right? But I mean, we saw how much time is wasted in between plays.
Yep.
So this time that it's on the clock, it is the third quarter right now. It's very little. I mean, Kimbo has to play perfectly, brilliant. He has to make interceptions. He has to make touchdowns in very little amount of time. And to be honest with you, against TBK, that's going to be very hard to make a comeback.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, I'll say, honestly, part of me is like, I wish there was a mercy rule, but the other part of me knows of the Minnesota Miracle that, the Minnesota Vikings were able to pull off in the past, and they won a game in the final, 3 minutes of the game. It's absolutely possible for miracle plays like this. That's a completed pass on, I believe, the 35-yard line, so it's going to be a 45-yard line, excuse me. It's going to be a good opening to come through with, and maybe a bit more value for the Kansas City Chiefs in a moment they really need a stroke of good luck. Another completed pass, runs off of the sideline, and keeps the dream alive with another first down.
Yeah, pass by pass, it's good. And I mean, not only pass by pass, but those are two completed plays without giving the TBK any opportunity to actually do any good defense. Another great pass. This is not going to be a first down, I think. Yeah, it's a second and one, but still, I mean, 9 yards are right there. Still, moving forward at a very steady pace. So Kimbo finding ways, and now that was so close. I thought it was going to be a touchdown.
Yeah, perfect accuracy, but out of reach. I mean, just an unfortunate kind of oxymoron moment. You're not able to pull off both those things effectively. 35-7 still stands strong on the board. The Kansas City Chiefs currently 3rd and 1. Just need a very small opening that can go a long, long way.
Oh.
It's a hell of a throw, and it's a complete one. That's the Kansas City Chiefs with a touchdown of their own. Gives us 35-13.
And it was pass by pass. I mean, he continues going that way.
Slow and steady.
He is not trying to go for any of those running plays. He is going for the good passes, and he knows that he has a very good defensive lineup that will protect the quarterback very well. So he has a lot of time to think about the passes. And if he misses one or two, that's fine. As long as it is not intercepted, he can continue and moving forward with this game.
Oh no, he's going to go for the run once again. We know that TBK loves to do this, and it's not going to be a huge one, but truly not the end of the world, especially when you're up 35 to 14 with, I can't read that tiny number, 3 minutes and something left on the clock?
2:49.
2:49.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so blind. It's bad.
That's why we have these glasses.
Okay. Oh, wait, does he catch him? He gets him. He gets him.
Phil. That was a huge play from TBK. I think we're getting used to these plays by now.
They really are. They're a little less shocking at this point.
Yeah, but still, I mean, they are huge plays. If you're gonna be honest about it, he went from the 20-yard line all the way to almost 70-yard line. So almost 50 yards run on that play. That's huge.
And that's just how TBK works, right? Loves to take space, loves to get dominant, loves to get in the way like that. And it seems to be working really, really well up to this point. Only a minute something left on the clock here in the third quarter. This game is getting dangerously close to wrapping up. Only about 7 minutes left for TBK to lose this game.
TBK to win this game.
You know what I'm saying? It's his game to lose.
His game to lose.
Yes.
English is hard, though.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's a mode where King Mode can pull this off. There's a game where he can make this happen, but I'm just not sure we're going to be getting it unless we get some more TBK style plays from King Mode.
Exactly. And up until now, he hasn't shown that he can do that, which is the unprobable part. That's a great pass once more. He got the first down. He's gonna get tackled right there, but still, moving forward steadily, and he is gonna be very close. I think that was like a 50-yard line for TBK. So 15 and goal probably, which might increase the lead even further here. 42 to 14, eventually. But I mean, not quite there yet, but still knocking on the door for that.
I think a touchdown may be almost inevitable here, but it's going to be a good tackle. 2nd and 10, only 10 yards away, so a huge opportunity here for TBK to hit 40 points on the board, 40 plus even before getting into the fourth quarter.
That's a chance now. Let's see if he can get the best. It's going to be the play. A little bit. Okay, they done the run, the clock run, and waited for the fourth quarter. No timeouts or anything. So we're gonna start right there. It's still gonna be that same down for TBK. So no issue at all.
Yeah, no issue in the slightest. And if you're TBK, you're more than happy to run the clock, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? You want to make sure there's as little time on the clock as possible for King Mode to go ahead and turn this around. Don't do it. Don't. We just got here. We just got here. And the San Francisco 49ers are going to be able to find another touchdown. That is TBK hitting 41 points just 2 seconds into the fourth and final quarter.
And you said it yourself. I mean, at this point, it seems like a touchdown is going to be inevitable, and it did happen. So the 49ers, 42-14. I mean, you can do the math right here. 6 touchdowns overall for the 49ers, only 2 for Kansas City Chiefs. And fourth quarter now, it is basically starting. But how do you go and do 4 touchdowns and not allowing a single score from TBK at this moment?
And I'll be honest, I think scoring is going to be harder for King Mode than preventing a score, just due to the fact that TBK's defense has been rock solid this entire time. It has been a very powerful defense, only a couple of slip-ups, only 2 touchdowns in over 15 minutes. So things have really been looking strong. And you've got to be kidding me. It's going to be tackled pretty quickly, but ball control being passed back over is huge.
You mentioned it's going to be harder for him to score than anything else. And he had a safer shot. He could have gone for a short pass and just make sure that the pass will go through. But he decided, I am so down on this game that I want to go for the Hail Mary. I want to go for the big, strong pass and try to make something happen, going for the miracle. Because with the short passes, he's not going to do any difference at all. It's going to be the same result in the game. Yes, he might lose for, he might get a touchdown here and make the a little bit shorter, but that's going to be it. Now TBK, some issues here, getting the downs. That's huge for King Mode, but let's see this third attempt here.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's really good. That's really good. I was going to say this is kind of a drop in the bucket moment here as King Mode got to stall out to that 4th down, but unfortunately we're reset right back to the 1st. So a lot of that value is going to be lost early on, and TBK with only 3:48 still on the clock. This would be a huge opportunity for San Francisco to just keep this score as close to what we're looking at as possible. Just burn every available second.
See now, taking its time, running the play, running down the clock. I don't mind it. That's fine. Take your time. If you guys...
Very nice.
Huge pass. If you guys watch real football, you don't mind, waiting here or there, because those guys take a long time. I think we spend more time seeing the guys set up than actually.
I believe that's not even. I think that's statistically proven that they spend more time setting up than they do actually running a play. And I've got to say that those kickers in particular, I always wonder how do you miss? It's your whole job to kick that ball.
There's wind there.
But you're supposed to be the best. You're supposed to be so good.
No. But if you get teams that deflate the ball a little bit or something,
right.
It's not the same inflation every single time. The PSIs change.
Yeah, that's actually the most realistic answer anyone's ever given me. I think that's actually a great point.
It comes from someone that actually doesn't watch football.
Yeah, I know. I think you actually bring up a great point that the pressure per square inch definitely changes how you're kicking that ball. But the kicker may also be the safest position on the team, because how often is the kicker getting hit? Almost never.
It depends on the type of football that you play, because there's football with less players on the field, and in those situations, one of the players, defensive players or whatever, they have to be the kickers. So they're going to be taking damage every single time and also being the kickers. So, but these guys don't, not in NFL.
The NFL notoriously good at protecting their players. 1st and 10 right now, a bit of a long distance throw, and is that completed? Yes, it is. Wow, it's a good throw. So now 1st and goal on the side of the Kansas City Chiefs. This could be a big moment. We've still got over half of the final quarter left. Can King Mode clutch things out and make sure that crown does not slip off his head today?
It's a game mode, but Kings loses battle as well.
Very nice. It seems
like King Mode is finally figuring out how to play against TBK. The problem is a little bit too late, right? That's the only issue. But he is finally figuring out how to go through the defense. In the beginning, he decided to go for some extreme plays, some very long passes, and also some passing plays very near the touchdown where TBK had a very strong lineup of defense. But other than that, right now, I think he's understanding how TBK plays and how he defends. The issue right now is that he has not been able to stop TBK at all when the offense comes in.
No, I think that's a great point. It's the offense on the side of TBK is definitely the thorn in the side. King Mode's figured it out a little bit, but as you said, Chamaco, is it too little too late? There's only one way to find out, and that's in this remaining 2 minutes and 20-something seconds.
I love how you keep saying
it's
remaining
too little
time.
Up there.
No, but you keep going for it. You can't read that screen, but you keep saying, okay, now there's time remaining, and I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah, it's important to know. Because in 2 minutes, we need, what, 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, but at home they know how much time there is. Okay?
That's true. They just read the screen.
Yeah,
that's true.
You can say, Chamaco, how much time is left over there? And I can say 2 minutes. Let's go. No, I get you. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Of course. Being 2nd and 6th right now, King Mode and I are sharing a hard time because he's certainly in a tough spot. And there's another one. Add it to the tally. Add it to the board.
I love that kids start celebrating before you actually do it.
It's very funny. It's very funny. I like that you can do a little flip into the end zone, too.
They have thought about so many things in this game, going in. Because, fun fact, I used to play this game back in '97.
Okay.
On Super
Can I
Nintendo.
tell you something incredible? I wasn't alive in '97.
I believe it. It's not incredible.
I'm a young guy. I'm a little dude.
I'm an old dude. No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just there in age. Because people thinking right now, 97. Anything in the 90s for your generation.
This is true.
It's quite old. It's like me talking about the 70s.
I will say the fact that there's kids in this room playing today that are younger than Fortnite blows my mind. That's what gets me. That's what really, I'm like, are you serious?
Is it possible? No.
It is. I mean, wait, hold on.
Fortnite is like 8 years.
No, wait, those kids would be like 10. Dang it, never mind. Almost.
Okay. Anyway, back to the game. Do we have to go back to the game?
I was going to say, do we have to go back to the game? There's unfortunately not much to talk about when you're this deep in. We're looking at not even half the final quarter on the clock, and we're staring 55 and 21 in the face.
Another pass here. It's a desperation pass, basically. There was nothing to it. And 1 minute, 23 seconds left. 2nd and 10. Kansas City Chiefs trying to get something done. I mean, this is just for the funsies, right, at this moment. This is just to make things a little bit more competitive or just have fun or just train a little bit, for next season of VESL, which is going to happen probably. So if you guys are enjoying this action right now, if you're enjoying that we have so many titles, keep supporting this. I am so grateful for the schools that they have programs.
Absolutely.
They send, 1, 2, 3 teams to competing. I was doing Rocket League before, and those some schools with A, B, and C teams, 96 teams show up. I think it was 96, 94. No, don't quote me on that. But that's a lot of teams going in, and that's because schools are supporting these type of programs. And I mean, back in my days, when I was a young kid, there were not even computers out there. But seeing this right now, I wish I was a student and I was having support of schools and being able to compete in this. This is a dream come true, basically, for many gamers in the world.
Without a doubt. I mean, Chamaco, I'm a guy that got to go to college because of esports. I'm a very loud advocate for esports programs in colleges, in high schools, and I think it creates a great opportunity for a lot of students to show off their craft, like TBK, like King Mode. They get to come out here, they get to play for their school, they get to make their school proud, and in the form of TBK, I think they get to confirm a grand final spot for their team in just under a minute here.
Yes, 20 seconds in. He's running down the clock right now. I mean,
100%.
That's
100%.
all they're doing. Not even holding into the ball, not doing anything. He's gonna pass, at the last second possible, basically. It's a good throw, though. The 10 seconds here on the clock, and that's gonna be very hard. We're gonna have TBK winning this match. King Mode. I don't want to trust talk the kid. He actually did really good under the circumstances. It took him a long time to figure it out, but to be honest with you, maybe in another situation, if these two players face off each other again some other time, probably it will be a little bit tighter of a score instead of what we're watching right now. So, hats off to King Boat, but at the same time, TBK, he is just a real deal.
Yeah, TBK, I mean, this is definitely the type of game where it comes down to mechanics and mechanics almost exclusively. So TBK is able to emerge victorious there with a pretty good victory on the board. And it looks like the postgame comes to a close. 55-21 will bring us to a close in a very good game on the side of TBK, our first confirmed player in the grand finals, which will be happening later today. But after this upcoming break, we're going to bring up Super Smash Bros. Ultimate once more for another semifinal matchup. We're excited to see you guys there in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships here in the deep Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence, and we're getting back to the semifinals of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Bracket. It's been a wonderful run. Titans have fallen, Olympus is wide open, and everyone has now an open seat at the table to become a new god. I need to know, Septilence, there's a lot of contenders left to vie for the crown, but who is going to be our special someone that makes it to that final?
I wish I had like a clear answer because I like the way you said that. Olympus is on the house market right now. It's completely open for sale. The gods have been slain. The first two seeds are gone. And now two players that have been nothing but dominant today are going to go head to head, and only one of them walks out.
It's a battle of the old head and the new, a sophomore and a junior. Let's go ahead and bring them out. We're going to go to that stage. We're going to see the walkouts for these guys. Please welcome from STEM EC Early College, playing with that big bad Kirby. It's a sophomore. It's a little gamer. But on the other side, often playing with Kazuya, he will throw hands, but it's the Hawks that have been flying high from West Mecklenburg, the junior. It's Sleepy Kirby.
Both these players getting ready to go head to head, and I like what you said. Kazuya not afraid to throw hands, not afraid to throw you either if he gets the chance. We know Kirby is very throwable. I hate to say it, but it's true. He's a little guy, and I think there's a lot of opportunity going into this matchup for Kirby to just be in kind of a consistent deficit. I don't think it really comes down to mechanical gameplay in a way that we see in a lot of other matchups. I think this is just really how well can Kirby play in a scenario that pretty much everything is going to go wrong for him.
It very much could. We've seen key matchups and foils really happen in real time. Lil Mac came to the stage and absolutely got trounced. We got to see Piranha Plant. It was cool, but it got sussed out. The puzzle was solved. When I see Kirby, I see the chance to be able to overcome Kazuya with speed. But you also have to make sure you don't get caught in the clinch. So much of the kill confirms come through those big grabs, and he has to dodge all of that while also just being a cute little guy.
So the speed is good. It really helps you get in. I'm worried about getting out. That's the part I'm a little concerned about. We know that the dash attack is a very common ability used by a little gamer pretty consistently, especially as an opener. So if they're using that dash attack in the end lag, you're in a dash attack, Kazuya's going to go like this. And you're probably dead. He's going to grab you by the throat, and you're probably dead. And that might be game. So you've got to be really careful utilizing that dash attack, because if you do not hit, that is a guarantee, that is a free grab for Kazuya. And the number one thing you don't want to be done by Kazuya, you do not want to be grabbed.
No, there's not a chance. I don't even want to be stepped on by his shoes, which
apparently want to be looked at.
No, I mean, he also busts out the wings, which are just so kind of crazy. So yeah, I don't want anything that Kazuya brings at me. But you know what? Maybe something will also change up. We've seen Kirby very consistently out of Little Gamer. Maybe there's a chance we get a little wrinkle, but it feels like if you're playing your hot hand out of Kazuya, you don't change from the gameplay, especially when your Terry was exposed.
Well, also when you've been warmed up all day on the Kirby, right? So there's part of you, there's the little devil on your shoulder, like you could do the mix-up right now. You could go for the swap. You could catch him off guard. Then the other part of you goes, oh, you've been warming up on Kirby all day. You've been winning on Kirby all day. You should play Kirby all day. So it's honestly such a hard time to make the decision of, do you swap if you have a secondary at all? Now, high school players very rarely have secondary characters to play. So we constantly look at them kind of coming in on the expected characters. And as we get ready for them to fight, I think we're more likely to see Sleepy Kirby swap onto Terry, because we saw a lot of Terry earlier. Terry would do a really good job at eliminating Kirby all the same ways Kazuya would. They're both Shoto fighters after all, but if a little gamer did swap, I would be shocked.
Yeah, that is why go away from the hot hand? Why go away from something that has been working so well? And honestly, when we see ourselves this close to the big money, to the big stage, to the big grand final, remember, only 3 teams, 3 players in this one in particular, get to come away with a prize. A 3rd place is a consolation for these guys, but it also feels like a failure considering how high they've climbed this mountain. We go to game number 1 A little gamer on that yellow Kirby, but the golden one in Sleepy Kirby is heading on that Kazuya.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I think Sleepy Kirby, one of my favorite players to watch, simply because he never wears the same costume twice. he really enjoys kind of swapping out the outfits, and that always gives me a bit of a chuckle. But on the side of a little gamer, they have consistently been this yellow Kirby, and what a beautiful opener there. Baits out the recovery, hits the forward air. Kazuya had nowhere to go, loses the first stock in the blink of an eye.
That was amazing. That was about 30 seconds for first stock on a Sleepy Kirby. And honestly, it's a battle of the name versus the real thing, of substance versus factoid sort of situation, trying to be able to hit him with a laser. But you see a lot of patience out of little Kirby. They often don't really kind of stress themselves to get back to stage. They know they have a lot of time considering how long they can float. Such is not the same for Kazuya. Yeah, you have some of those big up A's, but it's going to be the 1-2 combo, 70% bonus damage. Second stock, we're dead even.
Second stock, we are dead even indeed. 85% differential, though that is not something to be ignored here. It could be a large opening if you get that Kazuya back off stage, but unfortunately a double jab out from Kirby gets you 118 on the board. The demon meter locked and loaded. Recovery out. The bait recovery from Kirby finds no purchase, but the turnaround jab certainly will. That is Sleepy Kirby losing their second stock. A little gamer now an entire stock in the lead.
Kirby wears size 15s. I don't know if you knew.
And Shaquille O'Neal.
They go to the same store. Just going to lock it up in a Foot Locker, and they're going to continue to press it on down. And already onto that final stock, they got him 72%. A little gamer trying to outlast the DLC character and trying to really show him what it's worth on a veteran character that's been here since the inception of Super Smash.
One of the OG 16 with absolutely no directional input from Sleepy Kirby. It is going to be a victory here early on for our friend A Little Gamer, who will go up 1-0 on the series. But I do want to say Sleepy Kirby, one of only 2 players today that can say they're familiar with winning a series after losing game 1. So this is not untreaded territory.
They did do that, but it was on the character that they were most uncomfortable with.
Yes, this is true.
That was Terry. And as soon as they were exposed on Terry, they went to Kazuya. Now, in this moment, because I think we talked about experimenting with going between, it was the Dark Pit to the Sonic.
Yes.
Game 2, do you switch to Terry? Maybe get away from that combination since Kazuya seems to be the most telegraphed. Do you do it now?
I think it's better to do it now than when you're approaching game 3 and you're down 0-2.
Right.
Because then at least you can say, oh, it didn't work. I can go back to what was kind of working. But we're also sticking to one of my favorite phrases, if it ain't broke. It was a rough game, but it was a close one after all. I think there's a huge opportunity for Sleepy Kirby to win this one out. We have to remember that A Little Gamer took that first stock within 20 seconds of game number 1. So as long as Sleepy Kirby doesn't let that happen again, they're in better shape.
It may not be broke, but there's a giant crack in the equation and in the porcelain. But they're going to try and prove that this man ain't made of glass. They're made of steel, and they only get tougher the more you heat them up. Trying to be able to get some extra combinations. They are quick to do so, throwing the feet, throwing the hands, trying to be able to take away the upper cover. That's a great grab, and they just get it off the shoe.
I mean, we've been talking about the size of these shoes all day, but Sleepy Kirby realized they've got some big shoes to fill. They want to be that player in the way. They want to make that space, and now A Little Gamer wants to close the gates, and they're going to be able to do so with a well-timed forward air, tied up 2-2.
STEM Early College, what a representative that they have in Little Gamer, as they've been able to just take the simplicity that is Kirby and elaborate it in a complex form that is very tough for Sleepy Kirby as their current opponent to solve. Already comboing them straight off to just an uncomfortable position, and it is consistent at what we're getting out of this Kazuya, and they fall off stage. That's 93%. We're on last stock again.
We are on last stock in the blink of an eye, and something I do want to bring up here, these players are fighting for a guaranteed $2,500.
Wow.
This is a semifinals, which means they win this, they make it to grand finals, and that second place at grands is $2,500.
What's top?
Top is $5,000.
Wow. So trying to double that money in a big way. Big stun. And that's finally going to go down to the last stock. And this is actually a very killable position right now. A Little Gamer, that's a massive kick as they come in for the respawn. And then it ends with a smash, as that's going to be 2 up. Little Gamer, they're aiming for the top, and they're 1 away from having a shot.
Listen, way back, first time we saw A Little Gamer, I said, that's a player who can win this all. I said that is a player that we will see in grand finals, and right now my faith is anything but shaken. This is arguably the most consistent high school player I have ever seen, and they continue to impress me on a character, again, that is often written out like Kirby. A little gamer now 1 game away, 3 stocks away from a guaranteed $2,500.
Oh my goodness, we're having
And that's the lower end.
I know that's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah.
What's third place?
Third place is 1,500.
That's some good change.
That's still very good.
Everyone fighting, and what's funny, or actually not funny, but what's dead serious, amongst all the cash.
There he is.
Oh, it's Terry. Amongst all the cash, there is one player that will walk away with nothing, which means that there's a lot on the line. You want to get into the grand finals. A little gamer, they have a huge amount of leeway to fight. And maybe the wrinkle that Sleepy Kirby can bring in is a new character. It's still within the same realm, still within the same fighting style, but it could be enough just to throw them off their game.
Yeah, it could be just enough to throw them off the game in a pretty fundamental way here. We're looking 64-51, but like I said, it's a little bit better to work with when you have game 3 to kind of readjust. Going into the swap in game 3, you're not warmed up, your combos have changed, everything is different, and it's going to cost you some pretty early plays just like that. Sleepy Kirby losing that first stock, and now a little gamer really got to be feeling good.
But what is different remains the same, and it still contends to be that stock difference. Already trying to be able to get 1 full stock ahead of Sleepy Kirby, who has been able to unravel what has been an unstoppable mojo on the side of a little gamer. STEM early college, really loving what they're getting out of their student representative. A great dodge and a great shield block off of the back kick, trying to be able to use that neutral air, but that actually becomes an up A over for the side of Sleepy Kirby, trying to be able to do a lot of edge guarding, and now they got him in the full combination. Oh, it goes 2-2.
That stage spike could be really beneficial for Sleepy Kirby here moving into the rest of this series. Has the go meter online as well. Could take Kirby down with, I don't know, 4 or 5 hits with that go meter available. But when you get taken out in 1 hit, all of a sudden things are looking bleak. Sleepy Kirby on their tournament life here. Now the good news, if they lose, they get the chance to compete for that 1,500 in the 3rd place match will be happening later. But right now, Sleepy Kirby, they've got to try to turn things around, or a little gamer is our first guaranteed fighter in grand finals today.
A little gamer turning question marks into exclamation points as they're trying to quickly sweep their way into a grand final berth. Want to wear the title? You got to be able to wear the pants, and a big belt goes on them if you're able to win it all. Trying to be able to drop the brick. They haven't even done that as BM. They escape as they get back down to the ground, and it's a fight for survival if you're Sleepy Kirby. But now it's a fight just to get back to the stage, looking for another quick up strike, and they're just keeping them off their game. The go meter is getting a down meter, and they smash them away in a 3-0 sweep.
A 3-0 sweep indeed. A huge round of applause for a little gamer as they are our first guaranteed player in the grand finals here at VESL in Greensboro, North Carolina. They have guaranteed themselves $2,500 with a possibility of $5,000.
Wow.
Just 1 series away.
Wow. The work we have seen out of Little Gamer today, you know what? You say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that goes for the old school characters as well.
Very
Since
true.
The very inception of Smash and its perfection right now. I don't know how long they've been playing Kirby, but it seems like it was since they could just get out of the womb and put their hands on a controller. On the other side, a semifinal that's currently going down, Bone has a 1-0 lead over Ground.
Yes.
As they're trying to be able to have a collision course of Brawl birth characters, it could end up being Wolf versus Kirby.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty cool story to tell, honestly. Wolf versus Kirby would be pretty amazing. And I've got to say, my predictions since I've had the opportunity to join VESL have been pretty spot on, and I'm definitely feeling good. I said that the game 1 I saw him that I thought a little gamer was going to be in grand finals, and now he is our first confirmed player to be in those grand finals, which we're going to get the chance to see in just a little bit. But we're going to go ahead, throw it to a short break right now, and we'll see you right back here with some more VESL action in just a few.
We've been
Hi,
casting
everybody. You can hear us now.
No, we were muted?
Yep, we were muted that whole time. I would know audio was coming through. Hello, everybody. I'm Violence. This is Seymour. We're jumping into the Rocket League. Here we got Young Leadership Academy going up against Havelock. Wow, that is incredibly delayed. We're going to get that figured out for you guys in just a second. But Seymour, Rocket League, how you feeling?
I mean, you could not be more excited right now for Rocket League. Both teams undefeated heading into these semifinals. It's going to be a fun one, really close in contention. But I mean, we've been casting Smash all day, Madden all day. I'm just excited to get some Rocket League.
I'm definitely excited to see some Rocket League because it's one of my favorite. It's one of the faster paced games. So we really get to have a lot of fun with it. And I'm looking forward to having some fun with it indeed. But you, of course, couldn't have some competitive Rocket League without the players. So let's jump over to the stage and get them ready for their walkouts as we jump into this best of 5 series. Our first team is going to be Wake Young Men and Women's Leadership Academy. This team consists of Flapjack, a sophomore, Fatu, a senior, and Impala, a freshman. So this team coming in with some new blood and a team player who will be graduating this year. So they're coming in with a lot to prove down the line, and we're very excited to see them play here today. Their opponents, of course, also undefeated, as you mentioned, is going to be Havelock. We're looking at Chilotis, Chicken, and Gangi. They're coming in as a junior, a senior, and a junior. So a lot of upperclassmen on that side. And as we saw in Smash Ultimate earlier, sometimes that playing experience makes the difference.
It really does, but at the same time, we've seen in Smash earlier that experience has been taken down. So nothing is certain here in the state championships. And right now for both Havelock and Wake Young Leadership Academy, everything is up for grabs. You win here, you find yourself into the grand finals. So this is such an important moment, not only for either team to get into the grand finals, but to take down an undefeated team is not going to be an easy thing.
And that's the sad inevitability of this, right? Is somebody has to lose. Somebody's got to be defeated, and that's really, really tough. But also, let me make sure I'm correct. Yeah, okay. So semifinals. So you're not all the way out.
No,
you
got
got a third place spot. For the first time the whole series, or the whole season, you're not all the way out. It's not single elim from here. You get to compete for that third place spot, and the third place prize pool is $9,000 to the winning team, $4,000 to the second team, and $2,000 to the third place team. So even if you lose this matchup, you still got a shot at $2,000.
But as I was saying back on Smash, that payday from third all the way up to first is quite significant. So
it is a $7,000 differential.
So you're looking at this as a player heading into the semifinals, you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, you've made it this close. And Hail Monkey Man and I kind of talked about this a lot earlier. It's like, you've made it this close. Why stop now?
No.
You got to run it down. You've got to full commit. You've got to try to make that magic happen. But both these teams, undefeated in their prowess, are going to work very hard to try and walk away with that undefeated streak continued.
So here we go. Game number 1 underway in this best of 5. Wake Leadership heading up against Havelock High. 5 minutes on the clock, 0-0. Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble indeed. These players are going to be looking for a bit of time to make this magic happen. And with 5 minutes on the clock, in game 1 of a best of 5 series, this is just going to be a learning experience for a lot of these players. How exactly are you going to find your opportunities to score? What is your opponent's traditional play style, and how can you take advantage of it to walk away with a victory? There's so many questions that get answered in just these 5 minutes.
Some people are going to be looking at the demos. Some people are going to be looking to be fancy with their individual plays. Are you going to take those aerials? Are you going to try to bump your goalie? There's so many chances in Rocket League that can give a team an advantage. And both of these teams so far scoreless into the first minute of play. Now heading into the rest of them, who's going to be that one to strike first is what I'm going to be looking for, because that comfort for that first goal is going to be all the lead here in game number 1 when teams are trying to warm up.
Yeah, this warm-up game can definitely make or break a team. Now, in a best-of-3 scenario, losing game 1 is obviously kind of back against the wall, knives out. But in a best-of-5 scenario like this, there is a lot of opportunity to strike. So you lose game 1, it's not the end of the world, versus something like a best-of-3 where, oh no, you've lost half of the games you're allowed to lose. In this space, it's only 1/3 of that losing record. So it's easier for these players to shake it off.
Exactly. And, for Rocket League, with how fast these games go by, you're either showing up warm or you're going to pay for it in these
That's
first
very
couple
true.
of games. So you're looking still scoreless, 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, still counting down here. This is a very hotly contested game, as we anticipated with both of these going into the semifinals, but Havelock High, Wake Young leadership still holding on to great control on either end. A lot of back and forth so far, very ping pong games, not a lot of shots on net. Still waiting to see who is going to be that one to finally find their way through. Chicken with it in hand, gonna be blocked away by Flapjack down into the corner of Havelock High. Wake Young leadership looking to set something up, pass out, blocked away, and the defense doing a fantastic job on both sides.
Yeah, the defense really playing the strongest point here, and I think both teams still trying to adjust and find out what exactly they want their offense to be. Half of game number one has already come and gone, and it's so comedic how the lower scoring games are actually the faster ones.
Yeah.
Because we don't have to watch the replays. So with a 0-0 on the board, we're definitely looking to see which team can walk away with an advantage state, or if instead they may go quietly into an overtime here for game number one.
Ball's going to be knocked down for Havelock, looking for a chance at a shot, but again, kept into the corner by Wake Young leadership. On the other side, almost a shot there from Gelotis, a little bit high over the crossbar. Great defense there from Havelock, and it is back on the way down. A demo is going to be shown there, so Wake Young leadership going to be in an advantage for a short moment, looking to mount a counter attack. Impala looking to put a shot down range, easily knocked away by the goaltending of Havelock High. Neither one, again, down to 2 minutes. First goal might be last goal.
I think you're spot on here, Seymour. I mean, we're down to 100 seconds on the clock at this point, and we've only seen one player even come close to a goal. Okay, now two. That was not too bad, not too shabby from Impala here on the side of Havelock High, but I'm waiting for a little bit of an opportunity here. See what exactly we're going to be looking at. 90 seconds now, and this could be a really large opening for this team. Let's see if Wake Young Leadership Academy is able to finally put a point down themselves. But no, even that opportunity has been stolen away. Nearly 80% of the game gone.
Scoreless. It's heading into the last minute. Pressure on both teams and who's going to strike first.
Oh!
Pressure on both teams and who's going to let in the first goal, but that might have been it. Havelock now looking clear. Up in the air, the aerial on target, knocked down by the goalie. Second shot, counter, not going to be on target. Easily defended by Havelock as they're going to take it back down with 50 seconds in front of the net. Defense again going to keep it wide.
43 seconds left. Overtime almost feels inevitable. And for those curious, you can't draw in Rocket League. Somebody has to win. So if we go 0-0 into 0 on the clock, it takes us immediately into overtime. So I'm eager to see if the teams will bring out that level of aggression. A great tap in from center field is going to be blocked away by a gentle defense on the side of Wake Young Leadership Academy. 23 seconds, a good turnaround from Gangi, but it's going to be passed back with that demolition center field.
Demo's going to cause a little bit of a pause in the rotation for Wake Young leadership. Flapjack not able to get a stop there in front of the net. 9 seconds left, overtime on the menu, it seems. Last chance for both sides. Goalies are ready, knocked away, downfield into the corner. It seems like game one, we're going all the way.
Oh my goodness, the ball's still live, but finally, yep, going all the way to that overtime here in game number one. So for those that don't know, the timer will now count up until somebody scores. I've cast 17-minute overtimes before. This game does not care. It will go as long as it needs to find that overtime goal for just somebody to walk away with a win. And I really don't know how long it's going to be because like you mentioned earlier, Seymour, the defense of these teams continues to be impressive.
It's the offense that's been missing for both sides, and until they find it, who knows who's going to win this one. But a chance for both sides eventually will come in. Right now, Wake Young Leadership Academy with the ball into the corner, looking to pass it out in the front. Defense is there, down to neutral zone. It's going to be knocked down by Fatu and into the side of Wake Young Leadership Academy. And a chance here for Havelock to set something up, but stopped in the corner. A dead ball knocked away.
Knocking away a dead ball is a huge opportunity, but unfortunately, it's just not one that's being taken advantage of quite yet. Could be an opening here if we're able to get some space, but still nobody rocking out quite yet. A minute on the clock in this overtime. And finally, Gangi going to be the one to put it away. Havelock High is going to emerge victorious here in game number one.
And look at that, you saw too. Havelock High, after what was a banger game number 1, they stand up, they get excited, they know exactly what that means. With a win in game 1, that's momentum in your pocket there. That is what was a scoreless game into overtime going your way. The pressure, it was immense during game number 1, and to come out on top for Havelock High, that's going to be a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Havelock High, 7 more touches on ball than their opponents, their Wake Young Leadership Academy, 107 to 100 touches. So it was a very hyper-intensive ball control style game, but it actually was Wake Young that had more demolitions. They had 10 compared to the 7 of Havelock. So there's a lot of back and forth. Both these teams showing some pretty aggressive prowess early on. And as we go further into the series, this is truly still anybody's game.
And you got to look at it too, with all of those advantages for Wake Young Leadership Academy. Where did it all go wrong?
Yep.
I had to feel towards the end there, they got a little bit over ambitious in their play style. You saw they tried to, bite at the chance to take a goal there, and you saw a couple players move a little bit too far forward in the pitch,
Yep.
and it cost them the goal. A wide open net for Havelock to find it. A beautiful touch in the air from Gangi, and a win in game 1 is going to really push them into the distance now going into game 2. The first goal is always the hardest.
Yeah,
And
without
now
a doubt.
For Havelock High, in their heads, they're just talking amongst each other like,
Yep.
let's get into game 2, let's do it again.
It's like the hardest part is cracking the vault, right?
Exactly.
You break the vault open, you finally figured out, you said, hey, we're in, I know how to do it now. And you can continuously score over and over again. And I like a lot of what you were saying there in terms of the overextension toward the end. Something we see so often from these teams continues to be, a false sense of security. Somebody falling in, kind of, oh, we got it, oh, we'll tie up, oh, whatever. And then somebody slips in that one goal, and that one goal, as we saw from Gangi, made the difference at the end of the day. So going into game number 2, let's see if Gangi continues to be that player to look out for.
I mean, that false sense of security in so many esports titles is always there, but for Rocket League itself, you don't want to get punished like that. Rotation is key, and if one rotation is out of pocket, that is going to be a punish that is available for the other side. Havelock now with the aggression on offense right away into game number 2. Everything is set up. Chalotas for the touch on down into the corner, almost passed right out to him, looking for the center field. Nobody there for the shot, knocked away by the defense.
Yeah, the passing lanes so far for the side of Havelock High have not been super consistent, and Wake Young actually seems to be having the same issue. They gain ball control and snatched away like that. They fall just a little bit short, and it makes all the difference. Now 45 seconds in.
For this, I mean, you look at Havelock, the pressure that they're putting down, it is just non-stop contact coming out from the Rams, and in their own zone, they're able to completely wipe away an offensive attack, doubled up onto the backboard, not able to get a touch there, Chicken, and back into the neutral zone we go.
The neutral zone here with already a minute off the clock, and I feel like the neutral zone is the only space these teams are really showing kind of consistency. As I mentioned earlier, the passing lanes are very back and forth. They're very coincidental, very spur of the moment. And right now, the moment is just not in anybody's favor. A demolition comes through from Havelock toward Wake Young, guaranteeing ball control for just those 2.4 seconds in which the demolition is taking place. And already that reset comes through 3-3, back to a fair play center field.
You see Wake Young Leadership Academy looking for those chances, looking for those moments. Here's a shot on, blocked away. The defense of Havelock standing tall in the moments. That is a second block shot from them. And now with a demo going their way, they're looking for the clear, but it's a really important touch there from Wake Young Leadership in the neutral zone to keep the offense on.
Small play could go a long way for both these teams, but Wake Young find themselves stuck on the defense. They rotate for the offense, but a pass from center field going to be disrupted once again, and it's immediately stolen back. Nobody can hold ball control for more than 5 seconds at a time right now. Went just barely off the corner. It's not going to be a goal quite yet for Havelock. They're already up 1 game on the series. They'd love to double it and give it right back to themselves. Gangi close, but no cigar.
Chance for Gang to find a second. Another shot there for Havelock. It's touched in the open. It's Chalotas to put it through. Second goal for Havelock here in the semifinals. First in game 2. And that is spelling a little bit of trouble here for Wake Young Leadership Academy, who just haven't been able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, just a bit. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and it's going to be shame on me just like that. Wake Young has had the wool pulled over their eyes 2 times here for Havelock to find those successful goals, 2 in a row, which goes back to what you mentioned earlier, Seymour, that momentum, which is just so important in this game.
And at this point, you don't want to be fooled again, but you are. Havelock for a 3rd time in the series second goal of game number 2, and this time it's Chicken to get that one a wide open net. The rotations of Wake Young Leadership Academy just a little bit too far out of that defensive side, and within this best of 5 half log, 2 minutes and 26 seconds in game 2, they're feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good for sure, especially with all 3 members of the team having scored one of the 3 points. This has not been kind of a one-player show. This has not been a single person carrying, because we saw that happen with Gangy back in Charlotte when we were here earlier, back at the Carolina Panthers Stadium. But this time the team has really changed their momentum. They've shifted up their mojo, and they've really changed the play style to enable all 3 players instead of just relying on one.
So what can Wake Young Leadership do to douse that flame, douse that momentum here on the defensive side? They're in their own zone. Chalota's Juice almost breaks some axles. A nice stop there on the goal line, and another chance for a shot here from Halflock, wiped away down to the corner. Chicken, now it's his turn up top, looking to dunk it. Off the backboard, shot again, saved. Another one from Gangy, but he's not able to put it on target this time.
Yeah, to your question there of what kind of can Wake Young Leadership Academy do differently, I think they're doing a lot of it right. I think they just need to kind of pick which war they'd like to fight here. They're being hit from 2 fronts, and they're not sure where to split their focus. They seem to always be a little bit low on the boost on the side of Halflock. If Wake Young could enforce that more intentionally, go for a boost route, that of course goes a long way. But the default answer, at least my personal favorite, demolitions, baby. Let's get nasty with it. Let's get some eliminations where we're able. But right now, Chalotis is going to find their second goal, now giving 3 points on the board. Really putting Havelock in a comfy position here for game 2.
And with how long it took players to score in game number 1, with a minute 11 on, with 3 goals needed to tie this up, Wake Young Leadership is this too far out of contention in game number 2. You're going to have to dig deep to find not only first goal, but 2 after that just to tie it up.
Yeah, I always say, if you've got about 10 seconds per goal, you're still in kind of the green area. I mean, maybe a bit of a gray area, but it's not lost yet is the important part. And with 55 seconds left on the clock here, Havelock, all they can really do is just play a strong defense to guarantee themselves a victory. But when you leave the net wide open, when you walk away, you don't lock the door behind you, somebody's bound to open that door eventually, and Havelock does just that.
And you look at this Havelock High team, like you said on their walkouts, a sophomore, or sorry, 2 juniors and a senior. On this team, the experience that they have towards the end, as soon as this game starts going their way, as soon as that confidence starts building, that is when things get scary for them. When they're in their comfort zone, it just doesn't seem like this team can be stopped. But finally, Flapjack's just gonna sail one all the way across into the net of Halflock to put a goal on for Wake Young Leadership with 42 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, really a good opening from Flapjack there. It's gonna be a beautiful aerial goal to, we can say, soften the blow for now. I mean, 42 seconds left. We need 1 goal per 10 seconds, and that's just to win by a single point, 5-4. So it's a really big ask. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but more so out of the realm of probability. This team finding themselves in a bit of a pickle as game 2 gets ready to wrap up.
See if they can do the improbable and maybe bring this back a little bit. 25 seconds. Chicken cannot get up in the air. Anybody there to follow it up? They are passing field, but nobody to receive it. Open field ball, and it's going to be a contested 50-50 into the corner. Chalotis slowly trying to work some control here, burn this clock as best as they can, down to 10 seconds left, and it seems like this is all over for game 2. Havelock High, they go into game 1, goes all the way to overtime. They score with barely any time into overtime as well. They head into game number 2. Who knew if it was going to go to overtime again? Havelock High, they knew it wasn't.
Yeah, and does that go back to kind of the discussion of momentum, right? It took them 6.5 minutes to get a point, but once they did, the floodgates had really opened up here. With only 8 touches differential here, it's pretty impressive that Havelock won as aggressively as they did, but Wake Young fought so hard that it's only an 8-touch differential.
It's not only that, it's only like a 4-shot difference as well when you're looking at those stats. Demos equal, saves near equal. I mean, it's not like Wake Young Leadership were not doing anything wrong. It just didn't seem like they had any possession. Just a non-stop barrage of attacks that Havelock High were putting on. It just denied so much possession from this Wake Young Leadership Academy team. And going into game number 3 now, it has to be a reverse sweep. And things need to change for them.
And if I'm not mistaken, we have yet to see a reverse sweep just in general this weekend. I don't know if you guys had any on the mainstream. But yeah, so we have yet to see a reverse sweep. And of course, because it's one of the hardest things to do in esports is to go for a full reverse sweep like this. But if it's going to happen in a game, I think statistically it's most likely to be Rocket League. I think it
agree.
is kind of the easiest place to pull it off.
I mean, it only takes one to spark that courage,
It's
to spark that
momentum.
confidence in the Rocket League, and it really does carry over for this game in general. So many times in RLCS, in Tier 2, in Collegiate, and whatever you're playing for Rocket League, reverse sweeps are definitely on the menu, and it's not going to change here in the VESL State Championships. But on the other side, you look at the way that Havelock High are playing,
Yep.
and if they go into this game number 3 with this confidence and this brutish mentality to just continue to throw shots at the net, if you're denying possession from this team of Wake Young leadership, they're not even going to have a chance to come back.
Yeah, and I think this is so much easier said than done, of course, right? But I think Wake Young, they're in a position where proactivity is the key to success. A lot of what we're seeing is very reactive. It's very explosive and in the moment. But if they just go for a little bit more calculated of a play, a little bit more communication amongst the team of what their overarching goal is, and of course being more specific than, oh, win the game, right? Because obviously, but to go into your intentions and to go into your goals with your team can really help kind of turn you from a good into a great program.
And not even that, maybe connect with a couple passes here. Wake
Yeah.
Young Leadership Academy with a chance in front of the net, knocked down into the corner by Fatu, and not a chance there for a shot even. Fatu now looking to rotate back on the defense, ball into the neutral zone with control for Havelock High. Walla gonna miss out on that one, and maybe a shot attempt here for Havelock, but it's knocked away by the defensive side of Wake Young Leadership Academy, and Fatu looking to work something together on the offensive end. Fatu, though, not able to connect with it, and it just falls down into the corner.
A lot of pressure early from Wake Young, and the pressure snaps immediately. Fatu finding their first goal of the game, the second of Wake Young so far in this series, but this is the first time we've seen them with a lead, Seymour. So could this be the momentum we've been begging for?
It's the first time we've seen a goal in like the first minute of the game as well. So that's something that Wake Young Leadership Academy, now they need to hold strong and hold true to their play style here and double up and continue to push forward here with their confidence gains, because every goal is important for what is that momentum heading into the next.
An open pass off the ceiling here into center field should be stolen away by Wake Young, but unfortunately they don't have the exact kind of caliber of speed I was anticipating. I don't think they had a lot of boost to work with in the moment. Had to improvise when it mattered. Up and off the crossbar, double tap goes up. Could have been a huge opener. The third man was there, but they're too afraid to leave the back half, which I respect. I think that is the proper call after all. And as 90 seconds have been burned away, is Wake Young going to be able to carry this 1-point lead for much longer?
Yangi's gonna toss it up over towards the right side, connecting with the pass actually towards his teammate Chicken. Chicken now is spearheading this attack right to the net. From post to post, corner to corner, almost a chance there for Havelock to tie us up.
Almost, but unfortunately never enough until that ball goes 100% across that goal line. Havelock have an opportunity to lock themselves into this 1-1 scenario, but the ball control, I mean, it feels so much like we're back to game one. They dance it in, they sneak an opportunity to score, and Chalota's able to tie us up here 1-1 with their third goal of the series.
Third goal of the series, 3 minutes left in game 3. Havelock High, it might be down in the game, but they're never out of it. And you look at the infield control they do have on that defense, blocking those passes, intercepting the passes in their own zone, starts so many counterattacks time and time again that Wake Young Leadership, they just cannot keep up with, it seems. So you look towards their communication in their rotation to see if they can maybe set up for some passes and be a little bit quicker like Havelock High are trying to be.
We've officially entered Rocket League Light Edition, where we're basically tied up 0-0 with half the game remaining. So the next goal we see has a very high possibility of being kind of the game-settling goal if these teams continue to play at the pace of which we're seeing 1 goal per 90-ish seconds.
Buta in front of the net. Fatu is going to look for the pass down on the backboard. No follow-up. Chicken now flapjack up in the air, knocks it down, but it's just wide to the right, over towards the corner. Again, not connecting with your teammate. And again, a couple of these Wake Young Leadership players, they need to disengage from this one, set up on the defensive rotation, and exactly what they're going to do.
Ooh, a good up and out tap there, but unfortunately it's going to be turned around by Fatu, trying to keep the ball in the back third of Havelock High. Coast-to-coast shot, almost necessary to escape goal. But the crossbar, that famous fourth player, gets in the way of what would have been a huge lead for Wake Young.
Every goalie loves their post, and every post loves the crossbar there. It's always shown up at some point, and it was one to request.
Beautiful clear.
And Nice little clear is going to sail down into the corner there. Fox is going to receive it, but not able to do anything with it. That's a floating ball right in for the net. It's knocked over. Nice 1-2 pass to the neutral zone. Intercepted by Havelock. Another shot forced to save to the corner. Minute 20 left. Impala in the air, sailing on Dell, but it's carried to the corner by Havelock High.
And it's so clear when Wake Young has the opportunity to kind of spread those wings and get into the aerial gameplay. It seems like that's where they want to shine.
Exactly.
But we see Havelock keeping the ball on the ground so consistently that Wake Young has to adapt. They get an unlucky bounce again, and it keeps them out of what could have been a 3-1. But unfortunately, shoulda, coulda, woulda isn't going to matter when the scoreline continues to be that 1-1 with less than a minute on the clock.
I can't wait to do the walkout next for Havelock High and hear you introduce the post as their fourth member, because that's twice now it showed up here in Game 3 for a chance to sweep. Havelock now on the counterattack for the net. Demo by Wake leadership, and that's going to give a little bit of less pressure now in their own zone, but Havelock High still with control in the zone, finally knocked away.
30 seconds remaining here. One of these teams needs to score. We'll enter our second overtime of the series. Havelock currently a 100% win rate across every game so far, including that overtime. So it's not going to be untreaded territory until Wake Young can rewrite this matchup and can put themselves at the very least into a Game 4.
Flapjack in the corner, 10 seconds left. Last chance for either team to have a shot in regulation. So Gangi's going to rotate it out to the neutral zone. Fatu now here for the pass inside, knocked down, and that's overtime for Game 3. Wake Young Leadership Academy, life on the line.
I think that knockdown changes things. I think just a couple more seconds on the clock and Wake Young won this. But unfortunately, there just wasn't the time. You blink and you miss it. You look to your co-caster for 1 second and they score behind your back. Chalotis with their fourth goal of the game is going to close out the series 2-1 in favor of Havelock, who have confirmed themselves a spot in the grand finals and a shot for, at minimum, $4,000.
I mean, you think about that last little second there, like you said, if it did not touch the ground, Wake Young Leadership Academy, they had a chance to score in regulation, but Havelock, they send it into overtime, and right off the draw, 6 seconds in, Chalotis wins the series in a 3-0 sweep. And even look at this, the ball touches 99-92, just barely in favor of Havelock High, and even though it's a 3-0 sweep, that does not tell the tale of the games that we saw. I mean, an overtime in Game 1, an overtime in Game 3. Game 2 was the only one that was really a blowout, and even still, it wasn't a crazy game in comparison to stats.
Yep. I mean, it seems like continuously they won by the skin of their teeth, but as a wise man once said, you know, a win is a win.
Exactly.
We take those. It's a 3-0 victory. It was close every time, but they emerged victorious, and now they are our first confirmed team in the Rocket League Grand Finals, which will be happening on the main stream later today. But coming up on this channel next is going to be the Madden third place spot. Two teams fighting for a total of $250. One of them will walk away with nothing. It's going to be a great series, and we'll see you right back here for it in just a couple of minutes.
whole thing muted. So let's just take this from the top here, Chewbacca. We're here for the third place match, ladies and gentlemen, at the Black stage right here behind me. I'm Charlie. I'm with Chewbacca. And we just did a practice run.
It was a practice run. Yeah, definitely.
Yes. But we have our third place match here against King Gamer against Kurtek Gamer. $250 on the line, third best player in all of the state in Madden. There's still a lot to play for.
Okay, talk to me here a little bit because they can pick any team that they want, right? There's no limit in that.
The higher seed gets to pick first.
Gotcha. Okay, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Cool. And
So-
who's the higher seed right now?
So the higher seed is Kurtek. He's going to be playing with the Eagles, which is his traditional game,
Okay.
or traditional team, I should say. And then King Mode is going to be playing with the 49ers.
Okay. We saw how. No, actually, TBK played the 49ers, right?
Yes.
Before. So King Mode wasn't able to choose the team that he wanted, which is interesting because he had to play with the Chiefs. And, we don't like him that much. It doesn't matter. But using the
Not a
49ers
Chiefs
against
fan,
the Eagles. I'm not a Chiefs fan, to be honest with you. I'd rather go with the 49ers.
Well, let's introduce the players and go over to the stage. We'll start with the number 1 seed coming in, Kurtek Gamer. Kurtek Gamer is representing Kurtek County High School, and his challenger will be King Mode, coming from Kearns Academy. Gentlemen, good luck. All right, let's get this game started. All right, so we saw I've watched with Kurtek, you come in with a bye in the first round, and it's sometimes we see this all the time at high school esports. If you had the chance to get those land jitters out and you played in the early rounds, sometimes that actually really helps you. So now both these players have a game under their belt. So they're all warmed up. I think we're going to see some really fantastic Madden action.
Now that you mentioned that, TBK actually had a warm-up match against one of the staff,
Yeah.
so that probably helped a lot because all the jitters were gone. After that easy 28-0, that was the best warm-up ever. I did see the game between King Mode and TBK. I'm going to be honest with you. TBK had such a good offense that it was a very uneven match, but at the same time, I think that King Mode was getting better and better as time moved on. He was finding ways to actually counterattack TBK. So if he can start early, fast, and be able to do the offense without getting the interceptions, probably a very good game from King Mode.
Yeah, and I think the big challenge too that Kurtek ran into is that the first opponent was able to run the ball pretty well in the first half. And if you can run the ball, especially in Madden, you can run the clock down, you can control the ball. As we kicked off here and Kurtek playing, I think these are actually switched. King Mode is the 49ers, so he started with the ball here and picks up an early first down.
Okay, so we should see the overlay switch in a second here and have King Mode on the right and Kurtek on the left. There we go. We're seeing some good offense right now from King Mode moving forward and getting that first down. You can see now the next play from King Mode. He's been having such a great passing plays so often. Now they're deciding, is he going to go for the pass or is he going to be for the running play? He actually go for the running play, and that wasn't great. It was intercepted, not intercepted, but tackled immediately by Kurtek Gamer.
Second and 5, drops back to 30. Yeah, plenty of time.
I don't get it. I mean, he used to be playing longer passes before, and this time around he's going for those short passes. I mean, not a bad thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the short passes, but he's switching the game up a lot since he played against TBK.
Yeah, Chewbacca, one of the things to think about is you got to take what the defense gives you sometimes. And, typically Kurtek tends to play a little bit of a softer zone coverage, although that was a good pass there for a first down for King Mode. All right, here we go. They're now in the red zone. Plenty of time for Purdy to throw. He finds Ayuk on the sideline. Wow, good catch.
The pass was good. I was expecting more passes like this, a little longer. Mid-range passes, basically, not the Hail Marys, but that was an excellent pass. And now, first and goal or touchdown. First and goal, yeah, first and goal.
First and goal, one of the biggest challenges in Madden is putting it in the end zone, but apparently not for King Mode as he scores his first touchdown. 6-0. Play the violin.
See if he can convert the field goal. This should be an easy peasy for him. It's going to be it. So we start early on, with the 7-0 lead for King Mode.
All right, let's see that offense. Kuratuck Gamer. He ultimately did drive the ball up and down pretty well up against Chill Out in the semifinals. Couldn't put it in the end zone a lot of times. And so it's important to get a good first drive here and establish that you really do have that confidence to score.
So what happens now? They didn't go for the kickoff. They didn't catch it.
Yeah, so Kuratuck will start with the ball at the 25-yard line.
Okay.
Yep, you don't have to catch it.
And that's only because it went all the way to the touchdown line.
Yes. All right, here we go. Kuratuck on offense here first. He's going to throw with Hurts. And he just keeps it short. And it'll be a solid pickup up to the 30-yard line.
Okay, 2nd and 6, not too bad. This is a game where you don't have to be getting a lot of yards every single time. Just little by little, as long as you make the first down, that's all that matters.
Yeah, one of the things that I've seen from Kuratuck is does not run the ball hardly at all. I ended up doing passing for the first half of the semifinal match, and I believe he only ran the ball once. And the issue with that is that if you get a couple of incompletions in a row, you're spacing third down, mid-range, or third down and long.
That was not a catch, and now we got a 4th and 5. You go for the punt here, or?
Yeah, you got to punt the ball away. Although it looks like Kuratuck might be leaving the offense on the field. Very aggressive. All right. It's early in the game, and he's going to go for it. This is really risky. Drops back to pass. He's got plenty of times and options.
Actually got it
open in the middle.
I'm surprised that he went for a pass right in the middle. All the defenders were there. I thought that he had a better chance of going to the right, but no, he decided to went straight into the middle, and it played out. That was a good play. A lot of confidence in himself for going for the pass instead of the punt.
You know what? You're in the third place game. Might as well go full send. I really like it. Just a nice little sit route there in the middle. Hit it nice and easy. Keep the chains moving. Let's see what he can do here. He's facing off against his own defense. Oh, he cut himself off to the right side. Now throws it all the way across. Open, but you're really not setting yourself up for success when you pull yourself a little inside the field.
That's experience right there, right? That you're talking for experience. Did it happen to you quite a bit?
It's usually just running for my life in high school. no shots fired at my offensive lineman, but all right, 3rd and 10 here. Again, just a couple of incomplete passes. Looks like we're showing a little bit of a blitz look from the Niners with King Mode. This is up, does find Goder. Oh, it's broken up. All right, did he go forward up or down again?
Man, he was gutsy before, right? So maybe he go for the passing play. No, he's going for the punt. Okay, I don't blame him. That's a smart play, actually.
Yeah, he must have been just feeling hot on the previous one. It's a long punt, but it goes into the end zone. That's going to be the same thing like on a kickoff. They'll get the ball at the 20-yard line. All right, huge defensive series right here for Kuratuck. If you've got to get a stop, King Mode was really successful on his first drive.
We have the first place match going at the same time, and we have a secondary stream. We have 2 streams here on YouTube. So if you're watching us on YouTube, you can basically open another window and have us have both games at the same time going on. Right now, TBK is losing on
Chill Out Kid with the 7-0 lead there, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the pass. Kittle's wide open. He's not the fastest receiver, though. Can he beat him to the corner? He's going to do it. Touchdown! Prompt for
a second that he wasn't going to get tackled, but no, I mean, he kept going in and finally getting the touchdown. What a great play, and that's why, I mean, you got to make sure that you don't lose all those opportunities to get the first downs, because otherwise, just like that, in the blink of an eye, you have a 14-0 deficit if you are Curtis Gamer.
Yeah, but there's still plenty of time in this game, and I just really like that play design there by King Mode. Really open it up for Kittle to have a nice lane down the post there, and it is, hey, it's a 14-0 lead. Plenty of time for Kurtek, but this is a player that scored all sorts of points during the qualifying rounds. And so here at the LAN, it's been a little bit harder for him. I'd like to see him just have a nice, sustained drive. And what I've seen from him offensively, it's totally possible. Right up the middle, he could take this to the house. He's going to see if he can outrun the defense. He's in 20. He's in 10. Heading to the corner. It's a touchdown.
My God! And you were talking that he wasn't running doing running plays that often, right?
See, he was just hiding that from everybody.
Wow!
In the middle, that's a huge touchdown for Kurtek Gamer. All right, 14-7. It was just a dive play up the middle, and he was untouched. Great run by Kurtek, and now he's got a lot more confidence as we still have the entire second quarter to play.
Okay, this time around. Okay.
King Mode had to figure out the button to take a knee there.
Probably doesn't do it too often, right?
Absolutely. So, all right, here we go. Let's see if there can be a bit of a defensive stop here, as King Mode has really been able to march up and down the field so far in his first two drives. Changing the play here. Looks like he's going to try to stretch the field. And he does find Jennings. Throwing that one a little bit early. I was wondering if he could see let him release further down the field. He might have been able to get past the safety, but nonetheless, first down there. Already dropped back to pass again. Dangerous throw, and it's broken up. Second and 10.
Yeah, not the best pass. You see a defender right on top of the receiver, so I mean, questionable pass. Maybe wait a little bit longer until that person is a little bit more wide open. He didn't have any tackles, anyone near the quarterback, so he definitely had more time on that play.
He's well handed off here. Runs into traffic, not a lot of progress, 2-yard gain. 3rd and 8, and now it's an obvious passing down. And, you know, the situation, when you put yourself in a situation where the other team knows what you're going to do, it allows them to call a defense to be ready for it. But honestly, not only was that receiver pass completed there, was that receiver open, there were 2 receivers open to the right as well. So I'm not sure what was happening there with the Eagles defense, but it's a first down for the 49ers.
Yeah, and a little bit of tunnel vision as well from the quarterback. Decided to go to that specific receiver. I mean, it worked out in the end, and he got the first down, so not a big problem. Yeah, it's more of a question of defense from the Eagles than a bad play.
You're completely right. And like, this is where when you're getting used to playing a new player in Madden, you don't know how often he or she is going to blitz you, so you're not sure how much time you have, and so there's a tendency if this is going to be to lock onto one receiver, but apparently that worked out completely fine for King Mode as our in-house sound just went down there. We'll reset that soundboard. But it's a 21-7 lead for San Francisco.
Not even half them yet, and King Mode very strong. And I was telling you before that I believe that King Mode had good offense. He started very slow against TBK, but that was the only thing. Maybe in another matchup, it will be much closer between King Mode and TBK. But right now, I mean, he's doing everything right. Everything that he should have done against TBK, he's doing it now.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, TBK was just running up so much offense in that semifinal match. Found a very he was taking 10-7 leads in the grand finals that are happening just behind us here on the but I'm starting to see some really promising signs from Kurtek Gamer. A lot of the skill that he's showing with the individual moves are important. Now if he can string a few plays together, as I thought he was going to take off and run there with 14 right, which is going to lead to 3rd and 2, 2-minute warning. In the meantime, if you're Kurtek, you want to try to run the clock down here and score once Chewbacca, you get the ball back in the second half. So, plenty of time now. Hurts will take off running down the middle. Cut it to the right side, just past midfield. So, first down for Currituck Gaming.
And we were talking here with Septilence that you really had to take care of that quarterback because you do get injuries here in this game. So that's why he actually goes for the slide instead of keep moving forward and getting tackled. So you got to take care of him.
It's funny you should mention that, Chewbacca, because we just did see a slide. That one looked pretty painful for Jalen. It looks like he got caught right in the middle of the slide, but it is a 4-yard gain. It is true that there are injuries in Madden, but for competitive mode, you turn injuries off.
Okay.
So yeah, fatigue is on, however. So if you get your quarterback hit over and over again, that will affect his performance.
Fun
So you guys' points completely stand. Sure. Hurts back to back. So that was dangerous. And it was
4th and 10 right now.
So to go for it if you're a Currituck gamer, if you're King Mode, this is a huge opportunity to get a stop as he brings 8 or 9 players into the box. We'll see if Currituck can throw it up top. He's got all the time in the world. Looks to the side. I think that was out of bounds.
Is it? No, it's 1st and 10. They gave it to him.
It wasn't. It's not too far away here. No, okay. I thought I saw that was out of bounds. So that is going to be a turnover on downs. And it is now King Mode. Sets up the screen to the outside. He's got one player to beat. Cuts to the inside of him. Breaks the tackle. And he's down to the 30. Oh, Chewbacca. This is Diablo City for Currituck right now.
I bet it was out of bounds. So yeah, they just give you the reason right now. I should be listening to you instead of listening to me. You're the one that knows football here.
There's so many times for Currituck to get a stop. There's only 13 seconds left. Let's see if they're going to let the clock run, or this is going to be the last play because there's only 2 seconds left. Interesting to not call a timeout, and he did not get the snap off. Oh, lost track of time there from King Mode, and that could be painful because he had 3 timeouts. He could have called timeout. So if you're Currituck, you're totally fine. You've got a great opportunity here. You're going to get the ball first at the beginning of the second half. You've shown that you've got good ability as a player to do jukes and stuff.
And maybe that's why he didn't go for the punt, right? Because if he, was the clock was running down, then he was waiting for this opportunity right here to actually get the ball back.
I mean, that was definitely his thinking, and it ended up turning out really well for him because King Mode was unable to score any points. So here we go. Currituck. King Mode keeps bringing the defense down, I think, which makes it harder to read the defense because now you can't see where the safeties are going to move. And what he's doing is bringing the players down and then disguising the defense. Sometimes he drops them back, sometimes he brings them forward. And that seems to be causing some problems for Currituck. This time he dropped back in zone. That pass was completed just in front of the linebacker. It's only 3 yards. I think with all these players dropping back, I wonder if Currituck can just take a moment. Right as I say that, what I was about to say is that maybe he takes a little bit more time with his quarterback in the pocket, lets the plays develop, but then as he's doing that, he takes a sack there. That's a really big play for Kingo.
That's another sack there. Oh my God. 2 in a row.
That's a big stop by King Mode. As we thought it was good that Currituck was able to get the ball back in the second half, but he wasn't able to do anything with it, and now he'll have to punt.
Man, King Mode really bringing it on here on the 3rd place matchup. After having a tough, it was a really tough semifinal. He didn't look great. He had his moments of it. He was shadowed by the strong offense of TBK and not looking as good as he could, but right now showcasing that he is definitely up there among the greatest here in North Carolina.
Yep, and then we're playing for $250 here right now on the 3rd place stage. King Mode has an opportunity to take a commanding 21-point lead if he's able to score a touchdown here. Looks like he's got multiple options, and he does hit Kittle. Kittle makes a couple of people miss.
Another one for King Mode. By the way, on the first place match, TBK 17-10 here against Chillout. So doing really good over there. Don't miss it out. You can't have the option of watching this two match at the same time and the rest of the tournament. I mean, we're going to be here tomorrow as well, and we're going to be doing the same with Valorant, with Overwatch, and with Fortnite.
Yeah, there's so much VESL esports to watch. It is wild. It's just nonstop here in Greensboro, North Carolina. As that was a good tackle. It ended up not being a sack as the quarterback was able to get rid of the ball, but it's now 2nd and 10. Now you got Kittle, he's got blockers, breaks the tackle, but he ended up kind of going backwards a little bit. So it's going to be 3rd and long. This is a huge opportunity for a stop for Currituck Gamer 58.
Let's see if he can keep the defense tight. Get another good tackle here.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long one.
And he's broken up. Great defense there. I thought that was going to be a completion, but Debo Samuel cannot hold on to it. And it is going to force a 4th down.
Best defense we have seen from the Eagles so far in the day.
But King Mode is pushing the pedals down. He's going for it on 4th down here. Try to
oh, that's a wild one.
He overthrows him. And it's going to be a turnover downs. And ladies and gentlemen, that might be a huge moment in this game as Currituck takes the ball at almost midfield. He's got to go down and score here.
Oh no!
Joey, it's going to be a snap.
That's a 3rd sack in a row if you count the previous 2 ones. So something's going wrong with the offense right now from Currituck Gamer. I mean, he needs to find a way to keep those sacks away from the quarterback.
Yeah, and I credit King Mode because really he's been dropping into soft.
Oh no, interception.
Greenlaw steps in front of it and he might take it all the way back to the house. It's going to be tackled by the receiver at about the 25-yard line there, and that is huge. So King Mode with the pick, steps in front of it. A little bit of a force there by Currituck Gamer, and now Currituck's got to make a defensive stop. All right, King Mode with the ball. Got plenty of time. He's going to get hit, though. That's going to be a big pass.
Okay, but he did the right thing. You know, just throw the ball away before you actually get the sack, so you don't go back into the to have more yards, you know, for that down. So he's staying with the 2nd and 10.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. Although I will tell you, Tamako, I think he spent a little bit too much time in the pocket waiting for a pass there. 2nd and 10. Throw it out to the wing.
Oh, great plays.
Got to be one member. It's a one tackle there by Currituck. And now we're in the red zone. 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. This is huge. It's going to be just an absolutely crucial stop for Currituck.
Can he do it though?
Defense. Purdy drops back. He's going to take it himself.
Oh! Oh! It's a bubble! What?
Oh my goodness, that is a crucial play. But honestly, it looked like King Mode was going to put it in the end zone. He runs it with the quarterback, and sometimes that happens. It's a fumble. 1st down and 10 for Currituck Gamer. And he immediately throws it out to the tight end there. Gets it up to the 10. If we can get a calm, measured drive by Currituck here as we're coming down to the last minute in the 3rd quarter. Tamako, I'm going to let you check out this play while I check out what's going on in the grand final on the other stage.
Go ahead and check it out. It should be an amazing feed over there. That's a great pass here from Currituck, and he actually gets the pass done. So it's going to be a 1st and 10. I think in about the 30-yard line, not even 35 yet. So, but I mean, quite better than he was showing before. Only 14 seconds here on this quarter, and he's going to continue. He didn't move on. I mean, I think he could have kept running with the quarterback and actually make the 1st down. He decided to go for the pass, and there was a flag in there. What happened?
He was past the line of scrimmage there, Tamako.
So he couldn't pass, right? Okay.
Meanwhile, I do have as well in our grand final, and it is TDK with a 24-10 lead.
Oh,
over
wow.
Chelsea. We might have our state champion from Shelby High, TBK. But anyway, we're back over here in the 3rd place game, and it is going to be all or nothing here for the 4th quarter. Currituck has the ball, down 2 scores, has got to put it in the end zone here. And then he's got to get the ball back, force a stop, get the ball back, and score again. So really cannot afford to spend too much time here on this drive. Hurts with plenty of time.
It's a great pass. Oh, he got it! The touchdown!
Just called for. It's a touchdown, and it's 21-13. Currituck Gamer gets exactly what he needed.
Exactly. So he's going for the field goal here, probably. Not gonna fake it.
No, you got to get the extra point here. So now you're down just one score and an extra point, 21-14. If Currituck can get a stop, he's got a chance. If King Mode can get a touchdown, this game is probably over. So this is it. This is for $250. You know what? Because like for anybody, $250 is a pretty good amount of money. Look at this store. Hey, get yourself a new controller. Get yourself Madden 25 when that comes out.
A headset. I don't know. I mean,
headset. That's a good thing. Yeah. All right, runs up to the side, McCaffrey. The run game has definitely been a lot less effective for King Mode than it was for Chill Out against Currituck. I don't know if that's Currituck made some changes or just maybe not as much King Mode specialty. He's going to go back to the pass here. He does have...
Oof.
Oh, and he overthrew his receiver. Oh, this is a crucial third down.
It's been quite a few bad passes from San Francisco, from King Mode. I don't know what's going on because he used to be so precise, so accurate with the passes, and all of a sudden he's been having trouble. I mean, the defense.
Oh! Chimako, we are going to have a game here, man, because we are going to fourth down. There's 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. He's going to have to punt here. If you're King Mode, take a deep breath. You're fine. You just need a defensive stop. You played good defense most of the day. There's no reason to tighten up now. Although there's going to be a little bit of room for a punt return. And he'll get it up to about the 26.
This is crazy, guys. I mean, you should be here right now just listening to the action and listening to the crowd going crazy over TBK on the other side. By the way, Charlie,
yes.
I mean, if people are in North Carolina and they want to visit here, are there any ways? I was reading something about a train or something.
Yeah, so VESL actually booked out the Amtrak train. So if you can catch the train in Charlotte or Raleigh, just reserve a ticket. We've got that going on. If you want to come down here and watch, it's completely free at the Novant Fieldhouse near the Greensboro Coliseum in Greensboro, North Carolina. And if you can hear through our mics, the energy in here is crazy as we are doing the state championships for Madden right now, and we're in the state third place game. Get the game tied up. Crucial tackle. He doesn't get it, and we are a 1-point ball game. Currituck Gamer has turned this game around. King Mode had the early lead. Currituck has got it to with one. If he can put in the PAT, which he does, which, by the way, there was a lot of pressure on that kick right there, but he put it through. It's 21-21. King Mode still has plenty of time. He's going to get the ball here. Just needs to hold on to the ball, drive it down the field. He can go for the win, Patrick Mahomes style. But we'll see how it goes as he gets a fair catch. And I'll start with the ball at the 25-yard line. All right, Chimako, we've seen a huge momentum swing since the second half, but we've seen what King Mode can do on offense. Ultimately, you're where you want to be. You have the ball at the end of the game with a chance to score. What do you think you're going to see here?
He needs to improve the passing plays, maybe run for running plays instead of passing plays. There you go. I mean, he went for the running play, but it didn't get him anywhere. I think Currituck was expecting that one because his defense has been so stellar as of lately. So maybe he's going to force the pass now, and he does it. That was a great pass, and now opportunity here.
And so we've seen this from King Mode. We know he's got this capability. He just has to, if he's able to relax, not press. I think what we saw a lot earlier, Chimako, is, the harder you hold the button down in Madden, the harder your quarterback throws it. So maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of tension, and some passes that were thrown a little too hard. We're at the 2-minute warning right here. That was a nice touch pass over the middle, and King Mode can do it. Now, if you're Currituck, you've made a lot of fantastic defensive adjustments. Let's see if you can figure out how to stop that offense for King Mode, because you either got to stop him or you got to get the ball back and do a last-minute drive. And it looks like it might be a little bit more the latter, as there's a nice swing pass out to the left, which got King Mode almost, he's in field goal range. He's at the 31-yard line.
Yeah, you don't have to go for the touchdown. You can't secure 3 points, and that'll be huge right now for King Mode. Obviously, you want to go for the touchdown if you can, and you want to run that clock as much as you can.
You're trying to run the clock down here.
Oh, that's impressive. That's good. It's a 2nd and 1 right now.
2nd and 1 at the 23-yard Kurituk's thinking, all right, if I do allow a score here, I need to get the ball back. But King Mode still has to score. Otherwise, Shimako, we are heading to overtime. So we how this goes.
Oh, that's a great pass. Oh my God.
Okay, so he purposely dove there, I think, at the 6-yard line to try to run some more time out the clock. Here's the issue, though. If you fumble the ball or if you get an interception, you're really going to regret that because he needs a chance to run it in. He's going to hand it off to the captain, cut it back to the inside, and dive to about the 4, it looks like, 5-yard line. Okay, Kurituk just called his last timeout. So there's 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Second and goal for King Mode. Hands it off up the middle and he's stuffed. Great user tackle there. So it's 3rd and goal.
So King Mode right now not doing any passes. I mean, he's avoiding the interceptions at all costs. He is happy having the kickoff goal. I mean the field goal. So getting those 3 points and that's it. He wants to run down the clock, not even skipping this animation. I mean, just waiting for as much as he can to run down the clock, which is smart.
Tuck has no timeouts left. There's 30 seconds left. The captain puts it in. He's going to try to carry tacklers, and it's going to be 4th and goal. So they're gonna run this. We're going to have a game-winning field goal here. That is up for grabs, and here we go. And it looks good. He's holding it for the last second here.
Smart play, though. It's very smart play.
Well, we can see here on the screen that he looks like he has it lined up for 3rd place in the entire state of North Carolina. King Mo puts it in.
Super play.
And that will be the game. A 24-21 win. Amazing play by both players. And Chimako, we have our 3rd place player in the state of North Carolina for Varsity Esports and STEM League. It is King Mode 08 from Kearns Academy. Congratulations.
Super smart play, well done at the end. He waited for as much as he could. He drained that clock like a champion. And I mean, he was sweating bullets at one point, but at the same time, he finished it so smart, which shows you how much it goes into Madden Esports. You gotta be the coach, you gotta be the player, you gotta be everything at the same time.
Yeah, you've got your play calling ability, you got your ability to make jukes and moves in the open field with your players, and you got to manage the clock as well. So I was really impressed by both these players because Kurituk had been having trouble this entire state final with his offense. He got it together in the second half, also added a bunch of great defense, but that it ended up being, and then we ended up getting a fantastic game. It was just too much ground to make up in the end. And you know what? Congratulations to King Mode. Very well deserved. Both of them are amazing Madden players. They'd put up 56 points on me easily in the first half. So, you know, and I used to play football. So congratulations to both of those guys. And we're going to tune in over here to the grand final. We're going to throw it to a little bit of break here on the black stage. But congratulations again to King Mode. We'll throw it over here to break.
welcome everybody back to the VESL State Championships as we're getting ready for a third place match. My name is Seymour, with me Chamako. How are you feeling as we're heading back into Super Smash?
Man, we gotta see this third round, third place match go at it, because we just saw C round being so close but not quiet. I mean, he was about to, but couldn't find a way to actually get into the grand finals, and he's gonna be eager right now to at least take some money. But we have another person, in that round as well. It is Sleepy Kirby, if I'm not mistaken, who is gonna make things. He's gonna make him work out a lot for that prize pool.
A new player for you and I to get to know, but C-Round definitely going to have his work cut out. But folks, I just want to let you know to take a second and take your attention over towards the stage, as we're going to play our walkouts now for both of these players. And introducing from Palisades, C-Round. And his opponent from West Mech, Sleepy Kirby. Both of these players ready to go, play for the third place match of $250. Winner takes the money, loser makes nothing inside of this third place matchup. So a big game for both of them to try to place inside of the prizing. We're getting ready for our first game. Both of these players getting ready to go. And for C-Round, a player that you and I know who is so formidable on that Sheik, has faced a little bit of trouble to that Wolf in that last game. Do you expect him to change it up?
Well, I mean, the thing is how much Sleepy Gamer has been paying attention to that Sheik, right? Because if he hasn't, it's going to be a tough awakening. But there we go. We're going to see Sleepy Kirby not sleepy at all. He's going with a Kazuya, and he's going to go right into action. That's a heavy hitter, and that's going to be a character that might not be able to hit Sheik a lot, but whenever it does, it's going to bring down the pain.
Yeah, I mean, Kazuya definitely going to be able to look to hit some heavy shots here, but the Sheik not allowing that to happen so far. C-Round playing perfect off the start until there's a break for Kazuya. A little bit of trade and damage, but nothing too threatening just yet for Kazuya. He's off the side looking to return, and he will get back up towards the platform, but C-Round making it so difficult to live.
Yeah, Kazuya is not the fastest player, so going against the speed from Sheik is going to prove to be some trouble. However, they can't be trading blow by blow. You see how C-Round just hit and goes away. Look at this. How much damage he racked up with that one, and that was, from 70 to you're out of here, and you're losing the stock.
That's the issue right now of playing up against the Kazuya. If you get caught sleeping, you're going to be met by Sleepy Kirby. That is nightmare fuel when he's playing on this Kazuya, so a lot of damage there. He's going to get rid of the first stock. Sleepy is just barely staying alive now at 158%, just looking to make the most out of this last stock before the inevitable stop here by Sheik. And there it is, back to 2.
It was a good comeback from C-Round. And actually, C-Round changed the name to L-Round right now. I mean, that's kind of sad. I'm sorry. I mean, I did mention that before, but yeah, don't have to put it in your name. Anyways, C-Round not actually racking that much hit and combos against Kazuya, against a Sleepy Kirby, which is taking me by surprise a little bit. Wow, from 40-something to 71. All of the... man, those hits are powerful.
And the spike at the end there from Kazuya. C-Round down to his last stock here in game number 1 of this third place match. And the Kazuya is making it so difficult to play as the Sheik. So much damage, so little that you can take for C-Round. Trying his best now to pull things back, get rid of the stock as quick as possible before taking this damage. Nice top is up in the air. The fair, not enough to get rid of this stock just yet, as Sleepy slowly ascends back to the stage. And that's an incredible 50 damage right there. And another one slamming him down.
Man, this Kazuya, you can't just blink because he's waiting for the combos. Whenever C-Round gets a little bit careless, he's going to pay incredibly hard. And now, with that 70-something%, you know that he could very well be facing a KO here.
Well, C-Round now on his last life. Last chance here in game number 1. Sleepy going to be able to recover easily. Back into the stage. The edge guard now for a C-Round is going to be enough. A large mountain to climb in game number 1, but if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be C-Round.
Really won by C-Round, but I mean, the damage is just way too high right now for him. He's been able to dodge a little bit of Cassidy's attack and stay alive for a little bit longer. But for how much longer, you know?
I mean, C-Round just has to be so nimble around this. All Sleepy Kirby needs to really do is hit one strong hit, and that is it. C-Round barely now going to be able to stay alive. Next hit should do it. C-Round backed against the ropes here in game number 1. Sleepy Kirby just needs one last shot to take game 1.
Tough one, extremely tough one. I thought the speed from the Cheek was going to be too much for Kazuya, but Kazuya was very smart about it. Just waiting for the right moment to attack. You know, taking some damage. It was like expected, right? I'm going to take the damage, but at the same time, I'm going to wait for the right moment where you're open. And then when I hit you, it's going to be 1, 2, and 50% all the way through.
So now you got to be thinking, if you're going into the next game, is the Sheik going to be enough to take on a Kazuya? Is this going to be the game plan of Sleepy Kirby? You know that the Sheik is very punishable when you do hit those heavy shots, that as soon as you land that hit, it's going to deal an immense amount of damage. But when you think about this for C-Round, is the Sheik going to be enough to win this 3rd place match? Right? We've seen him take out the Junior in the past. Not sure if Junior is exactly what you want to go for here, especially against the Kazuya, but we know that he has more to the depth of his playing than this Sheik. So do we see the swap?
I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna see the swap just yet, because he said it before. I mean, that's the favorite player. That's the character. That's the one that he feels comfortable with. So I don't think it's gonna change. Probably change the playstyle a little bit, being more nimble. Don't go for combos that much. Just hit here and hit there, and avoid overcommitting and allowing a single shot from Kazuya. I think that's gonna be the gameplay. However, easier said than done, because this Kazuya itself is very sneaky. You know, out of nowhere he could be punishing you and placing your face into the ground.
Slow and steady right now for C-Round. It's heading into game number 2. Sleepy Kirby leading after the first game was slammed away towards the end of those last stocks. Ooh, good start here from C-Round, but almost missing over at the end. Finally finds some footing, and the combos land. C-Round starting off with a tremendous lead.
And this has been a lot of damage done on the edge guard. You know, just being there and not allowing Kazuya to get back up for Sleepy Kirby. And that's the way he's racking that much damage without overcommitting, without being an easy prey for Kazuya's attack. So C-Round definitely learned a lot. He got a lot of information from that first match, even though he lost it, and now he's doing way better here.
Yeah, a big turnaround for C-Round, and Sleepy Kirby. Will he find his way back into this game? A couple hits, and you might think that's all it's going to take. But Sheik looking for the KO. High percentage here for Sleepy. Sheik making it so difficult to catch. Where do you strike? There it is. The side air, the fair forward, the Sheik. Not enough to find the KO just yet.
Wow, finally. Had to put Kazuya all the way to 200 to actually find the KO. And in doing so, ended up racking that 75, that 96 right now. So, I mean, was that a fair trade? Because yes, I mean, he got Sleepy Kirby all the way to 100 pretty quickly, but then finding a way to get the KO after racking that 100 was the tough part for C-Round.
He took him getting to 190 to finally take that stock. You look at C-Round is struggling to find some comfort after the case. Sleepy in full control since losing that first stock, and now looking to equalize right away. But C-Round, we've seen it before, hold a heavy amount of percentage this time. He loses it, only giving Sleepy 52%.
That's a big difference between these two characters, whereas Sheik needs to hit you and hit you and hit you and find the right combination to actually force a KO. Kazuya can actually hit you with the pinky and send you off and get the KO out of that and get the stock.
Now, poor Sleepy. How do you find your way back into this one? 113%. And this Sheik is playing so well off of this stage, gonna deny the recovery, and C-Round now brings Sleepy to his last stock.
That was the best one for C-Round so far. You know, getting close to 100 and then getting the KO rather quickly. That's a great combo right now. Oh my god, it keeps hitting Kazuya. Didn't knock him off, but you know, the damage keeps going up. And Kazuya is not getting any answers back. I mean, just missing everything, and every miss from Kazuya means 20 or even more damage that's gonna be on your back afterwards.
Sleepy is starting to be caught in a little bit of a snowball right now, not able to land any good shots, finally gonna hit. And the damage is absurd, but C-Round doing so good at playing around this Kazuya. The distance is good. Forcing Sleepy to chase so often and picking and choosing when he wants to take these shots. C-Round playing so cautiously and rightfully so.
He has to. He has to. I mean, he's at the point right now where one of those slams could be the KO, could be the finishing of this his stock, and he doesn't want to go stock for stock against Sleepy Kirby right now. He wants to keep that. Oh my God, that's gonna be a nasty one. And yes, in the end, they force each other to the last stock.
C-Round only needs one good shot to find the sweet spot of this Kazuya. Possibly for the edge guard there, is not gonna hit. Sleepy looking to recover, back onto the stage for the block, not able to block away that shot, and he falls almost to the depths, not able to recover, and Sleepy loses the last stock. C-Round ties us up.
When you were asking, do we change characters? Is the Cheek the answer? It was a different playstyle, but yes, Cheek was still the answer. He manages to be more careful, he did more damage, and he actually, you know, was able to go for the combos, even though I thought that wasn't going to be the case, but he actually managed a way to find more combos and actually do more damage in less time.
I think the one thing that you're looking at here for Sheik is the way that you're playing more of the hunt, rather than, you know, you yourself are hunting. You're the one that's trying to force this Kazuya to chase you. Go and overexert yourself, try to land a combo, and Sheik just so quick to avoid it. So often avoiding taking that damage and picking and choosing your battles is the right way to go about here if you are C-Round. But we see the Terry change for Sleepy away from the Kazuya. Is this going to be enough now to kind of take back that lead? Just as a reminder, folks, too, this is a best of 7, so it's first to 4.
I'm not sure I like this change. I mean, Terry is a very good character here in this match, so that's not a problem at all. But he was doing so good with Kazuya at a moment. I'm not sure. Man, I might be wrong. But I thought that the power from Kazuya was the key to actually keep things very even in the first two matchups.
Well, right now, I feel like if you're Sleepy, you're thinking about coming into this matchup on an equal playing field on speed rather than power. And this Terry, if you can be mechanically equal towards C-Round, we saw how well that was for Bone inside of the semifinal versus C-Round. Playing in a one-to-one playing field, inside this brawl fighter aspect, C-Round met his match. Sleepy Kirby wants to do exactly that.
There we see Sleepy playing off the edge guard. Edge guard misses. So C-Round has an opportunity now. Very close for each other. Missing that one, and that's going to be a very nice combo by C-Round. Waiting for the moment to attack, and that's another powerful hit. Not quite getting the KO, but still damaging good enough, and eventually, you know, racking enough damage to get the KO.
One good special here from this Terry, and that could be it for C-Round. Has to watch out and play super defensive at this. Cannot afford to give that one up, but there you see it, the damage coming up from the Terry there. Now looking to force him off, but the Sheik with the turnaround takes the stock away from Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy got careless though. Over there, he went fishing. He tried to actually get C-Round off the edge and ended up being the one getting hit and getting knocked out. So first stock off, Sleepy Kirby. And they're gonna continue fighting in this one. Every time that Sleepy spends a lot of time in the air, C-Round is taking action. He is going for those hunts in the air, you know, because as soon as Terry attacks in the air, there's not going to be anything else like that one, right? He went up high with the attack, and C-Round wasted no time to counter-attack.
Not at all. C-Round staying on top of things here. Still holding on to his first stock as well, 137%. Nice parry there from the Terry. Terry with the parry and the counter attack right into a combo. Almost taking down this first stock, but the DI from C-Round just keeping him alive.
But this is what I'm telling you, that this is why I think Kazuya was a better choice, because a hit like that from Kazuya would have meant a KO, immediately. Terry hit him, and it was still manageable. It wasn't enough to actually get C-Round, get the stock out of C-Round. So I'm not sure. I mean, yes, this is a best of 7, so they have enough time to experiment with different characters. But Kazuya was so good in the first round that I'm second-guessing myself with this pick.
I don't think that this Terry so far has been the answer back, but finally he's going to get rid of that stock. That C-Round has been holding on to for so long. Sleepy now looking to have to go perfect for the rest of this, and it's just not able to happen. C-Round already putting on the pressure to this last stock that Sleepy's holding on to.
And again, Terry, a great character, great pick, but it is not the one to match C-Round's Sheik at this moment. And Sheik not taking too much damage, just in a bad position, but it manages to get off the ledge, keeps attacking, and now, just taking Terry all the way over to 100, which is not where Sleepy Kirby wants to be at this moment. It's about to, you miss something, you get careless, and you're out of the game, and you're gonna be down 2-1 in this series.
Sleepy Kirby has to really be careful now. 112% and anything can really throw you off this edge. And you know that C-Round, as soon as he gets you off that edge, he's looking to combo you off screen. He's keeping his distance, looking to pick his battles here. Blocks on both ends and not able to land anything. Finally, a good combo, but off the stage and recovered. C-Round, chance to edge guard. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Last chance for Sleepy to get back, and he makes it.
Lands on the surface of the platform. Nice, a very strong hit. And man, 1-1 right now. I mean, yes, Terry has a chance. Has to be very careful, but he has been for a very long time, and it's working so far.
Gotta be big hits. It's gotta be good patience. And it's going to be a miracle to win it out. And C-Round says, not today. No miracles just yet. Back-to-back in game 2 and 3, and C-Round takes his lead.
As you're saying, it had to be a miracle to actually win that one. 164 damage already, and that makes you super weak. Super weak at that moment. So, I don't know now. The question for me is, do they go back to the castle? Yeah. Do they stay with the Terry? Do they even try another character? Because it might be possible that he has like 3 or 4 really good, solid characters.
It's a big question to you and I. I mean, we haven't really got to dissect the full play style of Sleepy Kirby. Monkey Man and Septilins have had a chance to watch him all day long. And for you and I mean, it's just a question on, is the Kazuya even enough? Because you saw that the Sheik was able to avoid that heavy damage, was able to avoid taking those shots and switch over towards Terry. You try to level up the playing field. What more do you do at this point? It did seem like the Kazuya was the better pick out of the two, but even still, you saw moments there for the Terry that might get better as the games go on.
And you know that the pick is going to be a Sheik. So you got to go with whatever is going to be better against that pick. You already have all the information you need or that you can get out of C-Round. So I think going with the Kazuya was the better one. Although C-Round is starting really strong on this one. The combos are non-stop and it's already racking at 48% damage, 56 now.
Takes a couple hits for Sleepy to bring this one back, but it's just hitting those shots.
Wow.
As Kazuya is so slow to connect with these combos, not allowed to do anything just yet here in this game. Finally grabs some slams into the ground, and that's maybe enough to mount somewhat of a counter attack, but just not able to follow up.
Another grab, and it's everything grabs. That's all the damage that Kazuya has been able to put on C-Round. But with a few grabs and a few hits, makes everything very competitive right now. Remind you that Kazuya can knock you down with that much damage, although C-Round was the one to find the first knockout.
Able to take that first stock away, and he's already following up a little bit of damage. There's the slam. No stock taken just yet. C-Round, nice directional input to keep it away, but finally, Sleepy equalizes, and in good time as well.
It is slam by slam, basically.
It is.
That's all Sleepy is doing. But it works. I mean, if it works, why change it? So keep going for it. However, C-Round, very dynamic and doing a lot of different damage, you know, going up high, go down, waiting for him, catching him up when he's falling down. You know, the kind of offense that he's putting is very creative, forcing Sleepy to actually be on his toes every single moment.
Sleepy forced to overexert himself in some moments, and C-Round is toying with him so far off the stage, looking to deny the recovery back up, and C-Round making sure that Sleepy cannot even take a step on this platform. Finally gonna give up some space, has to back up for the time. But where is that moment that Sleepy can finally land a shot? C-Round's not letting anything.
By the way, just a little bit something. Bones is beating a little gamer 3-2 right now on the main stage. So this is as tight as it can be. You can watch both streams at the same time here on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, you can go to YouTube and then watch the secondary stream as well, or the main stream.
If you're here in person, I mean, you can also watch both at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is an incredible time, an incredible day, and for C-Round is a chance to maybe put yourself in a winning scenario here. 72 to 74,
Oh.
The crab kicks him off the edge, looking to take this to last stock for C-Round, but he gets back up. The resilience of this Sheik is second to none.
Big hits now from the Cheek. And Cassia just not being able to dodge anything at all. I mean, that's the problem with the Cassia. Yes, he hits hard, but dodging the shots and being able to stay perfect, basically, it's so hard. The counterattacks are great, but you're gonna rack up some damage on your way to actually hit your opponent. And that's what's happening right now. That's a strong one from Cassia. We're gonna try to hold him on the ledge. He finally gets Cheek's last stock, but I mean, how much damage he has received is incredible right now.
Buried there from C-Round to avoid any more damage, looking to put away game number 4 and go up 3-1 in the series. Sleepy gonna have to mount an incredible comeback right now, but off the stage once again. Will he get back? Looking to edge guard a C-Round one last time. Up in the air, the juggles. No edge guard, but forcing him away from the stage, playing so good on the inside. Sleepy not able to land anything just yet. 183 and still in it.
Wow, the timing from Cassia, the baits are incredible right now. But 190 damage. Yeah, that was it. It was bound to happen because he was receiving damage and kept receiving damage, but wasn't able to actually hit the Sheik on his last stock. And now, series match, series point for C-Round.
Series point for C-Round on the Sheik. Kazuya just not able to get it done. So far in the third place game, it has been a war between these two. But we're looking now for C-Round. Can he put it away? Or can Sleepy Kirby going to be able to put this on a little bit of a comeback road back in towards the third place match? It's a big question right now because that first game from Sleepy Kirby, it looked good. But since then, he just hasn't been able to find a win.
Yeah, and that's why we do a series-long event, right? It's not a one match. It's not a best of one. We give them time to understand each other, to study each other, and then who's going to be the better player is the one that can make the adjustments. And that's a reality, not for Smash. I mean, that's every single sport out there, electronic or traditional. So right now, Sleepy goes back to Terry, hoping to do something better than he did on game number 3.
Hope and a prayer right now with the Terry coming back out, and it's good damage right away onto C-Round. At the same time, You don't expect C-Round to stay down for too long. Looking to space things out. Running for a moment. Back into the wall grab, onto the recovery. Both members trying to find a grab to toss them off the edge and start this edge guard, but it's so difficult to find an edge over each other.
And Sleepy started way better, but I mean, he didn't last long. He did start better, but as soon as Z-Round was able to take the platform and stand in the middle of the platform, Sleepy has been able to do absolutely nothing. He's just taking damage after damage after damage. Trying to get into the platform was not good enough, and then he ended up losing that stock.
51% for C-Round. How much can they make out of this life? And we're looking to do the absolute most so far into the combo. The up special, nice grab there from the Terry, but nothing just yet. It's just C-Round, and it's always been C-Round so far in these non-stop combos. You know, hold center stage and have the Terry approach them. C-Round just looking for the moments to strike, playing it so carefully, looking to hold this stock to the very end, the last moment needed.
More hits, and more hits. That's been it this time around. I mean, the time that Z-Round has spent with that 91.4 in there has been the longest. Okay, as I said, finally one hit from the Terry, but at what cost? Terry about to lose another stock and finally able to get that one from Z-Round. I mean, that was about time. It was super needed.
What you need is to do that and do it again now without losing your next stock here if you're Sleepy, or C-Round's going to be feeling very comfortable to walk away in this third place spot. Right away, Sleepy not able to get back into this platform just yet. C-Round looking to edge guard again. The block is good, and Terry's able to find center stage, but not able to land. C-Round so good at staying under him, forcing into these aerial battles that can combo so well for the Sheik.
Fakes are good from the Cheek. Now really good defense, avoiding every single hit from Terry's combos. Going behind Terry, not able to get anything. Terry, a little bit of a jab here, a little bit of a small kick. Now one good combo, puts a lot of damage on the Sheik. That's big. That's big for Terry right now. They need it. The defense has been super solid right now. But, you know, as soon as they find one of those small openings, they're going to take it. And these are both heavy combo characters, and they can rack up a lot of damage in a very short time.
C-Round staying above that combo. There it is. Last stock for Sleepy. C-Round on match point, ready to take that stage and walk off as a third place winner.
It's going behind Terry now. Trying to flank him a little bit. Good hits by Terry. Being very careful, going for the grab. He missed that one, and that's being punished right now from the C-Round. C-Round keeps hitting Terry on the air, and he's punishing as much as he can. That was a great clinic of how to punish a player in the air.
This one, the up air, able to force Sleepy up for a second, but to bring things back, and now Sleepy's turn to maybe hold on to this edge and not allow C-Round up, but he gets around over the top onto the platform, finds his footing, and now the tables have turned. C-Round now holding onto the center stage, making sure that Sleepy's always going to be above him for the last chance. 96% for Sleepy. Ooh. So much damage now for the spike. C-Round for the game and for the third place spot here in our Smash Ultimate VESL State Championships.
Well deserved, so well played by C-Round. Shaky first match, but after that, it was a masterclass. Everything was great. You know, he had some moments where he was forced into defending a lot, but he always kept the pressure on. And you know, after watching him play on the semifinals and going toe to toe with our champion now, Bones, I think this third place is super deserved.
It's a big congratulations out to C Round to be able to turn things around after losing that chance of the grand finals, being knocked down, humbled a little bit on the Sheik. We questioned it. Was the Sheik going to be the recipe to success here in this third place match? Well, it was. And he prevails in the long run. You said it took him a little bit to get things going, but as soon as he did, he never, ever stopped. So C Round's going to be walking away with $250. I want to give a big shout out, though, to Sleepy Kirby for making it all the way into this third place match. Definitely not where you want to be. Definitely not the outcome I'm sure that he was hoping for, but to make it this far, is incredible for these students.
It is a super experience. I mean, just being here, being in front of the crowd, playing for your school. I mean, all things together, there is actually no losers here. The experience itself is such a good one. We have more action, actually, talking about experiences. We still have a Rocket League match. I mean, one here and the semifinal. No, the third place, right?
Third place
The
match
third
is
place
here.
here, and then the grand finals on the other channel. So we're gonna have plenty of action yet. And tomorrow we're gonna have more action with Valorant, with Overwatch, and with Fortnite, if I'm not mistaken. So VESL continues to deliver.
It is. So coming up next is going to be the third place match for Rocket League. That man right behind me is going to be joining me on the desk, and you're going to be hopping into the grand finals. So let's take a quick break, a little caster switch round. We'll be back with some more VESL.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to VESL State Championships here in Greensboro, North Carolina. I am Sepulence, now joined by Seymour for our final series of the day here. Not of the weekend, there's a whole bunch more tomorrow, but of the day at the very least. We're jumping into our Rocket League third place matchup here. Seymour, these teams fighting for a total of $2,000.
We finished up on Smash, we finished up on Madden, and now it's time to finish up for Rocket League on the day. If you check into our other stream, the grand finals are going on right now between Lincoln and Havelock High. But here in the third place match, let's introduce our teams.
Let's introduce our teams indeed, starting with our friends at WLS. They are bringing in 3 players by the names of Flapjack, Fatu, and Impala. We saw these players earlier today, and they were looking mighty good. They're going to try to walk away with a third place victory. Now, on the other side, a team we have not seen on this stream today, but they spent a lot of time on the main stream. Audrey Kell bringing in Barris, Open Net Suck, and Pickle Peyton. All these teams trying to get a snatch for that prize pool if they're able.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult game for Audrey Kell, because when you look back into that semifinal that we did see for Wake Leadership Academy, they were keeping it neck and neck with a team that is now in the grand finals, holding their own versus Lincoln. And for the other side, for Audrey Kell, they struggled in their semifinal match. So they're going to have to dig deep, figure out what needs to change heading into this third place match if they want to take home some money.
Yeah, and the Wake Young Leadership Academy, as you mentioned, they do lose. We watched it 3-0, but a very close one. It was very close. It was an 0-1 loss and then a 1-4. That one's pretty rough. But then it was 1-2. So it was very close, very neck and neck. And both these teams have, of course, gone down to someone in the grand final. So everybody is on a redemption arc.
Exactly that. Not to mention the prize money at the end of it as well. Winner takes home $2,000. Loser takes home nothing. So big payday
so scary
for either of them. And yeah, I mean, you've come all this way to the VESL State Championships. You've made it through qualifiers. You've made it through regionals. And now you get to the state championships. You don't want to walk away empty-handed.
No, I mean, you have suffered trials and tribulations to make it this far. You have eliminated, and you have essentially been eliminated from that top 2 prize pool. And now you want to walk away with, I can't even say just something. It is $2,000 after all. You're going to walk away with a good chunk of change, but you do want to walk away with that because it's $2,000 more than 0.
Exactly that. So getting into this one, it is going to be a little bit bigger than our best of 5 that we did see before. I imagine this best of 7 could possibly go the distance for either one of these teams. But for Wake Leadership, a team that back inside of game number 1 of the semifinals that we got to watch, it took them a while to get going. Not until the latter portions of game number 2 did we see them score. So they need to show up here in game 1 and start to put some goals on the board. Same can be said, though, for Audrey Kell, a team that did not score a lot versus Lincoln as their semifinal.
Yeah, and Audrey Kell, they're definitely coming in with a lot to prove. No scores on the board. They want to show that they can put something down when there's money on the line. But Wake Young, they are just looking so good. They're looking so prepared, and it's been a little bit of a rough journey, but third place could be a shoo-in for them, depending on how this first game really falls apart.
Open net right now, 1-on-1. Peyton doesn't want to take the shot just yet. Actually hits the brakes, tries to juke out that defensive player, and it does not work out for a goal. So Audrey Kell, no chance to score just yet. Second chance in front of the net, above, a little bit of a backflip for Flapjack, and luckily no shot. Could have been a goal for Audrey Kell, but nobody there to put it home.
Oh, almost an opportunity for Wake Young, but it is going to be blocked out by a very strong Audrey Kell defense. And I remember talking during kind of the break a little bit, and everybody kind of agreed that the Audrey Kell defense can be really powerful when that communication is there, when they have those opportunities to strike. But enough about the defense, the offense starts to carry them away.
Back-to-back shots there for Audrey Kell. One is bound to go in eventually. And Wake Leadership, a couple of issues that we saw back into their semifinals. The rotation's a little bit off. Missing a member in the net. A wide open shot for Audrey Kell, and Barris sinks the first one.
Yeah, one of my biggest critiques of Wake Young back in that semifinal was their passing lanes just felt clogged all the time. A lot of what they did felt very repetitive, felt very spur of the moment, and you need that proactivity to succeed. You cannot be swinging for the fences every single play, and it felt like that's what a lot of what Wake Young was doing in that semi. Have they honed in? Have they settled down a little bit? And will it be good for them?
And I mean, you look at players in Audrey Kell, open net suck. They do suck. This is exactly
real.
why they're for Wake Leadership is because You're not going to be able to win games if that net is open 24/7. So you're looking at Wake leadership to tighten up their defense and make sure that those shots are being saved non-stop. Back to the defensively there to Impala. Finds the demo as well. So that is going to separate Archery Cal for a couple seconds.
A couple of seconds of separation can go a really long way. But unfortunately, there's no real value off the back of that. Silence falls low. 3 minutes on the clock. Oh no! Oh! Lucky like I've never seen before.
Chance at a goal. Wiped away there. Wake leadership on the defense all turned around. Impala's going to stop into the goal line. Still intercepted. Up in the air. Shot on net just north of the corner. Another to the post. And Archery Cal not able to find that shot. Third one, though, it's going to find the back. Peyton Shiesty with the goal.
Peyton Shiesty feeling mighty fine, finding, I believe, their first goal of the series so far, but it's definitely a goal that's going to matter because with over half the game left to be played right now, you've got to make sure you've got some kind of lead.
2 minutes and 42 seconds, a 2-goal lead. Plenty of time for Wake leadership to find their way back into this, but a demo's going to make it tough off the backboard. Anyone home? No, they're not. And the ball's going to go all the way back down to Archery Cal's half.
Half the game has come and gone here in game number 1 in this best-of-7 series. Knockward pass goes in. We're trying to find a time to strike, but Wake Young, no value yet. They're playing a defense, looking for an opportunity.
He just hasn't been there just yet. There was a good chance right there for a goal, just a little bit off target from what they were looking for. Similar sights from game number 1 that we saw back in their semifinals. It's taking a long time for them to get those shots on net. And in turn, that lack of possession is kind of haunting them.
Yeah. I think you bring up a good point here, and maybe it's almost a benefit for Wake Young that this is a best-of-7 instead of a best-of-5. So you slow down a little bit in the early game, you're feeling A-okay, you're looking for a time to strike, and while you're not able to find it, you might be able to find it later down the line.
Inside the zone of Wake leadership is going to be knocked to the right, back into center field, trying to go for the 50-50, but Fox is going to lose it. Followed up by Flapjack, so it is sent out to Archery Cal, waiting for a chance center field. Nobody there for the shot. A disconnect in the play. That could have been a shot on. Second chance downfield for the counterattack. Big save made from the side of Wake leadership.
Again, just save after save from Wake Young, but unfortunately, doesn't matter how good your defense is, you cannot win Rocket League without a good offense, and this team just really struggling to find the time to strike. 60 seconds left. Will this be a 2-0 loss?
Minute remaining now off the crossbar. Archery Cal with a good lead for 60 seconds, but can they hold on to that lead is biggest question, and that Rocket League, it tends to swing with momentum, like we said last time we were casting it, you and I.
Yeah.
And if Wake leadership can put one on the board soon, they might have a chance for a second.
The 1 second can make the difference of at least a goal, but when you're down by 2, you're really running out of time to react. 35 seconds on the clock, 1 goal per basically 15 seconds right now. It's not impossible, but certainly improbable. Wake Young may just have to shake off game 1 and call it a GG, go next.
25 seconds left, and that feeling is definitely weighing down on them, Septilin. So here we go for Wake leadership, a chance at a consolation goal, maybe something to bring their spirits up at the end of this game. Number 1, downfield, Impala. He's got a teammate on target, swept away by the goaltending yet again from the side of Archery Cal High School. And that's going to be a win for our Orange team in game 1.
The game 1 victory for the Orange squad, Archery Cal High School Team A. They've made it to 3rd place in this possibility. They're 1 game closer. Now they've just got to do it, well, 3 more times.
Yep. Best of 7. It's going to be a long, long road. And even looking back towards that for Archery Cal High School Team A, 131 to 89 for ball touches. That possession for Archery Cal definitely respects in the score, or reflects the scoreline that we do see. The saves for them, as well as the demos. A lot here being shown from our teams inside of this 3rd place matchup.
The 3rd place matchup has been an intense one thus far. Game 1, it's a wee bit one-sided. You know, I hate to say it, but it's a wee bit one-sided in favor of Archery Cal. If we know one thing about Wake Young, it's that they take a while to warm up. They got to learn how you're playing. And in a best of 5 or best of 7, losing game 1, really not that big of a deal.
Losing game 1, not a big deal, but when you look back to that semifinal,
Yep.
game number 2 was the biggest issue for them. They lose it 4-1 to the side of Havelock High. So going into the second game, you need to see them find some sort of success early on, or else things might start to snowball here in the grand
Yep.
finals. You're always worried in a game of Rocket League that's very momentum-based. If a team loses early, how do they pick themselves up? We need to see that question answered right away.
And it's a question that a lot of teams never really find the answer to, Seymour. A lot of teams kind of agree that Rocket League can be just as much a mental game as it is a physical one. When you start to lose game after game after game, it really starts to weigh on you. So Wake Young, they have to look at every game, like I said, as a GG go next. They cannot dwell on the past.
It's how you get past this defense that might be the question that you need to find, because the shots are there. It's getting past these goalies that is the difficult part for Wake's leadership. And now on the other side, shot on, it's up on the crossbar, slowly trickles in for Open. That sucked to take the first goal of the game.
Open net suck, already putting Audrey Kell onto a pretty strong aggressive nature here. And for every game that we've seen so far, just this weekend in general, it has been the first person to score has been the team to win.
That's
so
true.
Right now, Audrey Kell got to be feeling really confident about their chances at victory. And speaking of victory, I'm sure you can all hear Lincolnton. They're about 5 seconds away from going up 2-0 in the grand final series happening on the main stage.
Don't forget to show some love over towards Monkey Man, as well as Toronto taking the reins for the captain for the grand finals. And two amazing teams going head-to-head right there. So, top this game 3, plenty of Rocket League being shown at the moment, and that is a big prize to $9,000 for the winner.
Yeah. 9,000 is, that's a lot of money, let alone for playing Rocket League for 30 minutes and you walk away with $9 grand. I mean, that's pretty incredible, all things considered, but that's one of my favorite parts of esports.
For sure. 3 minutes, though, still left inside of this game, and Peyton's going to be the one to find the second goal here for Audrey Kell. Let's look back at that replay. That's exactly how that was, off the backboard, open net, nobody there to save it, all cars on the ground when that shot's taken.
Yeah, so game 1 was what, 2-0, 2-1? Game 3, or game 2 is 2-0, and game 3 could kind of bleed that same direction, right? I mean, it seems like we're seeing Audrey Kell really start that snowball you were afraid of. That runaway is really starting to show up.
You got to see if Audrey Kell has any weakness right here for Wake leadership. Do you demo them? Do you go for the goalie? Do you rush the net? What is the answer to be found here? 3 minutes on the clock. Still lots of time to be played.
And I'll be honest, of all the games that I analyze, Rocket League is the one that I have the least amount of play time in. And I think this game really comes down to what the players are going to believe is the best instinct for them. When you look at games like Overwatch or games like Smash Ultimate, we talk about playing to your comforts, playing to your natural nature. And I think right now that these teams, they need to do that exact same thing. Wake Young, they do not need to reinvent the wheel. They've got to rely on the 12 wheels that got them this far.
Well, there are 4 wheels and their cars just haven't been able to put some contact
Yeah.
on a shot so far in this game. And you see Audrey Kell back in possession for this one, shot up top. It's going to go way high into the corner. No follow-up either being shown here from the orange team, but disrupted in the midfield. And Wake leadership not able to push it forward. Instead, it goes back towards their net off the backboard. A follow-up shot not met. Instead, it's knocked away to center field. Still possession of Audrey Kell.
2:15 here on the clock, so half the game left to be played. And right now, Audrey Kell, they don't even need to score. They just need to play a half-decent defense for the next 2 minutes. Make sure that Wake Young can't do a darn thing. And sometimes the best defense is a powerful offense, and that's exactly what Audrey Kell's trying to do.
Why save shots when they can
Double
take
demo.
those shots? Double demo. Last one in net. Could this be the chance? But from left field, the defense prevails yet again.
The defense is lethal right now. The Demolitions, they're going to respawn you right in front of your own goal. And it looks like Audrey Kell took advantage of that opportunity to keep themselves up. 2-0, 100 seconds left.
What was the big story back when we were casting this in my finals? Was the experience being shown from Havelock High. The seniors on that team really showing comfort in the stage that is the VESL State Championships. When you look at Audrey Kell, a senior and 2 juniors. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, the other way around. 2 seniors and a junior. So even more experience coming out from this school when it comes to being comfortable in
You
the
can't
spotlight.
get much more experience than that, honestly. That is some upperclassmen if I've ever heard it. Embarrassed, putting themselves down on the board. Got a couple of fans in the crowd and sound. Embarrassed able to find another point for Audrey Kell here with only 71 seconds left, I think. I mean, I'm not going to call it yet, but in terms of odds,
Wake Leadership still have yet to put a goal on inside of this third place matchup. They've struggled to find the back of the net. They haven't struggled to take shots.
Yeah.
They haven't struggled for possession. It's getting past the defense that is the issue. Right now for Archery Kell, they're standing on top of their head so far for this third place match to look to place in the prizing here in the state championships. And in game number 2, last minute of play for Wake Leadership to find any sort of way back into this.
45 seconds left, 1 goal per 15 seconds right now, and that's just to draw. So it's definitely an uncomfortable scenario to be in, but Audrey Kell find themselves 3-0 on the board here. I think they've got game number 2 here in the bag. That puts them halfway to their completed goal here tonight of 4 games on the board.
What is the issue for sure, because we keep on theorizing on what Wake Leadership
Yep.
do they demo? Do they find these aerials? Do they take shot after shot? Nothing has been working for them. And I like your concept of find your comfort zone.
Yep.
Your own style. So far for Wake Leadership, haven't seen their style yet.
Yeah, they've not really brought a style to the table quite yet. And as game number 2 comes to a close in favor of Audrey Kell, Wake Young, they're running out of time to find that style. You know, they're really going to start running out of opportunities, excuse me, and this could be a lethal performance against them because right now Audrey Kell pulling no punches.
None at all. I mean, you look at Wake Young Leadership Academy. Oh, 4 shots on, a save, 4 demos, 86 ball touches for their team, 97 for Archery Kell Highs. You know, Zeppelins has to take an emergency to step away, folks. I'm going to be solo casting this one, so bear with me for it as well. This game number 2 for Archery Kell looks so comfortable for them on top of everything. And now heading into game number 3, couple questions like we were saying. Where does Wake Leadership show up? Where do they find their comfort zone? What is their play style to take an advantage here over Archery Kell? And how are they going to be able to put a goal on the board? Because 2 games in, 0 goals. That is a scary story to be telling for a team looking to take 3rd place here in our VESL State Championships. So heading into game number 3 for Wake Young Leadership Academy, they're going to be looking into some teamwork here. Very basic teamwork, some passing plays. They've taken shots, but they haven't really been able to put any dynamic onto that shot. The goalie has been able to do everything they can to stand on top of their game and make sure nothing gets past them whatsoever onto this one. The rotations so far for the side of Archery Kell have been out of this world. And Wake Leadership need to find some disruption to get around that. So 5 minutes in. 5 minutes going here. Game number 3. We are ready to go. Archery Kell High with a 2-game lead advantage. Now looking to find their 3rd here, put themselves on game match points. And Peyton's going to make it a little bit easier. It looks like we actually have a special guest joining us. Risk joining me on the mic.
Now.
It's been a long day, Risk.
It has been a long day, and we have had constant action back and forth.
Constant action back and forth for sure. Archery Kell with an advantage in this game early on off the kickoff draw. That's going to spell some more trouble to Wake Leadership, who have yet to score so far inside of this 3rd place series. So finding the back of the net proving to be quite the issue for this team.
Be interesting to see if Archery Kell can keep up the pace. Going to a best of 7 and playing best of 5 all day. It's different. It's exhausting. You'll have to stay in it the whole entire time.
So far, it seems like they've been on top of things when it does come down to the pacing. I guess the resilience that Archery Kell is going to be showing, because no matter what kind of is getting brought to them, Wake Leadership haven't been able to break them. Even their chance for a shot knocked away by open nets soft, making sure their net is anything but open and denying them that aerial shot. Wait. Looks like Risk is only here for a short moment as Zeppelins is here to join us back.
Hi, everybody.
on the desk. Welcome back,
Hi.
Zeppelin.
I'm back. I got a little too warm. It's okay. Everything's fine, but I'm back, and it looks like I missed a little bit of the same story. So we Archery Kel up 1-0.
Archery Kel up 1-0 within a kickoff.
Whoa, seriously? It was okay.
So it was immediate dominance for Archery Kel. The momentum is truly in their favor.
Yeah, momentum. You said it game one, dog. Momentum, name of the darn game. Just completely and totally we found ourselves. Okay, the second they scored, we said, watch out, because that is not stopping. And by golly, has it not stopped. Wake Young, unfortunately, never mind, not looking for their first goal anymore. Batu breaks the curse, puts a point down.
And that's going to feel good now for Wake Young leadership.
Momentum.
Look to maybe find a comeback here in this third place match. Putting their first goal on the board here in Game 3, tying us up. Let's see if they can expand on that.
Expansion's going to be the name of the game, and as we look for an opportunity here for Wake Young, is that 1 point a fluke, or is this team, as we mentioned, just taking a while to warm up? Because by golly, that is the first warm-up shot we've seen from them, and it took all the way into halfway into game number 3.
2 minutes and 30 seconds, like you said, halfway through. Wake Young leadership now moving to force the aggression here with possession into the zone of Archery Kel. Payton's gonna knock it up. Batu looking to knock it into the center field. Nobody here. The help from Flapjack shot on. Knocked away by Barris.
Knocked away in a pretty critical moment here. 2:15 on the clock. So with a 1-1 scoreline like this, we could see an overtime, which we haven't seen since, I believe, our first game of the day of Rocket League at the very least. So with 2 minutes remaining on the clock, let's see if Archery Kel can snipe an opportunity. They missed it out center field, though, and it's going to really hurt them down the line. That second point could have been the difference maker. Now let's watch in hushed anticipation as we wait roughly 10 seconds to see what happens next.
Well, I mean, Batu able to deny that aerial shot from the side of Archery Kel. Payton keeping the pressure on. Wake Young again to clear it out of their zone. And now into Archery Kel's area, you just see the back and forth starting to begin now. This is what we saw a lot from Wake Young leadership in their semifinal game. A lot of back and forth, no leads for this team. It's, you know, now that they've got the first on, getting their second is going to be just as hard because Barris downfield, going to sail it straight home. A second goal. Barris this time taking back the lead.
Barris really starting to bear the weight of this team. They want to make sure they go into game 4 up 3 already. It's not going to be easy, but it is going to be possible. And I think we're waiting to see if Wake Young can answer back in these remaining 80 seconds. A kickoff goal goes a little bit wide. Unfortunately, not able to find the necessary space.
Goes to the middle, shot from Payton from the goal. Off the kickoff. Starts off the game with a 1-0 lead for Archery, and in a 2-1 small advantage, Payton again splits the difference.
The difference has been split even more so, up by 2. Angel numbers on the board, 1-1-1, ready to run, and Archery Kel only 1 more minute for this team to answer back loud and proud. For those that are curious on the mainstream right now, Lincolnton is up 2-0, but Havelock is up 2-0 in game 3. So they might at the very least force an opportunity to strike and force a game more than 5. But speaking of forcing a new game, our boy Flapjack comes out of the woodwork here and puts Wake Young only down by 1 with nearly a minute, nearly 20% of the game left to be played.
It's crunch time for Wake Young Leadership Academy. It's now or never to find their way back into this. You lose this game, you're down 3-0 and force a reverse sweep of best of 7. We've yet to see a reverse sweep even a best of 5. So
we got close. We got close in Smash Ultimate Grands. We saw a game 6, but we did not see a full game 7. Could that happen here? Wake Young has to wake up. They have to power through. And it's going to require a lot of power from these teams and a lot of endurance as well. To go all the way to a 7th game would be a miracle run, but could they disrupt the momentum now and at least force an overtime here in game 3?
Lovely, lovely bump there from Wake Young Leadership to make sure that open net's can't set up for a shot on, but the pressure's not done yet. Barris sends one high. Payton looking to sink the finishing goal. 10 seconds left. Front of the net. Last chance for Wake Young.
This could be the final opportunity to strike. Archery Kel could go into the 4th and possibly final game, with it being only the final game. And that hurts. And that one hurts.
That one hurts lot for Wake Young leadership, being so close to tying it up, so close to sending it to overtime. Even look at this game is a lot better when it comes down to the stats. The ball touches this time in favor of Wake Young leadership, just when it comes down to taking the shots and beating the goalie. That is still proving to be a little bit of an issue. Shots equal 7-7. The goals is where you're looking at here. Ardrey Kell up in saves 5-2.
5-2, that seems to be the only thing Ardrey Kell's up in. Goals, obviously, but if you count that one out of the way, you see equal shots, equal assists, down in demos, down in ball touches. So it's a pretty back and forth game, and I hate to say it, Seymour, we've said this so much today. It's so close.
So close.
It's so close, but the close has never been close enough. And we've been so close yet so far away every single time. And now Wake Young staring down the barrel of defeat, 3-0. They've got 5 more minutes to work a miracle.
This is where you got to channel your inner demon.
Yep.
This is where you got to look deep inside
You
yourself.
got to unlock that 6th chakra.
Exactly.
You got to get in there.
Through the gates and find your way to the very end of this finish line. It's got to be a reverse sweep in a best of 7. Not many teams have been able to accomplish that, let alone inside of our VESL State Championships. And now to do that here on the main stage when you've just been beaten and bruised nonstop by this Ardrey Kell team, you look towards some of your players who have been able to find the back of the net, where it's, you know, Fatu has time and time again been able to step up with those, be a little bit cheeky with those shots and find your way into an advantageous spot. It's now or never for Wake Young leadership. Can they win it out?
Already one shot off the crossbar, another off the side of goal. Wake Young so close, but close only counts in hand, horse, and shoe grenades. Ardrey Kell, they find themselves out the gate early, and they're looking for a time to strike, but it does fall short once more.
Impala gonna send one wide to the left into the corner, still with the aggression in. Ardrey Kell drops it down the block, and Impala trying to keep it away. The team helps him out, and a clear is made. Ardrey Kell, though, they're not gonna let him just yet.
Not going to let up yet. They want to make sure that Wake Young cannot wake up in this series. They want to force Ardrey Kell into a 4-0 scenario, and now they're 4 minutes away from doing just that. But Seymour, to win, you got to put at least one down. You got to put some what's it called? You got to put a deposit down.
You got to find a deposit. It's got to be a big deposit.
It's got to be a pretty big deposit.
Peyton Duscheisty now with the advantage, looking to double up with the shot, intercepted by Flapjack. Barris up the air, a double commit from Ardrey Kell. Nobody in net. Looking for a long bomb from Wake Young leadership to get one going. A demo gets rid of open net suck, and Flapjack now looking for the center field.
We are losing the vocal battle to the main stage right now. If you guys cannot hear them, my goodness, it is electric in here as those teams are going head-to-head over on the mainstream. Havelock High and Lincolnton Team A. They're rooting for, what is it, a total of $9,000 for first place. So they're going crazy over there. But we're looking to split 2K to one of these teams with ideally in the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds, depending on how Ardrey Kell can play this.
Wake Young leadership. Last chance to show what they're made of here for the state championships, and for a couple of these players, the last chance to do it in VESL. Fatu, a senior. Barris, a senior. Hayden, a senior. Last chance on the stage. 3 players looking to make a legacy for themselves.
And we've got at least 2 juniors up there too. I mean, it is upperclassmen city on that stage right now, and everybody wants to leave that legacy behind. This 4th game, so reminiscent of the very first one that we saw. A victory, I believe, was only 2-0 on the board. So it was a very close matchup, and Ardrey Kell right now trying to find a victory to score. We saw an open goal, but it is going to be boxed away. Wake Young has ball control, disrupted towards center field.
Fatu's going to be able to knock it down. Impala looking to double back and play some defense here. Pressure's on, but the shot's not there. So Wake leadership are going to be able to collect themselves. Barris going to jump away, make sure he doesn't center it out for his opponents. Flapjack now going to race back. Luckily, his teammate is there. His ball now ping-ponging back and forth. Barris up top, looking for a teammate, carries it over. No shots just yet. Falls up. 50-50 towards the net, but an easy save.
An easy save indeed. Plenty of time to react. We've got less than half the game left. The first goal we see, Seymour, might just be the last in this ring.
I mean, like you said, it's reminiscent to the very first game we saw. Not only now, but back in the semifinals, is going, or being fought tooth and nail by either team. It's going all the way down to the wire. Minute 40 left. Ardrey Kell back in the possession of the ball, but Fatu, some good defense on the backboard to clear it.
90 seconds remaining. Are we going to be seeing an overtime, or will we see somebody sink a goal when it matters most? The opportunity to strike is coming through for both these teams. OpenNet has an opportunity here. No, and there it's not! The secondary attempt also falls lackluster. Do we see a tertiary try toward goal? It is Wake Young barely by the skin of their teeth, defending 3 shots in a row, returning one of their own, but it will also be blocked out. 60 seconds.
Ball not able to center it out. Flapjack doing a lovely job at trying to force that ball into the net of Archery Cal, but 56 seconds left. Last chance for Wake Young leadership here in the game. Mounting a little bit of an offense, pass upfield,
Bad hit.
taking it up top, can't take
Bad
it
hit.
just yet. It's back down into Archery side.
Audrey Kell, an awkward hit in that center field, definitely changed the momentum of the play. Awkward tap goes up directly in front of goal. Is there a double man? The double tap falls short. Here comes another attempt. 30 seconds. Nothing.
Nothing just yet, but again, second chance here. Fatu looking to knock it away all the way down. An offense here for Wake Young leadership. A chance maybe to end it in regulation. Up top, backboard defense. It's there. Archery Cal, it's Barris to carry it away. Knocked down by Wake. And now in the orange zone, you see OpenNet Suck now looking to make a little bit of a counterattack here. Last possession, 4 seconds. A little bit of a knockdown. 2 seconds left.
No way!
Stuck.
No!
The buzzer beater.
With the buzzer beater victory, Audrey Kell should all but win this game 1-0. Wake Young has to kick off goal, and that's the only option.
Only chance to keep it up right
And
now.
touch the ground.
1 second left. It's going to be touchdown. It's going to hit.
There it is.
And Archery Cal High winning your 3rd place match here in our VESL State Championships.
A huge, huge, huge congratulations to Audrey Kell for guaranteeing themselves a $2,000 prize pool to split amongst them. However those numbers fall apart, I don't know, but we are super excited to have things being wrapped up here on the second stream of VESL. It's been a great day, full of great games, but now we get to go prep for the great games coming tomorrow as well. Folks, we may be done here on the second stream, but the first stream is still going. We've got Havelock. They're up over Lincolnton in Game 4 of a best-of-7 series in Rocket League, so go check that out because the ceremony for the trophy is happening over there as well. We're going to go rest our voices. We hope you guys get some rest as well. Thank you all so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you on the main stream.